Testing the French channel. Testing the French channel. English channel. English, French. Testing English. Testing English. 1, 2, 3. Ah. French too. Ah.
Honorable ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the World Without Hunger Conference here in Addis Ababa at the Grand Adwa Victory Memorial. Thank you all for coming this morning. Would you please take your seats as we're about to commence the event formally. Thank you all for your indulgence.
Once again, a very good morning to each and every one of you. On behalf of the organizers, it is our great pleasure to warmly welcome to today's gathering. We are truly honored to have such a distinguished audience with us. This gathering, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is more than just a conference. It is a vital step forward in uniting our efforts and expertise to address critical challenges that impact us all, especially in the areas of food security, sustainable agriculture, economic development. As we move forward into the next segment, we'd like to first take a moment to celebrate the rich cultural heritage of Ethiopia that connects us and that inspires our work. Please join me in welcoming a special cultural performance that reflects the spirit of collaboration and diversity at the heart of our mission today. The talented performers will take the floor now.
Lo pone na tu, c'è mi to pone na
Ladies and gentlemen, let us take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to the talented performance for sharing their beautiful artistry with us and for enriching our gathering with the depth and beauty of Ethiopian culture. Once again, a very good morning to each and every one of you. Welcome to the World Without Hunger Conference. We are eagerly awaiting the arrival of our esteemed dignitaries who will be arriving shortly, and we shall begin our official proceedings once they arrive. But thank each and every one of you for joining us in this very important event and for your unwavering commitment and dedication towards a world without hunger. Welcome again.
Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The World Without Hunger Conference, dubbed A World Without Hunger is Possible, is happening here in Addis Ababa, the diplomatic seat of the African Union and Ethiopia's capital. Welcome to your second home away from home. Ethiopia, the cradle of humankind and the origin of many things, among which it is the origin of coffee. Welcome to your second home, ladies and gentlemen.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are awaiting the arrival of our esteemed dignitaries who will be joining us shortly. Upon the signal of the arrival of our high-level dignitaries, we kindly request that you stand from your seats to accord them a warm welcoming.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the World Without Hunger Conference happening here for a 3-day deliberation here in Addis Ababa. A reminder of our kind sponsors, ladies and gentlemen: the Africa Finance Corporation, African Development Bank, OCP Africa, GC Eng District, Beijing Haitian Catering Holding Group, Blue Nile Masherg Bank, DHL,
Day. Your Excellency, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Your Highness Sheikh Khaled bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, Your Excellency Gerd Mueller, Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, Your Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Honorable Ministers, higher government officials, distinguished executives of international organizations and associations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. እንዴት አደራችሁ? በቅድሚያ የማክበር ሰላምታችንን ያቀረብን ሁላችሁንም እንኳን በደህና መጣችሁ ለማለት እንወዳለን።
And it is an honor to welcome each of you to day one of the International World Without Hunger Conference, co-organized by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, the African Union Commission, and the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, with the technical assistance of FAO. በድጋሚ ክቡራትና ክቡራን እንግዶቻችን እንኳን ደህና መጣችሁ እያለን በቆየው በኖረው በነባሩ ኢትዮጵያዊ ኩሩ ባህላችን መሰረት እንግዶችን ወደ ሀገራችን እንኳን ደህና መጣችሁ ማለት የተለመደ ነውና ሁላችንም ኢትዮጵያውያን እንግዶቻችን እስኪ ሞት ባለ ጭብጨባ እንቀበላቸው። Thank you all our visitors to Ethiopia. This is a warm welcome to you, ladies and gentlemen.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Ethiopia is immensely proud and honored to host the World Without Hunger Conference here in Addis Ababa. Because first, we gather at this historic monument, the Agro Victory Memorial, a powerful reminder of resilience, unity, and shared purpose, qualities that we need now more than ever in our fight against one of humanity's most urgent challenges, hunger.
And second, this international conference takes place at a pivotal moment as Ethiopia begins to reap the reward of its innovative agricultural initiatives dedicated to ending hunger and ensuring food sustainability.
And these groundbreaking efforts, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, led by His Excellency Prime Minister Dr. Abiy Ahmed, showcase that with visionary leadership and with unwavering determination, a world without hunger is possible. Ethiopia is immensely proud to host you all here. Welcome once again.
His Excellency, Mr. Prime Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask you now for your attention to screen as we display an impactful video. A world without hunger is possible to set the tone.
And climate crisis have disrupted. Amidst unprecedented challenges, our food systems are now more vulnerable. Conflicts, economic slowdown, and climate crisis have disrupted global food supply chains, leaving millions hungry and food insecure. world without hunger.
To begin, we are much honored to welcome Mr. Gab Mueller, the the Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Let us welcome him to the stage with a warm round of applause.
Heads of states, ministers, Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, Your Highness, Chairman Musa Faki, distinguished guests. Today we are here to make a courageous statement. A world without hunger is possible. This is enormous challenge must be placed on the agenda of politics, the UN and our states. Thank you, Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed and Chairman Musa Faki, and all of you for your great commitment and support, not only for organizing this very important and interesting conference, for all what you are doing the last 10 years and for the future, your plans. This is not another conference to describe the problems and desperate situation. We are talking here concretely about the solutions to the problem of hunger in the world. Ethiopia is the right place for this. Human life began here in Africa around 3.5 million years ago. Ethiopia, as you know, is the cradle of humanity, where one of the first humans by ways. The gap between the rich and the poor must not continue to widen. Hunger is even and also a major poverty issue. Think about this today. The richest 10 people, only 10 people of the world own as much wealth as 4 billion. Half of the population living in poverty. This makes it clear markets and globalization need to be restructured to ensure fairness. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa has a key role to play. It's a continent of growth with such great potential for the future. The population will grow to 2.5 billion people by 2050. First of all, they need daily food. The global demand for food will grow by 70% by 2050. And above all, here in Africa, ending hunger is possible. This continent has great potential. 60% of the world's available arable land is here. 6 of the fastest growing economies are African countries. Prime Minister Abiy, Ethiopia is one of these successful countries. Africa could be the first continent to power itself through renewable energies. The potential is there. Africa is the continent with the world's greatest green mineral resources. Without these green mineral resources, the German minister is there, without these green minerals, there is no green transformation in the world. However, productivity is still too low and the infrastructure in rural areas is poorly developed. As a result, many African countries have gone from being exporters to importers since 1960. In Ethiopia, Prime Minister Abiy has now achieved the turnaround from food importer to exporter. Ethiopia, and that is why wheat yields have tripled within 5 years. And the same is possible for almost in all African countries. Ladies and gentlemen, what are the necessary conditions, the necessary steps for progress? First of all, peace, good governance, legal stability, and the fight against corruption. These are the fundamental requirements for both public and private investments. And investments are the key to needed increase in productivity, mechanization, irrigation, storage, and expanding the infrastructure. But the conditions for private investments must be significantly improved in all African countries. Men and women need secure land rights and the chance of getting credit to invest in their own productivity and future. Second, it's not just about agriculture. The development of rural infrastructure is of central importance. We know it. Access to electricity for all is needed. Hospitals, schools, roads, and digitalization will also create jobs locally. From UNIDO's perspective, industrialization is the key to creating millions of new jobs. Third, Africa needs fair and sustainable supply chains and local added values in all sectors. For most agricultural products, you know this, like cocoa, coffee, cotton, and minerals as well, there is no fair price and no local value creation. It is only the raw material that is exported. To change this, the African Continental Free Trade Area is of central importance. UNIDO is your partner in the implementation of this great project. Africa needs to be able to fairly participate in global trade. Product and price dumping by industrialized countries must end. Necessary is free access, for example, to the European market. German minister, you are a frontrunner for this, or could be a frontrunner for this. And there must be fair access to the world finance markets and an end to unacceptable interest rates in African countries. Moreover, we need to finally agree on a debt relief for LDCs and developing countries. Fourth, progress by innovation and industrialization. Innovative, modern, and sustainable agriculture can triple or tenfold increase yields within years. Climate change is hitting African agriculture hard. In response, farmers need new climate-resistant crop varieties, novel breeding and cultivation methods. Progress requires even the skills training for farmers and the use of digitalization and AI. And this must be true for men and women equally. Fifth, protection of natural resources. The preservation of natural resources is crucial, so there is a huge importance of modern methods of water management, forest preservation, and soil conservation. Billions of people also depend on fishing, as well as the oceans must be protected from overfishing and illegal fishing. Africa's fishing rights must be monitored and enforced. Ladies and gentlemen, UNIDO is your partner. With our current study now, we show not only in theory how it can be done. Already we invest in agro-parks, in innovation and technology, in skills training in almost every African country. And today, I'm very pleased to announce the establishment of the China-Africa UNIDO Center of Excellence here in Addis. We opened it yesterday. I always like to be concrete. A center of excellence for innovative agricultural technologies, digitalization, AI, and renewable energies. They use the latest technologies. We have already begun building it together with our partners, the Ethiopian government, the China International Development Cooperation Agency, and there my special thanks to Director Liu. Ladies and gentlemen, our study shows exactly how we have the technology and the knowledge necessary. And this study shows even what the costs are, very important. What are the costs for a world without hunger? Yeah, think about this. Politicians in the world, think about this. You are responsible for this. The costs to create a world without hunger needs additional investments of $50 billion annually over the next 10 years. 50 billion yearly additional over the next 10 years. With a total of $500 billion until 2035, we can reach this most important goal for all of humanity. The money exists in the world. Worldwide spending in military and armaments amounts to 2.5 billion a year. Trillion, not billion, trillion. 2% of it would finance a world without hunger. Think about this. 2% of the spending for military we would need to finance a world without hunger. Ladies and gentlemen, let us end wars, let us end hunger. What we need is the political will to act now. We do have the technology, the knowledge, the money is there. What is missing, that is the political will of political leaders in the world. And this conference is helping create a new image of Africa, Abi. That is what we need even in Europe, in the world, in China, in Japan, in America. And Africa on the move. We can see it here in Addis. An Africa in transition towards a bright future, a green future. An Africa where investors are welcome and can be sure to stable and safe conditions. UNIDO is your partner. Ending hunger and poverty is possible for the children of Africa and the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gerd Muller, Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, for those insightful remarks. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, would you give him another big round of applause as an organizer, co-organizer of this grand gathering. Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, next we are honored to hear from His Excellency Mr. Musa Faki Mohammed, the Chairperson of the African Union.
Your Excellency, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Your Highness, Sheikh Khalid, Your Excellency, Dr. Gerd Muller, Director General of UNIDO, Honorable Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, dear brother, thank you for inviting us here in this place. This place is Adwa Museum to celebrate the victory of Ethiopia, of Africa against colonialism. it was possible. It was possible. It is the best place, at least symbolically, to celebrate our victory against hunger. It is possible. I'm delighted to join you today to reflect upon a very crucial topic that envisions a world without hunger. This is indeed an aspiration that the world, and particularly Africa, hopes to achieve in our lifetime. But decade after decade, we keep missing the target. In 2014, African head of state and government adopted the Malabo Declaration on the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, CADEP, with a goal of ending hunger by 2025. 1 year before the end of the Malabo CADEP Declaration, Africa is not on track to end hunger. We are, unfortunately, still far from the target. In fact, according to the FAO, over 280 million Africans, representing 20% of the continent's population, are food insecure, and over 850 million people cannot afford a healthy diet. It is worrisome that the global hunger statistics are declining in every other part of the world except in Africa. And paradoxically, 6% of the world's unexploited arable land is here in Africa. We also put the youngest population and the significant freshwater reserves. It is unacceptable. In fact, I would say it is a crying shame that with all these resources, Africa still cannot feed herself. This has to change. It is my sincere hope that this conference will provide us with fresh insights on how to tackle the main drivers of hunger in Africa and provide tangible outcomes on how to reverse the situation. On our part, the African Union has led the development of a new 10-year CADEP strategy and action plan, 2026-2035, that aims to build resilient and sustainable agri-food systems for a healthy and prosperous Africa, in line with the aspiration of Agenda 2063. Overall, the CADEP strategy and action plan aims to boost food production, expand value addition, boost intra-African trade, create jobs for our youth and women, and build inclusive agri-food value chains. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our current focus should be concrete and translated in relevant strategies, such as 1, intensifying sustainable food production. 2, boost investment and financing in transforming agri-food systems. 3, advance inclusivity and equitable livelihoods. 4, build resilient agri-food systems that can withstand and adapt to various shocks. 5, strengthening agri-food systems governance to improve the quality of implementation at national level. I'm happy that several topics on the agenda of this conference are aligned with the objectives of the African Union Plan. The outcomes of this conference will no doubt inform implementation of Africa's strategy and action plan. Let me outline one more point related to the lessons learned. In fact, we have learned from 20 years of CADEP that we must do more to improve the quality and the pace of implementation on the ground. It is in this regard that I request our development partners and other key stakeholders to align their technical and financial resources to the CADEP strategy and action plan for agri-food system transformation. This is the only way that we can defeat hunger in Africa over the coming decades. We must not miss this opportunity. We must act now, not tomorrow. In line with this, I would like to recognize the role that His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of Ethiopia, has been playing as a CADEP champion, and to look forward to his continued leadership in steering the continent towards the implementation of the African Union Strategy and Action Plan. I want to commend you, my brother, also for this great initiative, Green Legacy, and also for promoting agriculture in Ethiopia, from importer to become exporter. At this juncture, let me take the opportunity to thank also UNIDO, the governments of Germany and the government of Ethiopia for collaborating with the African Union Commission in organizing this World Without Hunger conference. But before I end my remarks, I would like to formally invite all of you to an extraordinary summit on January 9th, 11th, 2025 in Kampala, Uganda, that the African Union is organizing jointly with the government of Uganda. The summit will make landmark decisions that will shape Africa's agri-food systems transformation for the next decade. I therefore look forward to welcoming you to the summit in Kampala, and I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Chairperson Musa Faki Mahamat, for your inspiring words and vision for Africa. Now, I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Samaila Zubairu, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Africa Finance Corporation. A warm round of applause as he takes the stage.
Good morning, Your Excellencies. Our host, His Excellency Prime Minister Abiy Mohammed, Your Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi and Chairman of Abu Dhabi Executive Council, Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Jed Mula, Chairperson of the AU Commission, His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Honorable Ministers, distinguished partners, allow me to stand on the existing protocol. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we come together under the banner of a shared vision, ending hunger across Africa and beyond. Much has been said already by our distinguished speakers about the dire impacts of food insecurity on life and livelihoods. I commend UNIDO, the African Union, the Republic of Ethiopia, and the FAO for convening this critical forum and setting the framework for meaningful discussions and actionable outcomes. The themes of this conference resonate deeply with our core mandate at the Africa Finance Corporation, which is building transformative infrastructure that enables industrialization, maximizes local value production, reduces dependency on imports, and fosters partnership to mobilize domestic resources. Our focus on industrialization is driven by the conviction that Africa's prosperity lies in producing value locally, creating sustainable jobs, and building resilient economies. This means that we must have intentional strategies to capture and retain value, on the continent. It means that we must take ownership of our development. It means that we must fund our development. It means that we must demonstrate that we have a strategy that others can follow and support. It is clearly easier to have a conversation that this is what I'm doing, how can we work together, as opposed to say, I need help. So we must demonstrate what we're doing and how successful it is and ask for people to join us. My address to you is grounded by actions that I know to be achievable now. Practical steps that can be scaled to end hunger across Africa. Why? Because Africa holds the key to a sustainable solution to this global problem. With rich agricultural resources and roughly 60% of the world's uncultivated arable land, no African should face hunger when our continent has the capacity to feed itself and the world. Each year, we lose billions of dollars worth of goods to post-harvest losses, while paradoxically spending up to $60 billion to import food. We know this can change. We've seen examples worldwide. We have several lessons from Brazil and India and other places that have overcome food insecurity through targeted policies, strategic investments, and sustainable agricultural practices that are focused on building institutions, lasting pragmatic institutions that make change happen. At AFC, we are implementing these principles through time-tested initiatives like special economic zones and industrial parks. We have built quite a number of these across Africa, and we think that this is how we can see tangible results going forward. Let me be clear, we're not looking at the blank canvas. There are several ongoing initiatives that we can build upon with collaboration and partnerships. An agricultural revolution is already underway, and we can see that already in certain special economic zones across Africa, replacing food imports, solving food insecurity, and creating high-value jobs. And with the right policies, commitments, and practical steps, these exceptional examples can become the norm. And I'll give you an example. About 3 years ago, we had a retreat, and we commissioned the special economic zone in Togo and Benin. And in looking at the value chains that we're going to address, we saw that there was a lot of soya in that area. And we saw that we know that there's soya all across Africa. So we said we're going to target edible oils as one of the examples of how we can demonstrate what is possible. Africa imports about 10 million tons per annum of edible oil. So we said, well, let's try and target just 10% of that. Let's see what is possible. So today, we have 210,000 tons processing capacity in Benin Republic. We have 210,000 tons processing capacity in Togo. We are scaling the facility in Benin Republic by an additional 60,000 tons. We are building an additional 200,000 tons in Nigeria, 60,000 tons in Ghana, 100,000 tons in Chad, 100,000 tons in Cameroon, and 100,000 tons in the Republic of Congo. Now, what does this do? This has already created 4,000 jobs in the two zones that are working in Benin and in Togo. And we know that by the time we scale up to 1 million tons, we'll have at least 7,500 jobs created. What is also important is that we are preventing or stopping the import of soya meals into Africa in certain areas. So in Ghana and in Senegal, they are buying from Togo currently. So we already see continental free trade in action. We already see import substitution in action, and this clearly can be replicated. I'll give another example. We have the Pan-African Meat Company in Chad. There we have a special economic zone, again, focused on livestock. I don't know how many of you know this, but Chad has over 126 million livestock. 126 million, and growing. They have a core rate of about 8%. So what that means is that they can produce or generate exports of $2 billion annually. We have the first abattoir there already in operation, and we're building the second abattoir there. The whole idea is to substitute imports from Argentina and Brazil, and we're already seeing that in action. So the Republic of Gabon, Angola, are already importing beef from Chad. This is replacing imports from Argentina and Brazil. And you all know the carbon emissions of exporting beef 6,000 miles. We all know the significant greenhouse gas emissions that is being saved by buying locally from Chad. So we think that we need to find ways to do more of this. Now, we're employing 4,000 people in that zone, and we think that we can do more. We also think that there's a lot of opportunity to do poultry operations in DRC, Republic of Congo, and Gabon. I'll give you another example. Cashew. We set up 90,000 metric ton facility in Benin Republic. It employs 4,000 people, and we think that there's capacity to replicate this in several other African countries. Now, you know, they say 3 is a trend, and I've given you 3 examples. I'll give you a 4th example in a totally different place, which is in Zambia, Angola, and DRC. There, we're working on the Lobito Corridor. So the Lobito Corridor is one of those projects that was conceived as a way of providing access to landlocked countries, or what the president calls landlinked countries. And it is 800 kilometers of rail from northwest Zambia to Luokano in Angola. The idea was originally around diversifying supply chains for green minerals. But interestingly, we've had more inquiries on agricultural value chains than even from the minerals. So the miners are already operating, but they're operating mainly from the Lobito Atlantic Rail Corridor, which is from DRC into Angola. So there we have traffic. But on the new project, the new rail line from northwest Zambia to Luokano, it is the agricultural value chain that is more interesting. So we can clearly see the potential of generating demand when you build infrastructure. So these special economic zones are anchors of productivity that quickly achieve economies of scale and offer a steady source for off-takers. Reliable demand prevents food waste, while consistent production provides a foundation for economic resilience. At full scale, our food security initiatives have the potential to employ over 30,000 people and fundamentally reshape Africa's agri-goods sector. But to realize this potential, we need the right policies and conditioners to intentionally nurture import substitution industries. We need clear avenues for private investments, concessional funding, and public-private partnerships. Again, we need institutions that are built and focused on providing pragmatic solutions, working with farmers, working with investors to ensure that every roadblock they come across, there's a solution for it, and there's a party they can talk to provide the solutions. AFC's mandate is to enable structural transformation of African economies, to capture more value within the continent. This mission drives us to end hunger by fostering economic empowerment and resilient growth. ARISE IIP, which is ARISE Integrated Industrial Platform, is an active discussion with multiple countries as off-takers for locally produced goods. For example, the UAE has expressed interest in sourcing food and livestock from Africa, and we're in conversations with them. My good friend Sheikh Shakbud has been in several conversations on how we can export livestock and foods to the UAE. Steps to refine food security and trade partnerships are possible. We have inquiries from African countries, like I mentioned. We have inquiries from Saudi Arabia and several other Gulf countries on how they can integrate their food value chains into Africa, and we know that this is possible. Through our agro-processing zones, we're not just tackling food poverty, we're providing physical and economic access to food. We're building resilient supply chains and creating jobs, empowering people with the means to sustain themselves and their families. As we consider the guiding questions for this conference, two critical themes emerge. How can we accelerate sustainable agro-industrialization and infrastructure for smallholders and agribusinesses? And what partnerships and investments are needed to create equitable, resilient food systems that strengthen supply chains and foster fair trade? These questions, framed by UNIDO and our partners, demand robust discussion and committed partnerships. At AFC, we have an action plan, and with the support of those in this room, we can rapidly scale our impact on Africa's food security. We are grateful to our partners, UNIDO, the African Union, the Government of Ethiopia, AFDB, Afrexim, Badia, and others that we work with, and we invite other DFIs and finance partners to join us in scaling up the special economic zones projects that we have that can solve the food security problem that we have on the continent. Public-private partnerships are crucial to achieving SDG 2, which is ending hunger, and SDG 9, building resilient, inclusive infrastructure. By integrating these goals, we create a powerful synergy that strengthens food systems, drives economic growth, and paves the way for sustainable agricultural practices across the continent. Together, we have the opportunity to transform agriculture from subsistence to sustainability, from survival to prosperity. Let us seize this moment to build a continent where hunger is a memory and food security is a shared reality. Let us move from commitment to actions starting today. Thank you for your attention.
We thank you very much, Mr. Samaila Zubairu, the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Africa Finance Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, join us in thanking Mr. Samaila for his remarks. Your Highness, Your Excellencies, Honorable ladies and gentlemen, driven by initiatives such as Made in Ethiopia, spearheaded by our Prime Minister, Ethiopia is currently experiencing transformative reforms in its industrial sector. It is now my honor to invite His Excellency Melaku Allebel, the Minister of Industry for the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, for brief welcoming remarks. We request His Excellency to then take the honor of inviting our esteemed guest of honor for the keynote address. Join us in warmly welcoming His Excellency to the stage.
Your Excellency, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Government of Ethiopia, Your Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the AU Commission, Mr. Gordon Muller, Director General of UNIDO, Your Excellency, United Arab Emirates Crown Prince, Excellencies Ministers, Ambassadors, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Addis Ababa, a city that stands as a beacon of African unity, resilience, and progress. On behalf of the Government of Ethiopia, I extend my deepest gratitude to UNIDO and its esteemed Director General, Gerd Muller, for his opportunity to host the World Without Hunger Conference here in Addis Ababa. Bringing together minds and hearts committed to ending hunger is a profound honor and tremendous responsibility, one that Ethiopia deeply values. It is a golden opportunity to deepen our shared commitment to ending hunger and creating resilient, sustainable food system that serves communities worldwide. For the past decades, Ethiopia has been on a purposeful journey towards economic transformation, grounded in the belief that by strengthening our agriculture and industrial sector, we can unlock unprecedented opportunities for prosperity and food security. Agriculture has been and remains the backbone of our economy, yet we recognized early on that to harness our full potential, we had to transition from traditional farming practice to a diversified agro-processing and agribusiness model that adds value and empowers our people. More than an economic initiative, the Made in Ethiopia movement is our national blueprint for a resilient, self-sufficient economy, one that attracts private investment and transforms agriculture outputs into high-value products. This movement symbolizes Ethiopia's vision for a hunger-free future, and it reflects our commitment to become a model in building sustainable manufacturing industry development in Africa. Through Made in Ethiopia movement, we are not only committed to increasing food production, but also to ensuring food is affordable, accessible, and nutritious for all. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the heart of Ethiopia's effort to build sustainable food system are our integrated agro-industrial parks. Strategically located across the country, these parks support all phases of agribusiness, from raw material processing to market distribution. Integrated agro-industry parks addresses historical limitations by connecting smallholder farmers to industrial process that converts agricultural outputs into high-value products, creating vital linkages with our food system. By prioritizing opportunities for women and youth, these parks are not just hubs of economic activity, but engines of social empowerment. Today, Ethiopia is proud to be a regional exporter of processed food, coffee, honey, and other products that brings added value to our local resources and enhance our presence in global markets. A robust partnership with the private sector is essential to Ethiopia's mission of ending hunger and achieving food security. Our public-private partnership have fostered a business environment that supports both local enterprises and international investors. This partnership contributes significantly to Ethiopia's inclusive growth, allowing our agribusiness sector to address national food security needs while also contributing to global hunger eradication. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we celebrate the progress we have made, but we are also aware of the global challenge that remains climate change, economic volatility, and resource scarcity. Ethiopia is fully committed to addressing these challenges, both within our borders and as part of a larger global mission. As we expand our integrated agro-industry parks and deepen international partnerships, we believe that Ethiopia's experience and innovation can inspire other countries to build their own sustainable food systems, reduce poverty, and drive economic growth. Today, I extend a warm invitation to all of you, governments, development partners, private investors, and international organizations to join us in the transformative journey towards a hunger-free world. Let us work together to build sustainable food system, invest in agribusiness infrastructure, and modernize agriculture practice that serves our global population. Through shared vision and collective action, we can overcome the barriers to food security and achieve a sustainable, hunger-free future for all. I thank you for your commitment, your passion, and your partnership. Together, let us build our world where food security and economic opportunity are accessible to every community. I would like to call upon His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, to give an opening speech in this big gathering. I thank you very much.
Your Highness, Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, Excellency Mustafa Ki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellency Gerd Muller, Director General of UNIDO, Honorable Agenyo Tashagar, the Speaker of the House of Federation, Excellency Deputy Prime Minister Tamasgen Truna, Ministers, Ambassadors, invited guests, እንኳን በደህና ወደ ቀደምት ምድር ኢትዮጵያ መጣችሁ. Welcome to Ethiopia, to the oldest civilization, the cradle of humankind, the birthplace of coffee, home to renowned athletes, keeper of the unique alphabet and calendar. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to express my gratitude to UNIDO and my good friend Gerd Muller for co-hosting this convening. When we committed to achieving zero hunger as a global community, we could not have foreseen how climate change, natural disasters, the COVID-19 pandemic, and escalating global conflicts would divert us from this noble goal. Yet, the complexity of these challenges has only underscored the urgent need to redouble our efforts toward food security. In a crisis-prone world, with a growing population, ensuring food security demands innovative solutions. We must adopt sustainable practice, advance modern farming, expand access to essential agricultural inputs, and address climate change to enhance productivity. However, ending world hunger is about more than just increasing productivity. It requires us to tackle systemic issues such as poverty, inequality, and climate resilience in a holistic manner. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ethiopia has made significant progress towards achieving food security for all its citizens. However, ongoing challenges persist throughout the Ethiopian food system, spanning production, distribution, and consumption. Production diversity and productivity are constrained by limited access to essential inputs, including fertilizers, seeds, and modern agricultural technologies. Additionally, population growth and agricultural intensification have led to soil erosion, land degradation, and deforestation over time. Responding to these issues requires reducing agricultural greenhouse gas emission while simultaneously building resilience to ongoing climate change and extreme weather events. Over the past 6 years, our focus on agricultural transformation and productivity has enabled us to double our cultivated land, and our emphasis on high-value industrial crops is yielding promising outcomes. We have made significant gains in drought-resistant crops like wheat, teff, maize, and sorghum. Transformative initiatives such as our Green Legacy program, launched in 2019, aim to combat climate change and enhance agricultural productivity. To date, we have planted 40 billion seedlings with a target of 50 billion by 2026. Expanding our forest cover by more than 6% within 5 years has helped restore our ecosystem and improve soil fertility, creating better conditions for sustainable agriculture. Additionally, our strategic focus on wheat production marks a significant achievement. Through expanded irrigated farming and modernizing agricultural practices, Ethiopia produced 230 million quintal of wheat in the past year. Of this, irrigated wheat alone contributed 107 million quintals cultivated across 3 million hectares. These off-season interventions have been pivotal to our success. Building a resilient food system also requires integrating agriculture with industry to maximize value. Integrated agro-industrial parks play a key role by providing processing facilities, storage, and market access, transforming raw products into high-value goods for local and global markets. Our investments in these parks have reduced post-harvest loss by 30% and boosted farmers' incomes by 20% and created thousands of jobs. Despite inflation, economic volatility, and global uncertainty, we have been making consistent efforts to reduce the national poverty. In doing so, Ethiopia is committed to expanding agro-industrialization and implementing inclusive policies that promote equitable progress for all segments of society. Your Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to combat hunger, we need to transform our food systems by moving beyond traditional agricultural practices and embracing agro-industrialization. This involves investing in agricultural inputs, energy access, and processing technologies with prioritizing food security. Achieving success in this endeavor requires a collaboration approach between governments, the private sector, farmers, researchers, and international organizations working together. Finally, let me extend my gratitude to UNIDO for their unwavering support of Africa and for championing this cause. As I conclude, I am confident that we will arrive at landmark decisions that will help us accelerate our progress towards achieving our goals. I thank you very much and enjoy your stay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Prime Minister Dr. Abiy Ahmed of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, for your highly insightful remarks and for officially opening the World Without Hunger Conference. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause again. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulating the Government of Ethiopia for successfully co-hosting this grand conference along with UNIDO and the African Union Commission. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please now stand from your seats to bid farewell to our guest of honor, His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and other esteemed high-level dignitaries who will be departing now. Thank you so very much, His Excellency, Prime Minister, and Excellency dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please give a big round of applause in bidding farewell to His Excellency the Prime Minister and other esteemed high-level dignitaries. Thank you very much. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we proceed to our next program. Thank you so very much once again and welcome to Ethiopia, Addis Ababa.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the World Without Hunger Conference, proudly co-hosted by the UNIDO, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, the African Union Commission, and the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia with technical assistance from the FAO. Thank you once again, all of you, for coming to Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia and the diplomatic seat of the African Union, and home to a host of international organizations. We have gathered here at the heart of the city at the Adwa Victory Memorial, a grand place of incredible historical significance, highlighting great African symbol of defiance. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the World Without Hunger Conference has officially been opened by His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, for a 3-day deliberation in the presence of a host of high-level dignitaries. At this outset, please allow us to remind you of our kind sponsors, including Africa Finance Corporation, African Development Bank, OCP Africa, Xicheng District, Beijing Huachan Catering Holding Group, Blue Nile, Mashereg Bank, DHL, Fairtrade Africa, Class, Hilton Addis Ababa, Ethiopian Holidays, and Ethio Telecom, to whom we would like you all to give a big round of thank you applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to all our sponsors once again.
And as the Director General of UNIDO said in his remarks this morning, we are making a bold and courageous statement by saying a world without hunger is indeed possible. But in order to achieve food security, we must not only look at it as the availability of food. We also need to address income levels and economic stability. This requires investment in job creation, fair wages, and also inclusive economic opportunities. And furthermore, food security is connected to other critical factors, looking at access to education, access to healthcare, and infrastructure, to name just a few. And these are some of the critical elements that we'll be looking at during the 3 days of this conference. Integrating these elements holistically can foster a more resilient and self-sustaining food system.
Once again, a very good morning to all of you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the World Without Hunger Conference. After attending to the high-level statements, we shall now continue with our proceedings for the day. It's a very intense session where we're going to dive into how to address hunger collectively. In the high-level statements, we have seen the dedication of the leadership to tackle this issue together, and indeed with committed leadership, with collaboration with each and every one of us, it is possible to create a world without hunger. Just to give you a brief highlight of what we're going to achieve in the coming 3 days. Day 1 focuses on understanding global hunger, examining its root causes like climate change, economic instability, and conflict. So today is all about grounding ourselves in the scope and urgency of the hunger crisis. Moving on to day 2, we're going to shift into action. Day 2 features the highly anticipated global leaders debate. We're going to have an investment forum for sustainable agriculture and agro-processing projects and insights into the Ethiopia's post-harvest management practices. And then on day 3, we're going to emphasize on policy and commitment. So first on day 1, we discuss the challenges. On day 2, we shift into action. And on day 3, we focus on policy and putting into action the ideas that we come up with, the action plans that we come up with. So once again, thank you all so much for coming. Let's dive into this very intense session. My colleagues, myself, Tabitha John.
My name is Fiona Muthoni Naringwa.
And my name is Shmel Slemma.
So we will be moderating, we will be facilitating the sessions. Without further ado, I will hand the floor to our colleague, Fiona Muthoni, to moderate the coming session. Let's give a warm round of applause to all of you for coming today, for joining us, for showing us your commitment to tackle one of humanity's gravest challenges. Fiona, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Tabitha. I want to first engage the audience. Do we believe that a world without hunger is possible? Oh, I don't feel the confidence. Do we believe that a world without hunger is possible? Indeed, we do. And we're going to transition to the first session of the day that will set the stage. We're going to get a presentation that really plays a central role to the achievement of SDG 2. Ending hunger is possible, an income-generating approach through value addition. We're going to have a clear, data-driven overview of the UNIDO FAO study, which examines the current state of global hunger and lays out a concrete, achievable pathway to end it by 2030. We are privileged to have with us today the main authors behind this study. They bring wealth of expertise, dedication and innovation to the global fight to eradicate hunger. Help me welcome to the stage Mr. Maximo Torero, Chief Economist at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he comes to the stage. Help me welcome Ms. Karin Smoller, Executive Director, Shamba Center for Food and Climate as well. There she comes. Let's give her a warm round of applause as she comes to take her seat. Now we're going to dive right into the presentation. We'll begin with Mr. Maximo. The floor is yours.
Good morning to all. Good morning, Excellencies, Director of UNIDO, Minister of Agriculture of Germany, and ministers, thank you so much for being here. What I will do is a presentation together with my colleague Karin Smoller on how we look at this situation and how ending hunger is possible and what we need to do to achieve it. So let me first start with the numbers because it's important to understand the reality. If we don't know the reality, then we cannot do the things that we need to do to change that reality. So the first number that you see here is the latest number that we published in the SOFI this year in the G20 of Brazil, which shows that today we are in 733 million people in hunger. 733 million people. That number has increased substantially since COVID-19. And COVID-19 was something that nobody expected. It was something completely uncertain that hit us. But the number has remained high. But there are differences among regions. We see regions which are really improving, especially South America. We see regions that are not improving, and that's the case of Africa, which means that there is a huge opportunity to change what we are observing, because there are regions where we see policies and changes that are happening that we can implement and adapt to the realities of our countries. Now, what happens if we project this number and we go up to 2030? What you will observe is that the number will go in 2030 to 581.7 million people in hunger. That is exactly what we need to avoid. That is exactly what this conference is going against. Remaining and doing what we are doing today won't create the change that we need to have to be able to stay and reduce hunger to the minimum possible levels. Just if we take out COVID-19, that means that we will have had more than 100 million people less in hunger. It meant that the trend could have changed. So remember, that's an opportunity to us. Nobody thought COVID-19 was going to happen. So why we are not fast moving and put in the correct direction and accelerate the process? That's exactly what we want to do here, and that's exactly why we say that there is the opportunity of having a world without hunger, because there is clearly an opportunity. Some regions of the world today will be able to achieve that, and if we change, we will be able to achieve that. Now, one of the major challenges that we have is inequalities. Because if we want to move to a world without hunger and without poverty, poverty has slightly been improving, the blue bar here, and normally we produce 3-year averages to avoid any uncertainties. But you can see that poverty, the blue bar, has slightly improved, although, of course, in the last years has increased because of COVID-19. But inequalities has remained persistently high. And that structural problem, as the Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Ethiopia said, is something that we need to break. And the only way we can break inequalities is by building environments, by building infrastructure, by creating better distribution of income. And that's what will allow us not only to achieve the goal of a world without hunger, but also will allow us to achieve the goal sustainably for today and tomorrow. It's not just the today that we are worried. We are also worried about the tomorrow. And that is central in this process. Now, if we want to achieve that, there is one very important thing: productivity. And low agricultural productivity has been happening in the last years. If you look at the orange line here, is the total factor productivity for the low-income countries. And the blue is the global total factor productivity. The orange line is not moving in the correct direction, and the gap is increasing. And that implies increasing efficiencies in how we produce. But we have one more challenge, especially in the agri-food systems, is that we have to produce more with less. Because as we have heard, we need to produce more to avoid more greenhouse gas emissions. That means being more efficient in how we produce, and to avoid destruction of our biodiversity and our soils. That's where innovation and technology will play a crucial role, and that's what will allow to do this complex transformation that we need to achieve in the following years. Now, colleagues, the agri-food system is a sector that faces significant challenges, and all of our countries are facing significant challenges. In these bars, I show you the different drivers which are affecting what is happening today. The blue bar shows the impact over hunger of no driver, basically a low level of what we call the prevalence of undernourishment of 9%. But if we look at the different drivers, conflict, climate variability and extremes, economic slowdowns and downturns, and inequality, all of those increase substantially the hunger levels and the prevalence of undernourishment. Even if you look at the top part of each of the bars, the number has significantly increased between 2015 and 2023. So these drivers of conflict has increased substantially in the region. The driver of climate will increase. We have surpassed 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries today. That means that the frequency of climate events will increase. And if you ask me what this implies, it implies 5 things, at least. Increase in temperatures, droughts, lack of water, droughts or excess of water, floods, variability of the climate variables, which makes for the farmers more difficult to make optimal decisions when they live in a budget constraint, migration of species and migration of human beings. We have seen the migration of human capital from this region to other regions of the world. And 5, pests and diseases will evolve. And we are already observing that. So we are in that world, and that is the world that we have to face. We just finished the G7 meeting of Italy, of the development group and the agricultural group, and there is a proposal there that has been moved forward, which is to create a system of catastrophic insurance to handle 12 risks. 6 of those are climatic, but 1 of those is conflict. We need to attract private sector investment to accelerate the process, to minimize this risk, because we know today this will happen. So we need to be prepared to minimize those risks. But colleagues, I am not trying to tell you a picture that will go against this conference. On the contrary, what I am telling you is the reality. That's what we have. That's what we need to change. But this does not mean that we cannot achieve a world without hunger. We still believe, and we are very intense on this, working together with UNIDO and all the agencies and the G20 of Brazil with the Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, that we can achieve a world without hunger, but we need to start now to act and to create this agri-food system transformation that is important and needed. Why is this so important? Because this will require financing. Financing will be central. And this is a review that is in the document that was developed that shows the different level of financing that could be needed. For SDG 2 targets, the last information is around 780 million. But if we go to the whole agri-food system transformation, we're talking of trillions. Now, this of course requires new money, but also requires rebalancing the money that we use in a more effective way. And that's the whole agenda of how we can repurpose the government spending and the support to agriculture to get more efficiency in the way we use the resources. This also means that if we want to achieve and minimize the climate goals, agriculture needs to attract climate financing. When you go to any COP today, you will hear Agriculture creates emissions, 28% of emissions. Agriculture affects biodiversity. Agriculture affects soils. And nobody remembers that agriculture gives you the food, the right to food. Only 4% of the climate financing goes to the agri-food system transformation. That is unacceptable. Because this is the sector that will create the biggest change. It's the sector that has the space to improve. Energy is resolving by itself. Those are the two sectors, energy and agri-food systems. So we need to change the way of thinking. There is no world without agriculture. We need the food, the right to food. And that's what we need to empower and to keep working on it. The study updates the work of CERES that focus on how much was needed to resolve the SDG 2.1, taking into control issues of climate and environment. And where we find that the cost of inaction, because we were not able to achieve those $330 billion that were required, today we are talking of $540 billion. Remember, today we have less time. 2030 is very close, and we need to find a way to achieve this goal. So yes, we need additional financing, but we also need to use the other buckets of financing. Coordination of the investment of international financial organizations. We need to accelerate that process of coordination. It doesn't make any sense that we have global banks and regional banks and the IMF overlapping so much in how they invest their money. They need to better coordinate, and we have the right to ask that. We also need to attract private sector financing, and that is the de-risking on knowledge, but also de-risking on financing. And climate financing needs to be here. So there is a lot of opportunity to cover this additional money, and that's where we need to work. Let me focus on some of the diagnosis and the multiple and interaction and structural challenges that we have in the agri-food systems resulting in companion impacts. First, as I mentioned, a slowdown in agricultural productivity, lack of access to finance for the missing middle, small-scale producers and agri-food SMEs. And we have been hearing this story year after year after year after year. This is not new. Always we say, don't lack of access to finance. Now let's resolve the problem. It's not so complicated to resolve the problem. We need to de-risk a little bit, yes, but small farmers pay. We know that they pay. In the best practices that we have seen, we know that they are the ones who pay the first. But we need to be consistent in the financing system to the seasonality of agriculture. It's a different sector. It's not the business in the urban areas. We need to do financing that is consistent with the seasonality. Weak trade, regional integration, and highly concentrated markets dominated by a elite of firms. I was happy to hear today that the African Free Trade Agreement is starting to work. But we need to accelerate. We need to remove the non-tariff barriers. But we also need the support of developed countries to allow trade to flow and to put the standards that are reasonable and are based on science. Lack of agri-food processing, distribution, and retail. We need to improve the value chains, and poor quality of inadequate infrastructure on irrigation, roads, storage, and electricity. Colleagues, to all of this, we can bring solutions that are here in green. We can improve productivity. We have the technology to do it. You have seen what has happened in Ethiopia with wheat. You have seen what is happening in terms of irrigation. There is a lot of space in digital technologies. We can really create a transformation. We can improve access to finance. We can build new innovations on how we create better access to finance for the agri-food systems. We can have better trade and find ways to resolve the problem. It doesn't make any sense that when the price of fertilizers in Africa multiplied times 4 because of the war in Ukraine, the Dangote plant in Nigeria and the other plants of nitrogen in Nigeria were exporting 92% of their nitrogen to South America. These plants were built to distribute fertilizers in Africa, were supported by the IFC to build fertilizers in Africa. But the major challenges are related to trade and to financing. We need to resolve those problems. We need to invest in processing. We need to invest in reducing food loss and waste. That's a quick win. In the value chain, identify where the losses are. And we need to maintain the infrastructure. We have forgotten about the importance of infrastructure. It's not just main roads, it's also access roads. It's also irrigation, small, medium, and large. It's post-harvest infrastructure to minimize losses. We need to go. We know that investments in infrastructure is the way to reduce inequalities in this world. There is evidence on that. And of course, we need to improve our social protection systems. With the way we are evolving today and the way climate will affect us, we need social protection systems that are cash plus, are taking into account the velocity in which the people that will be affected are going to be affected. And this is not only in our countries. Look what is happening in Spain today. Look what happened in Valencia. The early warning systems didn't work. We need to do that across the world, and we need to learn from the best technologies in the world to be able to achieve that. Colleagues, we are starting this process. We are working with you on this. We are focusing on quick wins. Losses and waste is 30% of our production. Unacceptable today. On the losses side, we are working with creation of a new app that will allow us to crowdsource information. It's called the FLAP, to farmers, and give them solutions also. Not just ask them data, also provide them scientifically based solutions. But there are $400 billion that are being lost or wasted in a world that has 733 million people in hunger. How is this possible? This also creates emissions, significant amount of emissions. 10% of the emissions on the agri-food system are lost or wasted. So we need to do that, and we need to accelerate, especially in high-value commodities. Finally, we are working together with UNIDO in value chain development in our ASTA project, and we're trying to accelerate the transformation in value chains. Because we have to improve the value added, that this was mentioned. That's the only way. Value added on our commodities. Look of the countries that have succeeded, how they have succeeded by adding value. And you have the capacity to do that, from coffee to other commodities, to wheat, to high-value commodities. So that's the change that we want to observe. So let me stop there and now pass the floor to my colleagues. Thank you so much.
Okay, where to take us off from there? Can we get that slow slides back? So we've heard a lot about the challenges. We've heard a lot about the problems. We've heard something about the solutions, and I'm going to dive a bit deeper into what those solutions are, taking a lead from Director General Muller to say we want to focus on solutions here. So my first word is jobs. Why? Because this was the recurring theme at the annual World Bank and IMF meetings that happened last week in Washington, D.C. President Ajay Banga presented a new vision for the bank. He said, the World Bank is poised to embark on the next phase of our mission, ensuring job creation and employment are not the byproduct of our projects, but an explicit aim of them. So why do I mention that? Because I think this report, our report, comes at a very timely moment, because it's precisely this income-generating approach to ending hunger that is central to the job creation question. An income-generating approach based on, as we've heard from Maximo, increased productivity and incomes for the poorest and most vulnerable, and through value addition. In our report, we make the case for building efficient supply chains with a strong focus on low-carbon transport, storage, processing, and value addition. And we focus on prioritizing domestic economies. We look at the evidence for making agriculture more diverse, more productive, and more mechanized. We look at food systems as industrial systems, as circular industrial systems. And it's what UNIDO has been promoting for over 20 years and embedded in the growing number of national circular economy roadmaps that UNIDO supports. We also move beyond social protection, as Maximo said. We move beyond social protection as a simple transfer of cash to the poor, to making these programs more productive, to boost skills and jobs, and to increase incomes. It's what the government of Ethiopia has been doing for years, highly successfully, and one of the gold standards on social protection. So the Productive Safety Net program, the PSNP, has precisely been doing that, giving people cash for productive purposes rather than just cash to consume. We heard from Maximo that the current cost to end hunger, we also heard it from Mr. Muller, is an extra $540 billion. 210 billion more than when we estimated it a few years ago in 2020 when we published the Series 2030 report. That's the cost of inaction. 4 years, and the bill is 210 billion more. Nearly half of those additional public investments, so nearly half of the 540 billion, is associated with large and recurrent social protection payments. But the reality is, this option of very large and recurrent social protection payments is not fiscally sustainable for most countries and most partners. We've got stagnating aid budgets, and we've got very high debt burdens. Pure cash transfers may not necessarily be desirable either, because it locks governments and the poor into a recurring payment relationship, keeping people trapped in hunger. So that's why in this report we propose a different way to end hunger. Let me help you visualize it in 6 steps. So solution 1, as you've all been hearing, is about productivity, or what I prefer to call efficiencies on the farm. We still have a long way to go, but this is about improving efficiency rather than just focusing on production alone. Producing more with less, and producing it in the places that need it. Because we know that the problem is not the lack of food at the global scale. We produce enough food to feed everyone. We have produced enough food to feed everyone for decades. The problem is the discrepancy between where it's produced and where it's consumed, and the lack of the means for vulnerable populations to buy it. That's why we take an income-generating approach to ending hunger in this report. We've heard earlier about some successes in productivity gains. Maximo's repeated that. We do need that on-farm efficiency. But as Maximo said, we still need infrastructure, and that's solution 2. Irrigation, electricity, rural roads, storage, and I would argue that we need to start where it matters most, reducing post-harvest losses. That's what UNIDO and FAO spend so much of their time investing in. That's what we heard from the President and CEO of the Africa Finance Corporation. This is where I would start. This is where the evidence is saying we have the biggest gains to make. As Maximo said, $400 billion of value wasted because of poor post-harvest losses. 20% of food is lost post-harvest in Africa. Up to half the fruits and vegetables are lost post-harvest in Africa. But reducing these losses means building industries. And those industries have to be low carbon, they have to be distributed, not centralized, and they have to be more resilient and affordable for small-scale producers and SMEs. Third solution: processing, distribution, and logistics. So what we found in the report is that investing in agri-food processing, particularly processing by SMEs, small and medium enterprises, in domestic and cross-border markets is absolutely critical and a priority for now. There's growing demand for processed food, but there's also currently a scarcity of skilled labor to take on these industrial jobs. In a recent study in Ethiopia, Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa, mechanized firms reported that they had skills gaps 40% of the time, and the automated firms reported skills gaps 52% of the time. UNIDO does a huge amount to build that entrepreneurship, to build those skills. It's not enough. We need much more effort to build that skill. Efforts to invest in vocational training, but also to increase university enrollments in science, technology, engineering, and maths. Food safety measures need to accompany this industrial agri-food processing. Basic food preservations that are not costly, like drying and fermentation, or slightly more advanced industrial processes, like pasteurization and food fortification. I found it interesting in preparing for this report that UNIDO has actually been investing in a lot of low-carbon industrial processes in other sectors of the economy, in the resource-efficient and cleaner production programs. What I think would be interesting to see if there's lessons learned from UNIDO's experiences in those other sectors that we can now apply to the agri-food sectors. Fourth, as Maximo said, absolutely critical, trade, and I would add competition policy combined with stronger regional integration. Here, what we're talking about is getting rid of harmful trade policies like export bans and export restrictions, which are still often used across the world. We're talking about getting rid of harmful subsidies. We're talking about trade facilitation. And we're talking about better enforcement of competition law and policy. The trade costs in Ethiopia and Nigeria alone have been estimated to be 4 or 5 times higher than in the US. Now, the Africa Free Trade Continental Agreement is trying to govern all these issues, covers all these issues, but there's very little enforcement. Just the competition protocol alone has not yet been ratified, let alone started the enforcement process. And without an African competition regulator, like we see in the European Union or in the United States, and without effective trade governance, these additional investments that are made in these other parts of the value chain are not going to generate decent incomes. I want to emphasize again why competition regulation is critically important here. If you look at the FAO's food price index, you see that when food prices rise in developing countries, they stay there. They don't go back down, as we see in other parts of the world. Foodflation remains stubbornly high in most developing countries. Still today, this many years after the 2019 COVID pandemic. There are multiple reasons for it, but it's also partly because of collusion between the few firms that dominate fertilizer sector, feed sector, poultry sector, retail sector. These firms often work together to fix prices and maintain them high. And so preventing such predatory behavior with stronger competition enforcement is critical to ending hunger. Now the big one, because as Maximo said, without trade and finance, it's nice to have all these good solutions, but they won't work. So finance is the 5th solution. We know there's huge additional financing needs for huge global challenges. What I want to focus on is the financing needs of the most underserved groups, what we like to call the missing middle. We're talking about small-scale producers and SMEs who are looking for loans between $25,000 and $2 million. That's the group I want to focus on. That's the group that I think we need to prioritize for access to finance. Many of these groups of producers and SMEs, serve domestic markets and work in domestic currencies. And they're particularly challenged because they often don't have the foreign contract to be able to, that's in hard currency, to be able to then lend. The estimates show that between the domestic and regional lenders currently, they're only meeting about a third of the $160 billion financing need for these SMEs in sub-Saharan Africa and in Southeast Asia. Strengthening these relationships and trust is key to unlocking more working capital for this missing middle. When you read the report, you'll see that there's several strategies that we put forward to make this happen. But absolutely critical to all of this, and I think the President and CEO of Africa Foundation alluded to a lot of this in his presentation, is the role, the increased participation by domestic banks and by non-bank finance institutions. If I understood correctly, a lot of the supporters of this event are domestic or regional financial institutions. It's time for you to step up. One thing that governments could consider is a priority lending policy, whereby the government mandates the commercial banks to lend to those underserved sectors. Doesn't necessarily require that lending takes place on cheaper terms, but rather that larger volumes of debt financing ends up in riskier sectors that have high social and economic returns. But this finance question, if we can unlock this, we solve a huge part of the puzzle. Our last solution, coming back full circle to social protection. So imagine if we could use social protection programs, not just as mere cash transfers, but accompanied with microcredit and with upskilling programs that would make more productive use of the cash transfer programs. It would be great in the next few days if we hear more about this Ethiopian productive safety net program that is absolutely critical to making to this experiment on the continent. A world without hunger is possible. We know how to do it. We know how much it would cost. And if we take this industrial development approach, where job creation and income generation is prioritized, we could build that lasting path towards a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Marimo and Ms. Karin, for taking us through a study that really underscores the urgent truth. We all actually have a role to play in it. The time to act is now. This study has really illuminated a clear pathway of what we need to do. So ladies and gentlemen, join me once again in thanking our speakers as they take their seats. Thank you so much for taking us through this study. I would like now to invite Tabitha to take us through the next session.
All right, thank you very much, Fiona, for an excellent moderation on that session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is so much an honor to invite you to the next segment, and that is, we have a special announcement from the Africa Youth Agribusiness Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, the tomorrow belongs to our youth. What we do today, the hunger-free world that we create for today, belongs to our youth. It is now a pleasure to welcome to the stage Ms. Josepha Sacco, the Commissioner of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment at the African Union Commission. Ms. Josepha will announce this special announcement from the youth. Join us in warmly welcoming Ms. Josepha Sacco to the stage. Ms. Josepha Sacco is now approaching the stage and will announce to us the special announcement on the Africa Youth Agribusiness Forum, a testament to the power of the youth in transforming agriculture, driving innovations, and leading us towards a sustainable future. Ms. Josefa, the stage is now yours. And the youth who will be handing out the call to action, let me see you over here as well. The youth who will be handing out the call to action, they are right here. Excellent. Ms. Josefa Sako, what is the special announcement?
Thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. I would like to say that yesterday we had the Youth Agribusiness Forum, and I know that the representative of the youth is here. She will come to announce us a call for action, because yesterday we had a very productive dialogue with the youth, and we have the conclusion. If the representative of the youth is around, please come and present your call of action.
The youth representatives, you're being called to the stage.
The lady from Eswatini.
Yes.
Is she around?
She is.
Please, we'll invite you to come here and present. This is really coming from the youth that were here yesterday, that were at the headquarters yesterday.
Ladies and gentlemen,
she will present.
Join us in welcoming the youth, to whom we hand over tomorrow to whom we create a world without hunger for, the next generation. Welcome.
All right, thank you, Your Excellency. On behalf of young people from across Africa that we have spent the past month rethinking what the future looks like for us in designing solutions that work for us as young agripreneurs within the continent. We have spent weeks rethinking. We have worked online, and yesterday was the climax where we spent time together with partners, farmer organizations, and collectively, we have proposed a call to action points that our governments should put in place and implement in order to create economic opportunities as well as empower young farmers and young agripreneurs within the African continent. This call to action has a set of points which I shall just quickly run through, that we urge our leaders to take action in order to create economic opportunities for young agripreneurs and young people in Africa.
All right, before we have that call to action presented, let's warmly welcome to the stage Mr. Cem Özdemir, Minister of Agriculture, Germany, and Mr. Gerd Müller, the Director General of UNIDO, to join us here on stage so that they can attend to the call of action and so that they can receive the call of action from the youth representatives. Your Excellencies, please take your seats, and we'll have the youth briefly go through that call to action before you receive it.
We, the youth across Africa, we stayed together yesterday and we decided what also we need to do before we request. First, we'll be driving innovation, resilience, and sustainability. Second, we serve as agri-service providers. Third, we raise awareness into policy and impactful solution. Fourth, we contribute into development of research. Fifth, we effectively and justify utilization of incentive. Sixth, we contribute our skills and innovation. Seventh, we combat waste and post-harvest losses. Eighth, we organize our farmers group. What we argue for African leaders and other stakeholders. We need to collaborate in advancing land access. As young people, we really face so much issue of access to land, and we need your support into access the land. Second, we need your support in strengthening policies that ensure access to essential resources. Third, we need to cooperate, prioritize, and implement robust vocation training. Fourth, we need to create partnership between young people and also other stakeholders in bringing the solution that will impact young people. Fifth, we need you, the stakeholders and African leaders, to create supportive framework and friendly environment to the young people. Six, we need you to provide dedicated training and credit facilitation. Seventh, we need you to operationalize government-supported collateral-free loan program to young people. Eighth, we need you to implement and collaborate a collaborative network. Ninth, we need you to empower us. We need you to empower young people, agri-entrepreneurs. Last and not least, we need you to provide efficient transport solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the youth representative. Now that we know the call to action, you can hand it over. And then we can take photos to mark this important occasion. The call to action is being handed over to His Excellency, Mr. Cem Özdemir, Minister of Agriculture, Germany, and Mr. Gerd Muller, the Director General of UNIDO. Photographers continue to take commemorative photos to mark this very important occasion. The youth, indeed, they are the owners of tomorrow. Let's give a warm round of applause as we take these commemorative photos. The call to action in hand. Thank you very much. Ms. Josefa and the youth representatives, you can now take your seats. And now let me invite you first, Mr. Cem Özdemir, to make brief remarks. Yeah, in the audience.
Excellency Sacco, dear Josefa, Director General Müller, dear Gerd, Excellencies, distinguished ministers, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, but in particular young farmers and agripreneurs. I'm glad to be here at this outstanding conference. It brings the world together under one common goal: to fight global hunger and to realize the right to food for all. And it builds bridges between generations. But let's not forget, we cannot fight hunger just by speeches. Let me be clear. The right to adequate food requires a safe and a peaceful environment and a human rights-based approach, which is a call to all of us, to all governments, because the human rights crisis, as the climate crisis, as the loss of biodiversity, as conflicts, as wars, is man-driven. So it's us who can end that. Yesterday, I had the honor to open the African Youth Agribusiness Forum in the African Union headquarters here in Addis Ababa. The conference was part of a flagship project that my ministry and the team of the African Union, under the leadership of Josefa Sacco, have set up, our common agricultural policy dialogue. At yesterday's forum, I was already deeply impressed by the young participants' spirit of innovation and their enormous motivation to change things for the better, as we've just heard. I'm very glad to have the chance to meet these highly committed young people again here today. My sincere thanks go to UNIDO, to the FAO, and Ethiopia for giving the floor to these young entrepreneurs and for honoring their achievements. Young agripreneurs, I have seen your well-elaborated call for action. It confirms me in my belief that we should rely upon young people to make our agriculture and food industries fit for the future. Your demands simply hit the nail on the head. Thank you very much for your great work. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our close collaboration with the African Union that brought me as a German minister to this conference today. I'm very grateful that this collaboration has become one of the main pillars of international cooperation from my ministry, not even 2 years after we launched our agricultural policy dialogue with the African Union. We have been drawing up this policy in an inclusive bottom-up process, hand in hand with our African counterparts and all stakeholders involved, and explicitly also with young people. Our focus is on sharing knowledge and experiences in both directions, African ownership and providing support to help African countries achieve self-sufficiency. These are the key words. Germany will remain at Africa's side as a reliable and trusted partner for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cem Özdemir, the Minister of Agriculture of Germany. Thank you for your remarks. Yes, please, sir. And also thank you for Germany's continued cooperation when it comes to supporting African countries be self-reliant in agriculture. And now I am very much pleased to welcome to the stage, to take the podium, His Excellency Mr. Gerd Müller, the UNIDO Director General, having received the call to action from the youth representatives.
Thank you so much again. To end hunger, it is possible and it is needed to be a top priority at the UN and at the G7 and the G20. They are responsible in the industrialized countries to bring support to the development countries. And therefore, I'm very grateful Minister Cem Özdemir from Germany for his great support, and especially the young generation. Think about my speech this morning. The average age in Africa is 20 years. 20 years. The young population. Within the next 25 years, until by 2050, Africans' population will double. Will double. Again, additional 1.2 billion young people. And that is, on the one hand, a challenge, on the one hand, the solution for the future. Therefore, we all have to invest in the young generation. Thank you so much, dear German Minister Cem Özdemir, Ms. Sacco, the Commissioner. Thank you so much, the generous contribution from the German Ministry of Agriculture over years. It has been a great financial and technical contribution to the development of this call for action. We need a young generation, and UNIDO stands already in deepening the collaboration with you, the EU Commission, and the German Ministry. Thank you. We are ready for working for a closer partnership. That is the key to accelerating progress by innovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Director General of the UNIDO, Mr. Gerd Müller. Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, you said what we needed to hear today. Let's focus on solutions and not problems, because problems never end. And Africans having a big demographic number of the youth, as you said, present both a challenge and an opportunity. So let's take the youth as an opportunity to drive a food-secure world for all of us, to drive a food-secure world to our children, the next generation. And now Ms. Sacco has a few words to summarize. Please join us in the stage, and you can give us a brief summary.
Thank you very much, MC, for giving me the floor. Once again, let me acknowledge the presence of His Excellency Cem Özdemir, the Minister of Food and Agriculture of the Federal Republic of Germany, that is here with us since yesterday. That is his first visit at the headquarters of African Union in Addis Ababa, the capital of Africa. Thank you very much for your commitment to really support Africa in this particular area of a sector of agriculture, which you and I, we share together. I'm the Commissioner in Agriculture, you are the Minister in Agriculture, so we know how important it is, this sector. So I would also like to recognize the presence of Minister of Agriculture, my dear brother from Ethiopia, my dear sister, the Minister for Women. We have already had a session on the 15th of October in the headquarters of African Union for the International Day of Rural Women. The minister was with me, so we share with women together the way we did yesterday with our youth together, because we cannot do agriculture without really looking at these groups, women, inclusive women, and the youth. We at the African Union, as said already my chairperson in his statement, we are just completed our 10 years CADEP action plan, and we came out with 6 major strategic objective where we included women and the youth. Because if you look at Malabo Declaration, we did not make much focus on the women and youth and also marginal groups. But this time we have a complete 10 years, the third decennial 10 years action plan to transform the agri-food system. We looked more at the approach of agri-food, sustainable agri-food system for Africa. Much of it was already done by my chairperson on his statement. That is what we are going through with all these outcome from yesterday's outcome and today's outcome. We still have a chance to really improve or make more input in our new 10 years action plan. At the African Union also, when we were looking at this conference, it is about infrastructure for agribusiness development, because we are looking at agri-industry. So we also have the CAP, which is our flagship program of the Agenda 2063, in order to implement the IFCFTA. So those are the initiatives that are already approved by our head of state, and we invite the private sector to really join this initiative of the CAP. There are agro-pack on the 5 regional regions of our continent. We name the northern region. They will have the responsibility to host the hub of horticulture and for fruits to implement on the IFCFTA. The Western region, they will have the responsibility of rice, because the staple food in the West Africa is rice, and the Central Africa cassava, Southern Africa livestock, and Eastern African cereals. So those are the hubs that we are going to start, and we have already kicked off this program. We have the we have La Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana. We have already, we have started already piloting a project on the agro-corridor, which is cocoa, not coffee. I'm so used to coffee, which is coffee. And we also have another corridor, a pilot project between Zambia and Zimbabwe on cereals and also milk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Josepha Sacco. Your Excellency's distinguished guest, you can now join us in the audience. Thank you so much to you, Cem Özdemir. Thank you to you as well, Gerd Müller, for receiving that call to action from the youth. And we are very confident that it will be put to action. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for a tea break. But before we announce the tea break, all along today, we've been hearing how Ethiopia was able to move from importer to exporter of agricultural products. Today we are joined by His Excellency, the Agriculture Minister, and he will tell us after the tea break how Ethiopia was able to go from importer to exporter. Now, when we were organizing the conference, I asked His Excellency, Dr. Gumra Amenti, I asked him, Your Excellency, so what's the highlight of your presentation? Why are you so excited about this conference? He said, Tabitha, Ethiopia is so privileged to host this agriculture conference because it presents us the opportunity to share our experience of how we were able to use innovative approaches, creative approaches to tackle the issue of food sustainability. He also said it's a perfect opportunity for Ethiopia to learn from others and also to share our experiences as we move together towards a world without hunger. I was also looking the logo of the motto of the UNIDO, and it says progress by innovation. And Ethiopia is the perfect example of progress by innovation. It takes a creative approach to be able to end hunger. And His Excellency will present that after the tea break. Without further ado, I must announce to you, we have to be back on time because we're very eager to know how Ethiopia was able to achieve this. So let's now adjourn for a 20-minute tea break and come and learn Ethiopia's experiences and together deliberate on how to create a world without hunger. Thank you once again so much for joining us. The tea break will continue now.
Test.
Check.
One, two, three. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing mic. Testing mic. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Atfa. Welcome back, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. After the coffee break, we shall now proceed with the remainder of the programs for the day. Before we begin, though, would like to ask you to please take your position so that we can begin our session. In addition to that, we'd like to announce that we have interpretation services that are going on live. For English, you can tune into channel 1. For French, you can tune into channel 2. The devices will be handed by facilitators, so all of you, please take your positions, and then we shall begin with our program. All right. Once again, a very warm welcome to all of you to the World Without Hunger Conference, which continues to happen with insightful ideas being discussed together in the strides to end hunger and create a world free of hunger. We will now move on to the already mentioned highly anticipated presentation, where we will showcase the prospect and the retrospect of food security in Ethiopia. So we'll start with the retrospect and move on to the prospects of food security in Ethiopia. I would like to warmly welcome His Excellency Girma Amanté, the Ethiopian Agriculture Minister, to the stage. Let's warmly welcome His Excellency to the stage, and let's also congratulate him for the strides that Ethiopia is making in transforming from an importer to an exporter. Your Excellency, the floor is yours, the stage is yours. You've been really looking forward to this presentation. I wish you a pleasant presentation. Thank you.
Okay, I think it's morning. Good morning. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me stand on protocols that is already established this morning. Okay. So I will directly go to the presentation on retrospect and prospects of food and nutrition security in Ethiopia. The topic is already generously introduced by Tabitha. Thank you for that. I'll give you a bit of sectorial overview and initiatives we have launched in the last few years and achievements so far. Directly to go to the content. To start with the potential, Ethiopia is endowed with vast agricultural resources, including untapped land and abundant water, and productive young labor force. This is already mentioned across during this morning speech that even though we have the potential, even though we have the land, even though we have the water, Africa is still lagging behind. So how we can really untap this potential and really bridge the gap. I will take you to the ground and practical initiatives that Ethiopia is taking that can serve us as a lesson. Of course, I will not go into the numbers. Even in Ethiopia's case, the diverse agroecological zones we have, the water resources we have, and all. These numbers speak that we cannot really stay where we are today with all these potentials we have. To give you a background about agriculture in Ethiopia, agriculture is predominantly smallholder based, close to 96%, and farming is mostly subsistence, and we are really struggling to change the traditional farming practice, as you can see, which is oxen and plow with very limited mechanization, low yield and input utilization, limited market surplus, and dependent on imports from some major commodities till recently, including wheat, rice, malt, barley, and edible oil. So taking this background, then you will see what we have achieved, even though we have this challenging background when we start. And of course, it is not only the cultural practice. Ethiopia was really facing extreme land degradation, where up to 50 million hectares, or 50% of the country, is with this very, very rugged topography and serious soil erosion, flooding, droughts, and biodiversity loss is really the characteristic feature of our landscape. So to address this challenge, our initiatives are targeted on that. And of course, those backgrounds led into persistent food insecurity, undernourishment, and stunting. To reverse the above-mentioned challenge, the government of Ethiopia has been implementing comprehensive policy and programmatic reforms, which starts with our homegrown economic reform, 1 and 2. And based on this, of course, the homegrown economic reform has macroeconomic reforms, structural reforms, and sectorial reforms. And agriculture is part of the sectoral reform, where we have revised our agriculture and rural development policy. And policy alone is not enough. In Africa, we mostly say we have good policies, but implementations are really missing. So in Ethiopia, we have really focused strategies that are really launched by the Prime Minister to implement the policies on the ground. The Green Legacy initiatives, the National Wheat Initiative, Lema Trufat, which we loosely translate into Bounty of the Basket Initiative, and the Agri-food system approach, which I will go one by one into it. Of course, in our agriculture policy, we have really key departures, which we have really articulated into the policy in terms of use of our rural land and natural resource, technology, application, and of course, we are even claiming to have as far as even dedicated agricultural bank, because we have seen in the morning, finance is really one of the most important issues. And we are feeling that really existing commercial financial institutions are really not serving the sector, and the private sector participation, we took it into our policy as one of the cornerstones. So I cannot talk within this short time all the achievements in the agricultural sector, so I'll focus on these 3 initiatives: the Green Legacy, initiative with the objective to plant 50 billion seedlings by 2026, as it's already mentioned by the Prime Minister. Ethiopia's forest cover has reduced and dwindled into as low as 3%. Now we are planning to take it back to 30% by 2030. And of course, we are planning to reduce soil loss and land degradation. That is the purpose of the Green Legacy Initiative. And the National Wheat Initiative is really designed to increase our wheat production and of course substitute wheat import. Ethiopia was importing close to $1 billion wheat just in the past, for the past 4 or 5 decades. We wanted to reverse that because we said we have the water, the land, and all the resources. And the Lema True Fat initiative is most of the nutrition aspect, the proteins, because we felt that cereals are not enough. So with the Green Legacy Initiative, as I said, this is really an initiative which is implemented in the last 6 years. So far, we have planted 40 billion seedlings. More than 20 million Ethiopians are going to the field to plant seedlings every rainy season, and we have created 1 million green jobs in this process. And of course, you can see, first we go in terms of doing physical soil and water conservation activities during the dry season before we go for the biological activities during the rainy season. The Prime Minister himself, he took really the initiative, the leadership, starting the initiative and doing the activities on the ground by himself. You can see all walks of life are participating, including pastoralists, and our landscape is really transforming as a result. And because of the Green Legacy initiatives, our farmers and pastoralists are planting seedlings around their homesteads so that they can get their firewood and demand from their homestead. Because of that, deforestation is decreasing from 91,000 hectares per year in the early 20s to 27,000 per hectare. This is a significant reduction in deforestation in modern Ethiopia. And of course, because of that, the forest cover has increased from 17.2% in 2019 to 23.6% on 2023, and we're planning to increase that by 30% on 2030. And of course, side by side, the Green Legacy Initiative is also increasing the planting on coffee seedlings. We have planted 8.5 billion of coffee seedlings in the past 6 years. Because of that, coffee production in Ethiopia has now reached 1 million tons per year this season, which doubled really in the last 5 years. And Ethiopia earned $1.43 billion only from the coffee export in the last season. And Ethiopia is now taking the position of the 3rd largest coffee producer in the world now. And of course, the impact of the Green Legacy, again, is not only in the forest cover. We are reducing the soil erosion and soil sediments into our rivers. We have managed to rehabilitate as much as 33.6 million hectares. Soil erosion is reduced, as you can see on the maps, and sediment load that is carried into our rivers is reduced by 10 times, which is a significant achievement. And of course, Ethiopia is rewarded for this Green Legacy initiative. This is an award given in New York for the best performance to our Prime Minister. The second one is the National Wheat Initiative. As it is already mentioned in the morning, Ethiopia is now working from response to sustainability. As it is mentioned already in this morning, the Productive Safety Net Program, we are not now giving money to people simply to buy their food. We are helping them to create really sustainable livelihoods, from recovery to sustainable livelihoods, then agricultural commercialization, and then goes to sustainable development. We are following this track, and we are really doing our level best to make sure that our food insecure households can really produce their food. There are food insecure households who are now producing their wheat because of these initiatives. And as I said, in Ethiopia, the farmers are smallholders, 96%. To give them access to technology, we are clustering them into commercial clusters so that they can apply full package adoption of technology, seeds, and fertilizers. So far, we have clustered as big as 11.8 million hectares and 9.2 million farmers are now in these commercialization clusters, which account for more than 50% of the total land under farming this time. And of course, this commercialization cluster goes across the commercial, most of the commodities, including wheat, maize, and of course, some of the horticulture crops as well throughout the country. And because of this commercialization approach, the application of improved seed has increased by 37%, and application of fertilizer has increased by 60% in the last 5 years. And of course, mechanization as well. The government has lifted taxes and levies on all mechanization and irrigation equipments to make that it is affordable to our farmers, and lease financing from the financing institutions. We have established mechanization service centers close to the farmers so that they can change from oxen and plow to a mechanized farming activities. As you can see, we have now started 5 million hectares of land are now mechanized, which is close to 25% of the total land under cultivation. We still feel that there is a long way to go. Those of you who are interested to invest on mechanization, production of those equipments in the country, you are more than welcome. This is one of the commercial clusters where our Prime Minister visited recently with Bill Gates. Close to 2,000 households clustered 20,000 hectares of land. It really seems that a large-scale commercial farms, not really small-scale farms, and this is really how we are progressing. Ethiopia became then the leading wheat producer in Africa because of this initiative. Altogether, we have now, during the rainy season and dry season, we have now, last year, 6.6 million hectares under wheat. This season, it will be 8.3. And now, we are planning to produce 30 million tons of wheat this season, which makes Ethiopia really the leading wheat producer in Africa. Of course, I just took some 3 commodities here. Because of this commercialization initiative, we have fully replaced import of malt barley. We have fully replaced import of wheat. And we are, of course, doing on rice now. I have a plan that in the coming 2 years will completely replace wheat imports. And of course, for this initiative, again, Ethiopia is recognized by FAO, the Agricola Award. The third one is the nutrition aspect, the Lema True Fat, where the Prime Minister now focused on providing proteins to the citizens. And we are focusing on 5 commodities: poultry, dairy, apiary, fishery. And we have a plan to increase production and productivity on those areas. Just to give you one example, when we started this initiative, Ethiopia was just distributing 26 million one-day-old chicks to the whole country. Now we have planned this year 150 million. Of course, 150 million is still not enough for 120 million Ethiopians. And recently we have inaugurated a groundbreaking grandparent stock farm in Ethiopia with a capacity of producing 110 million one-day-old chicks, which would really change the whole poultry sector. So we have similar initiatives and interventions on the value chain. Of course, because of this, Ethiopia's undernourishment rate have become better than the East African average. This is just a report, part of what Maximo presented this morning. And of course, the stunting rate is also reduced by 8 points from 42.1 to 34. I'm still saying 30 is still high, but the steps we have taken and the changes are significant. We have to still work to do more. So to finish it within my time, the way forward is Ethiopia has designed a gold standard agri-food system and nutrition transformation roadmap where we are working from production to consumption, the whole value chain. We believe that piecemeal approach is really not enough to change really the diverse problems in our food system. So this approach is holistic and a complex of a web of activities. And of course, we are working about sustainability of our interventions, in the whole process. So the issue of logistics, storage, electricity, everything is really all taken care of in this process. And we have even completed our country diagnostics to align our existing programs and projects whether we are really on the right track. And 80% of our activities are well aligned with our roadmap. But for our stakeholders here in the room, we have really seen that the resource we have mobilized so far is not enough. We have really close to 70% resource gap, which we have to bridge in the coming years. So, the final slide is moving forward. Ethiopia will really want to scale up those success stories. We have already the proof of concept. We have really the magic formula. What is remaining is to take those initiatives to scale. And of course, we are looking forward as well to share our experiences to other countries and to learn from others as well. The call is that Ethiopia is ready to really entertain investment in this sector, particularly in the area of input production, mechanization, and agro-processing, as well as we call our development partners to support end-to-end implementation of the food system approach. So my final slide is come and really be part of this amazing journey Ethiopia is taking and to realize prosperous Ethiopia. We in Ethiopia believe that world without hunger is possible. Thank you very much.
I'll call you back. All right. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Girmarmente, Ethiopian Agriculture Minister, for that insightful presentation on the retrospect and the prospect of ensuring nutrition security in Ethiopia. We'll now move on to the next session. I will hand over the floor to my colleague, Shimelis, to come and hand over the next session. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, ending hunger requires a creative approach. It requires us to think out of the box. It requires us to look to the solutions and not to the problems. And that was an insightful presentation discussing Ethiopia's experience. And we're very confident that our brothers and sisters joining us here today can also take examples and learn from Ethiopia's experience. My colleague will now come and do his presentation. We'd also like to announce that we're having parallel discussions. We're dealing with technical issues in depth, and so to use our time efficiently, we're having parallel sessions. In the City Hall, we're having a discussion on Youth for Agribusiness Forum. So we're having youth from all over the country, from different parts of the world, come together to discuss about how the youth can better delve into the agribusiness sector, how we can be adding more value into our agricultural products so that we're not just producers, but we make the best out of the agricultural produces that we do produce. I see my colleague Shimelis coming on stage. Welcome, Shimelis, and you can take over the floor.
Thank you very much, Tabitha. Would you please give her a big round of applause to Tabitha for brilliantly moderating and session facilitation. Thank you all very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are having one exciting day at the opening day of the World Without Hunger Conference. Are you happy, ladies and gentlemen, that you're here? Can I hear if you're happy and excited? Thank you very much. So, as we continue to delve into our deliberations, and day one particularly focusing on identifying the challenges and also looking at possible solutions to fight hunger across the globe, which more than 700 people around the world are suffering from nowadays, as was mentioned by His Excellency, the Director General of UNIDO. And now we have embarked upon this session, which is going to be discussing on the issue of agribusiness infrastructure for attraction of the private sector. And the main objectives of this session include assessing the challenges facing LMIS in developing agribusiness infrastructure to support efficient practices and value addition, exploring case studies and innovative approaches to agribusiness infrastructure development aimed at enhancing productivity, competitiveness, and sustainability, as well as leveraging these innovative approaches to help countries address infrastructure gaps and improve post-harvest practices. To just set the scene and to give you some of the highlights of agribusiness activities in Ethiopia, we would like you to have a look at this short video setting the scene. Thank you once again. We'll be right back after the video.
The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, adopted by all United Nations member states, places a strong emphasis on sustainable agriculture and agro-processing. Agro-processing is a catalyst for sustainable growth, poverty reduction, and climate resilience. Agro-processing was recognized as a key driver of economic growth, especially for the benefits of rural communities. The agenda highlights the importance of sustainable agri-food systems to increase income for smallholder farmers, improve nutrition, and reduce food loss and waste. It also encourages investments in rural infrastructure and technologies that enhance agricultural productivity while minimizing environmental impacts. These makes agro-processing a vital component for achieving multiple interrelated SDGs. Agenda 2063 promotes inclusive and sustainable industrialization. Goal 1 aims to achieve the structural transformation of economies through industrialization. Target 9.2 focuses on increasing industry's share of employment and GDP, supporting the goal of inclusive and sustainable industrial growth. Agro-processing is a key pillar for value addition and economic diversification in the homegrown economic reform agenda. The Homegrown Economic Reform Plan has a clear focus on expanding commercial agricultural production. It also aims to address horticulture and food production, agro-processing zones, value addition, and the manufacturing sector, all of which point to a strategic focus on development of agro-processing industries. The plan views agro-processing as important for structural transformation of the economy. The government of Ethiopia has prioritized agro-processing because of its high economic significance. Agriculture and industry sectors combined made up for more than 50% of Ethiopia's total gross domestic product. Hence, the government singled out agro-processing as a tool to bring economic transformation, as reflected in its industrial policy. Developing special agro-processing zones is believed to bring a structural transformation in the country's agriculture sector. Integrated Agro-Industrial Park is a geographic cluster of independent firms grouped together to gain economies of scale and positive externalities. The parks provide infrastructure, services, and support to agro-based industries and designed to increase productivity, reduce costs, and improve market access for smallholder farmers and agro-based businesses. There are 17 agro-processing zones in 3 regions of Ethiopia, of which 3 are pilot projects in the Amhara, Oromia, and Sidama regional states. The agro-processing zones were selected based on their production potential, infrastructure availability, market potential, access to support service, and investors' preferences. The strategic objectives of the integrated agro-industrial parks are technology promotion, sustainable supply, job creation, private sector attraction and export, and import substitution. In total, 1,296 hectares of land have been developed with a modern and integrated state-of-the-art infrastructure for the 4 agro parks and rural transformation centers. The agro-industrial parks have achieved remarkable results in more than $40 million of foreign currency, more than $13.5 million import substitution, linking 140,000 smallholder farmers with agro-processors, creating more than 17,000 jobs. In the pilot agro-industrial parks, numerous national and international investors are engaged in processing honey, soybean products, avocado oil, flavored milk, and coffee products. There are opportunities for investors to operate in agro-processing of fruits and vegetables, dairy products, poultry, oil seeds, cereal and grains, and spices. The government has put in attractive investment incentives in the agro-industrial parks, a few to mention: tax benefits, land lease, access to finance, infrastructure support, and market access. Join us on this journey of transformation.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the strategic direction the government of Ethiopia has taken, especially in promoting the agro-processing sector in the country. The strategic directions, the major of which include import substitution, export promotion, and also value addition while maintaining agro-processing industry, especially using tools like agro-industrial parks throughout the country. We're going to delve into more details with this and experience sharing of the Ethiopian story in this case, as we have His Excellency the Minister leading the sector, promoting and undertaking that. His Excellency Minister Malaku Alebel of the Ministry of Industry of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. We're very happy to have you here, sir. So as we go forward, the structure of our session will be that we'll have one keynote presentation, and then that will be followed by a panel discussion where a few more panelists will be joining us on the stage. So to which now I would like to, later on, of course, we may have a question and answer depending on the time remaining for us before we depart for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. So without any further ado, may I now have the honor and privilege to invite to the podium Her Excellency Madam Josefa Leone Correa Sacco, Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment of the African Union Commission, to give her the keynote address. She has been here once. Please give her another round of applause to encourage her to come back and join us on the stage again. Thank you so very much, Madam, again. So I'll leave the floor for her keynote presentation, highlighting also on the African agenda as agriculture is the backbone of most African economies here in the continent. Most very welcome, Madam. The floor is yours.
Thank you, the director of the ceremony. I stand on the existing protocol, and it is an honor for me to share with you what we are doing concerning the strategic infrastructure for agribusiness development for our continent. So, let me first of all express my appreciation to the organizer for this session for bringing us together to focus on a critical role of strategic infrastructure in transforming agribusiness across Africa. We all know that we have a lot of challenges on the continent because we don't have this infrastructure to kick off really the RFCFTA. Connectivity is a problem, infrastructure is a problem, so I think if we want to start the agro parks, we really need to focus on infrastructure. It's one of the areas that we need to improve on the continent. This platform is essential for fostering the partnership and investment that will drive our continent our continent's agricultural growth and resilience. Let me share with you what is the importance of the cornerstone stone of agriculture for the continent. Agriculture is still the mainstay. It was already emphasized this morning during the opening section, is the mainstay of the African economy, accounting for 17.2% of the GDP in the sub-Saharan Africa. This is a statistic that came from the World Bank in 2023. So if we look at, in terms of the sub-Saharan countries, it ranges between 1.6% in Botswana of the GDP and 1.8% in Djibouti to 55.5% in Somalia and 64% of the GDP in Sierra Leone. By far the highest percentage share in the world. We also, when we look at the continent, this sector, agriculture, also provides jobs for 52% of the continent total employment and 75% of the domestic trade in Africa. That is the importance of this sector. It is not just an economic sector for Africa. It is a lifeblood for us in Africa. It is that is sustain our people and drives our economy. If we want true growth and prosperity on the continent, what can we do? We must start by addressing the fundamental issues in our agricultural system. I think this morning we had a lot of insight about what are the challenges, why are we still food insecure on these potential continents. So we look at, for instance, the rural infrastructure is very important for us to really have a sound intra-African trade on the continent. And at the African Union, we have made agricultural transformations central to our Agenda 2063. It was also mentioned on the statement of our chairperson. We are committed to building the necessary infrastructure to unlock Africans' full potential. This is not just about feeding our people. It is about creating jobs for our team, for the youth, and achieving economic sovereignty. We saw during the COVID-19 pandemic, we wanted to import rice, and we could not because the supply chain was disrupted. So that is why our economic sovereignty and the food sovereignty, it's really one of the areas we have to really make sure that we are going to achieve by 2035, according to our 10 years action plan that we are going to, our head of state are going to adopt in Kampala in January 2025. So what do we have to implement? In order to implement the IFCFTA, the African Union came with this initiative, the Common Africa Agro-Pack, that I would just mentioned it this morning when I had in that section of the youth session. So we have the Common African Agro-Pack. These agro-packs are designated to revolutionize on how we produce, how we process, and market agricultural goods across the continent. We know that 35% of the inter-African trade is made by agricultural product and also agricultural service in Africa. With this modern storage, transportation, and logistics infrastructure, we will be able to reduce, we are talking about the post-harvest loss. 30% of what we produce is being lost at the farm gate because we don't have a storage facility, we don't have good roads, no private sector can go to take his car and risk his car to go and get produce in the roads that are not accessible. So all these issues are the factors that we need to improve the post-harvest law to reduce reduce the post-harvest loss, and ensure our farmers have access to both regional and global market. We are in this new, the new CADEP that we shaped. We took into consideration the priority of trade. Trade is one of the areas that we really want to we really want to accelerate the trade, the intra-African trade, because today we have the IFCFTA. So this means that we are boosting the intra-African trade, taking advantage of the continental free trade area. But we cannot do this alone, as we know that this is a very inclusive process. We need strong partnership and bold investment from the private sector. So today, I am calling on African business community to step up and lead this process, which is CAP. Because we at the African Union, we did the policy is there, but we want the private sector to really join us. We need to popularize this initiative. That is why this is one of the platforms here for me to present these, the Agro-Pack programs. Can I just have water? Thank you. Sorry. You know, we live in altitude, so we need to drink a lot of water. Sorry. As I was saying, so I'm calling the business people to join us, the private sector to join us in this initiative. For this vision to become reality, we also need our financial institution fully engaged. This morning, I saw the president of the Financing Association. I think I would have loved for him to be here so that I can have a bilateral and start lobbying for him to support us in this initiative, to implement this initiative. The African Development Bank has been a key partner in Africa's development for many years. Now I am asking them to really be more active in supporting this initiative, and we also have the African Bank that has joined us and has been giving us a lot of support for this initiative, which is CAP. We are also happy. I would like to commend UNIDO that joined us in the steering committee so that we can really accelerate this program. And this project, this initiative CAP, has been also endorsed by our head of state to be one of the flagship programs together with CADEP in order to implement our Agenda 2063. We cannot overstate the importance of strengthening our existing partners. For the CADEP to succeed, vibrant cooperation with key institutions like NEPAD and the IFCFTA is important. This partnership lays the foundation for aligning our strategy, policies, and goals, because we notice that in Africa, usually we seem to do the same thing every time. So, but what we want is that we should have a continental framework, and through this continental framework, at the regional level, you know, with the RECs, they can also join us, you know, to initiate this Agro-Pack, and also at the national level, because we see duplication of fragmentation of a lot of initiative, which is not really advisable. We have the African Union Commission that lays the policy issues for the continent. From this, I think we can just align all our national development programs or our national investment program with the continental forum. It will be easier for us even to mobilize resources for all these initiatives if we are talking about integration, African integration. But another area that I would like to emphasize, there is a clear roadmap for mobilizing what we need for really operationalizing this CAP. We need to mobilize $100 million to initiate 10 CAPs over the coming years. That's what we are doing with African Bank. We are trying to mobilize 100,000 100,000 million US dollars. This is not just a target, but a necessary if we are building an infrastructure that Africa needs. African Development Bank involvement alongside Afrexim Bank, as I say, will be pivotal in turning this vision into reality. Let us also remember that there is no just infrastructure, it is also about resilience. Climate change is one of the biggest threats to our agricultural system. That is why CAP will promote climate-smart agriculture, renewable energy use, and sustainable water management. These agro-parks are designed to support sustainable growth without compromising our environment. It will be the agro-parks will be a green in a green sensitive development. The tax I add is huge, but the promise of what we can achieve together is even greater. Africa has the talent, the resources, and the vision to lead in a global food system. But it will take all of us, government, the private sector, financial institutions, working together to make this vision a reality. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, let me state that the success of the CAPs is the success of Africa, because we really need to go to transform agro-industry, processing. That the example we just saw from Ethiopian example is a good example for us, all of us, to join the example and share knowledge with Ethiopia the way they are doing it. And there are also many countries that have already developed this agro-park or the agro-park in their countries. Now it's time for a bold action. Together we can build the infrastructure that will fuel Africa's agricultural renaissance and ensure that Africa can feed not just itself, but Africa can feed the world. We can be the bread basket of the entire world. I thank you for your kind attention. Muito obrigada. Merci beaucoup. Muitas gracias. Am Seknalon.
Thank you so very much, Madame Sako, for those inspiring remarks, aligning them with the Agenda 2063 of Africa, and also calling on all stakeholders, and particularly encouraging the private sector to fight against world hunger. With our concerted efforts, a world without hunger, a world without hunger is possible, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much. Now I would like to call on the participants of the next panel. We'll be talking on the same topic. So in this panel, our moderator is Mr. Kazuhiro Numasawa, Manager of Agriculture, Finance and Rural Infrastructure Development at the African Development Bank. And I would also like to introduce, yes sir, would you please come and join us? Give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as he joins us here on the stage to moderate the next session. Our distinguished panelist, may I now call upon His Excellency Melaku Alabel, Minister of Industry of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Please also congratulate him as we successfully launch the World Without Hunger Conference today as one of the initiatives he's spearheading. Made in Ethiopia, or Let Ethiopia Produce, is very famous national campaign that promotes also agro-processing in the country. Very warm welcome, Your Excellency. Also, Mr. Mohammed Abdul Razak, Senior Vice President and Head of Capital Mobilization and Partnerships at the African Finance Corporation, AFC. Would you give him, please, a warm welcome to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Vanessa Adams, CEO and Founder, Level 4 International. Give her a big round of applause to welcome her to the stage, please. And Mr. Abba Ofon, Senior Manager, Export Development Advisory at the African Export-Import Bank. Would you please give him a big round of applause too? Welcome on stage, everybody. Now that the introductions have been done, may I now hand over the stage to the moderator to take us through this panel discussion. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Good morning. Hello. Hello, good morning. Okay, this is working. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm pleased to come on the panel. Thank you so much, and then see all the distinguished guests. So all the protocols observed. But this is a really exciting panel. Of course, we have the very good representatives for the government, financier, and also private sector, and all together. And especially after the remarkable keynote speech, and also the, Madam Sako has mentioned, the Commissioner, the exciting initiative coming up with the African Union Common Agro-Park program. I'm very pleased to, have these interactive sessions and all the panel members here. But before we start this panel session, I'd like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the host country, Government of Ethiopia, and to the African Union, UNIDO, and FAO together for their extraordinary work in organizing this significant event, and also the invitation for the entire panel members, and also including myself as moderator, as also the panelists, and I talk about the very important topic today in the plenary session, which is the strategic infrastructure and for the agribusiness development. We are also grateful for the audience here today, and also those connected online as there's a live streaming. We have a few questions for each panel, but we hope to have some time for Q&A from the audience. So I need to keep the 30 minutes each for each question for the panel members. I'd like to start with the Honorable Minister, Mr. Malek Alabel. The Minister, your ministry is of course leading this initiative and Agro-Park program. And I'd like to express my gratitude for your leadership and also support in collaboration the work and project that we also together we do in Ethiopia from the African Development Bank perspective. We are of course witnessing a lot of progress and towards the strengthening agribusiness infrastructure across ongoing projects. We understand that Ethiopia Tamarind movement launched in May 2022 is a pivotal part of Ethiopia's 10-year development plan. It aims to boost industrial productivity, enhance value addition, and drive economic transformation. Under your leadership, the ministry has operationalized 4 agro-industrial parks. So now, could you kindly tell us how the agro-industrial zone approach is helping to alleviate rural infrastructure bottlenecks, and also how this addresses the challenges of smallholder farmers? Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, the audience, for coming. I think this is a very crucial issue about the integrated agro-industry parks. I would like to bring to the picture the word integrated. Most of the key things are under it. The integrated agro-industry park is basically supporting smallholder farmers in many ways, and it's addressing the historical bottlenecks of the rural development. When we say integrated, there are a lot of things inside. One of the issue is integration among the infrastructure access. The integrated agro-industry development redefines the rural development in developing countries, because one of the serious challenge in developing country is access to infrastructure. So when we say integration, it is integration in infrastructure. We try to supply road, water, electricity, and connectivity because of the development of this integrated agro-industry park. So one of the area of integration is creating access to infrastructure. And the second issue of integration is creating the platform to support smallholder farmers and all the players through integrating all the service providers to give that service in one window. So the second issue of creating integration is creating a better environment to deliver service for smallholder farmers and for all actors within the integrated agro-industry park. The third issue is creating integration among smallholder farmers. That improves their bargaining power to sell their product, to find market. So one of the area of integration is creating a cooperation among smallholder farmers to have their own service and to deliver their product for market. And the other issue is creating access and integrating access providers like financiers for smallholder farmers, especially to promote production and productivity. So taking all this into consideration and linking smallholder farmers with the market, the integrated agro-industry parks plays a very pivotal role in terms of enhancing production and productivity and promoting development and encouraging the income for smallholder farmers. Without doing on the underneath cause of poverty, there will not be a shift in the livelihood of the smallholder farmers. So the very beginning, we have to think of what is the missing link in the rural areas. So I think most of the issues were addressed by the presenters this morning. We have to find the way to get access for smallholder farmers, that is infrastructure. And the other issue is a capacity building issue. Finance is also one of the critical points that needs to be intervened. And the final issue is creating access for market. So the integrated agro-industry park is basically addressing and alleviating these challenges that are becoming one of the serious cause of poverty and underproduction in developing countries. So our integrated agro-industry park is basically working to enhance production and productivity through this integrated way of approach. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. This is very exciting to hear all this very much comprehensive framework you mentioned and access issues, finance, and integrating of the small farmers by providing access to infrastructure and all together. And then I wanted to, of course, thanks the presence of the commissioner here, as the African Union's Common Agro-Park program is indeed perhaps the part of the framework that we are also leveraging. And of course, this success experience for Ethiopia can actually greatly influence the knowledge and experience that all over the African countries. So I'm really happy to hear your insight today. As you already mentioned about the access issue and the finance issues, also they're very important. But at the same time, we also know that Africa holds nearly half of the world's uncultivated arable land, but yet imports approximately 50 billion in food in each year. A clear paradox given us the agricultural potential. To address this challenge, the African Union has introduced transformative initiatives such as Malabo Declaration, Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and a Common Africa Agro-Park program designed to boost intra-Africa trade, strengthening agricultural value chains, and attract private sector investments in the sector. And we know that Agribusiness Bank indeed is a part and parcel of this critical initiative. And so we'd like to, next, the panelists, I wanted to bring here from the Agribusiness Bank perspective, because of course we know that Agribusiness Bank has been working for the CAPS, but also across the African countries and private sector, they are financing a number of projects. So kindly tell us how Agribusiness Bank is working to support the Common Africa Agro-Park program to promote cross-border agriculture value chain and attract private sector investments to reduce food import into Africa. So over to you, Mr. Abba Ofon, a senior manager from Agribusiness Bank.
Thank you. Right. Thank you so much, Kaz. And that's a great question. And the reason I'm so excited to actually respond to that question is because we've got here with us Ambassador Sacco. And I remember, I think this was in 2018, early 2018, when I spoke with Ambassador Sacco around this initiative, and through her intervention, it was introduced to Afrexim Bank. And I think the first thing for us as a bank was to actually sort of contemplate and say, is this an initiative that we as a bank are prepared to support? And I think it was a resounding yes. We're prepared to support this program, but then the next question is, how do we actually go about doing this? And we've come a long way since then. I think the first thing we did was ultimately provide grant support for CAPS. We provided $500,000 initially. And this money was actually destined for a couple of interventions, key interventions. One was to support and facilitate stakeholder engagements, and then also the work that the CAP Secretariat, which is FARA, the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, that is the secretariat, the work that they were doing, so supporting that. But also very importantly, because we are a bank, and ultimately this is not just about providing grants, but also saying, how then can we actually bring this project to life? Move it from concept all the way through to bankability. We've talked a lot about, involving the private sector, attracting and crowding in private sector investment. Ultimately, they want to know that if this is a project that they should put the money in it should be feasible, it should be viable. And so we actually commissioned a study looking at the financing options for CAPS, and this was done by PwC. So part of that money actually went into that. After that study was published, our executive management then guided us to say, we need then to speak and collaborate with the CAP Secretariat for them to say, how do we then engage the private sector? How do we then engage to bring sponsors in who are willing to take this project and move it along? And that is some of the work that we've been doing. And to complement that, earlier this year, we convened a workshop in Cairo with all the key stakeholders that I can see here around this panel, but also in the crowd, including UNIDO, the REX, Zambia, Zimbabwe, obviously the AUC, FARA, so we started looking at issues around project preparation, because ultimately this is about how do we make this project bankable. And we also looked at resource mobilization, which Ambassador Sacco also talked about. So the stage we're in right now is looking at how to, again, like I said, crowd in private sector involvement. Perhaps the other thing I can say, because I know we're short on time, is issues around resource mobilization are very important. We've talked about $100 million being required to be able to pilot 10 CAP projects. So that is something that we're working aggressively to bring to life. And I think next week in Kampala we have a meeting as well, whereby we'll be looking into these issues and seeing how we can actually start, putting together the TORs and the pre-feasibility studies for some of the CAPs that we have highlighted in the first instance. Thank you.
This is very exciting. Thanks so much. Another round of applause, please. This is indeed important because the unlocking the investment is not easy. And then I'm glad to hear that actually Afrexim Bank is actually playing a very key role supporting the African Union's very important initiatives, CAPs, by producing those quality feasibility studies. Now, I wanted to also hear from another investor or private sector perspective, from the Africa Finance Corporation, represented by Mohamed Abdul Razak, Senior Vice President from Africa Finance Corporation. And of course, Africa Finance Corporation is our sister institution from African Development Bank perspective, and it's very pleased to have you on board in this panel. And we know that AFC is a key shareholder of the ARISE integrated infrastructure platform, and which invested already several agro-parks, and of course, some of the African bank-funded projects are also invested by your investee company, which is now Arise IRP. But of course, AFC has a wide range of infrastructure investment spectrum, maybe not necessarily only about the agro-park, but the surrounding infrastructure is very important. And developing strategic infrastructure like processing zones require substantial investment to attract other investors, private sector. So I want to hear from you, how is AFC scaling up investments in agro-industrial parks or related infrastructure across Africa, and what innovative strategies are being employed to attract additional, more private investors?
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon to my fellow panelists. I stand on all existing protocols, and it's an honor for me to be here. I think the first thing to do is just to give a little bit of background on Africa Finance Corporation. We are a multilateral finance institution. We were established in 2007. Since we were established, we've invested in over 36 African countries, deploying over $14 billion. Our investments have added over $40 billion of GDP to the African continent and has added over 5 million jobs on the continent. As you mentioned, we not only invest in special economic zones, but we invest in wider infrastructure. So we invest in power, we invest in transport and logistics, we invest in natural resources, we invest in telecom and tech, and effectively, we've been able to do all of these investments largely because of the expertise and the unique value proposition that we have. When you look at innovative financing ways or ways of using innovative methods to invest, as we all know, 90% of projects on the continent fall away in the development phase, right? That is because you require a lot of expertise to de-risk and make projects bankable. You need technical expertise, you need commercial expertise, environmental expertise, financial expertise. And what we've done at AFC is to actually spend a lot of time and invest a lot in what we call project development. So we have a project development team that works with governments, sponsors, private sector, public sector in de-risking projects, but not just providing technical advice, but actually providing risk capital, because you need $2 million, $5 million, $10 million to do all those studies to get you bankable. And only if those projects get to financial close are you able to recoup that money. So that's why it's risk capital. And we believe this is very critical, because without the risk capital, you can't do the studies, you can't get to financial close, you can't build the infrastructure, and you can't start operations. And in terms of examples, I'll give you an example, not in the agriculture space, but I'll talk about power, and I'll talk about power in Djibouti. So for example, in 2020, we went to Djibouti, we started discussing with the government there, and off the back of our conversations, we realized there was a lot of wind potential. So off the back of our development expertise, we decided to develop the project and develop a 60 megawatt wind power plant in Djibouti. As you know, Djibouti is a relatively small country, 1 million people, 4 billion GDP, but we did see that there was a lot of potential. All its power, majority of its power was imported from Ethiopia, and its installed capacity was predominantly HFO fueled. So we thought that we could build a sustainable, resilient infrastructure that would, create energy security and, allow the country to actually have its own energy. So we went and we developed the project. We got it to a point whereby it was bankable. And at the point where it was bankable, what we then decided to do was to bring in partners and then equity fund it. This is where the innovation came into play. Because if we decided to wait and get all the lenders and investors on board, it would have taken another 2 years, a long due diligence process, and we would not finance the project on time. So we decided to equity fund it. The project cost about 130 million. We own 51%. Our partners owned the balance of 50, and we equity funded it. We completed the construction on time. It started operations on time and on cost, and now they're generating 60 megawatts of wind power at a cost of 8 cents per kilowatt hour compared to 22 cents per kilowatt hour when they were importing. So these are some of the innovative ideas that we have put in place to ensure that you can actually fund, develop, and finance infrastructure projects on the continent on time and on money, so that it can start yielding results for Africans. Thanks.
Thank you so much. This is an exciting instrument that you're providing in a very innovative manner. Thanks so much. Another round of applause, please. Yeah, thanks so much for sharing this fantastic experience in Djibouti's wind power and renewable energy. And I'm hoping that the Africa Finance Corporation can also invest in some of those agro-parks in Ethiopia and beyond, and so that we can unlock additional investments. And we have to perhaps set up another follow-up meeting. But okay. So I wanted to also again more hear about the private sector advisor perspective, given her long, rich experience in Africa. Ms. Vanessa Adams, CEO and founder, and also Level 4 International. So Vanessa, of course, we all know perhaps you and you're working a lot of amazing projects in Africa over the decades, but you've been also instrumental facilitating, catalyzing so many projects and investments in the past, by collaborating a number of stakeholders here in Africa, across the infrastructure and rural areas, especially given the limited public fiscal the space that we have in Africa. So what we want to hear from you is your experience, from your extensive experience in Africa. Kindly share your insight on what role the private sector can play in narrowing down the infrastructure financing gap in agribusiness value chain, particularly in the areas such as cold storage, processing facilities, and logistics.
Good afternoon. I'm sure you're all hungry. That's very timely, since we're talking about a world without hunger. And how to do it better and faster, because the private sector is impatient, and I'm sure you are too. So I appreciate, first of all, this is really an exciting conference, and I want to appreciate Ambassador Sako for being with us all the way through this delayed session, and her leadership in this work at the African Union, along with the fantastic joint efforts of the UN agencies and the development partners who are here. And that's one of the themes, actually, of what I wanted to come to, is the coordination requirements. The transformation journey and agenda that we're talking about, we can't wait anymore. We know we can't wait. This has been, for those of us with some gray hair, a long time in coming. In fact, I was looking at some numbers this morning for my entertainment, but also for this panel. In the last 20 years, we have seen the shea nut processing in Africa increase from 5% of production to 60%. What we like to talk about tend to be men's crops. So, and I'm being a bit, provocative. You know me here. I do that, I'm provocative. But I wanted to talk about the industries where we've seen transformation, where we didn't think it was possible. This is the most complicated crop. It grows on wild trees, just similar to the coffee story. It's been exported in a raw material for 100 years. Nobody wanted to see the private sector come in and invest. Nobody in the private sector wanted the other private sector to come. So we're talking about a super competitive environment. And the same is true in coffee. A lot of governments, such as Ethiopia and Kenya, have been pushing for processing of coffee. West Africa has been pushing for the cocoa processing to come up. These are controversial regulatory changes, and the private sector likes consistency. The private sector doesn't want to see regulatory changes with every 2-year change in ministers. Excuse me, My Excellency, but people come and go a bit, and you've been in a number of roles. So your leadership follows you, which we really appreciate. But from a private sector perspective, in the room here, there are private sector investors who have spent hundreds of millions of dollars investing on the continent already. And every time I see them, I say, when's the next 100 million coming? And they say, as soon as we have consistent, regulatory environments where we have predictability. We want integrated regions. We've said regulatory improvements with African Continental Free Trade Area are coming, they're coming, they're coming. No, we need them now. We've also heard from the Food Systems Summit and the transition in thinking from only ag productivity to food systems thinking, right? That's coming with the corridor discussions, that's coming with industry associations. And what does that mean? And I'm seeing Maximo, who's been telling us this for years. We need to increase productivity in order to be competitive, right? So that means investment in improved technologies, improved soil fertility, improved seeds. Do I sound like a broken record? Yes. We're tired of saying the same thing. The technologies exist. Let's make them available. I don't want my friend here to talk about investing in energy. We want to talk about investing in agriculture, right? Because energy is easy. It's one project, you come in, you put from infrastructure in, you're on time, on budget, wonderful. Now let's do the same in agriculture. Bring your $1 billion into the agricultural sector. We can transform the poultry sector. You mentioned that was the strategy of Ethiopia. It's the strategy of Ghana. It's the strategy of Nigeria. We want to see the poultry sectors on the continent transformed, not just in South Africa. Right? That means more soy productivity, more efficient maize processing, reduced aflatoxins, better quality, more testing equipment, but it's not rocket science. We know it's possible. We all know it's possible. Kaz, you're leading the strategic thinking on this agro-industrialization, parks, investment, infrastructure. You want me to talk about cold storage? Happily. Let's increase potato productivity and the cold storage people will be on our doorsteps begging us to be able to store potatoes more efficiently, right? So it's a supply chain integrated investment. We don't want to build cold storage and have it be empty using energy for nothing. We want it to be completely full and then moving quickly through. So we want multiple crops per year. We don't want one crop and then we wait 9 months and we're hungry and begging again. That's not the Africa we want.
Thank you so much, Big Orlando. Please, this is really insightful from your rich experience over the ground, and I like your honesty and the transparency that we can't wait. I think this is really echoed that you also the remark as well, even from the Prime Minister's level. The youth are waiting, the opportunities to come. We cannot just excuse ourselves just to delaying on some of those investments that you talked about. Today, I just want to also share from our perspective from African Development Bank, and of course, we want to first appreciate the Commissioner, the presence here, and also the UNIDO and organizers facilitating this conversation. It's a really rich, productive conversation. So from African Development Bank perspective, like as you mentioned, the infrastructure like cold storage, etc., is becoming really important because of the logistic value chain opportunities. Because in Ethiopia, for example, you have a lot of horticulture, opportunities, and then a youth can be actually quickly employed in those value chain processes. And by using renewable energy technology, which is also important, including in Ethiopia, perhaps in the context, we need to reduce not only just carbon emissions, but also reduce the needs of the power generation. Like you said, the power, the wind power project in Djibouti. I think these are the technology we need to embed. By the way, actually, African Bank also mobilized 102 million from a Green Climate Fund the other day, covering Togo, Guinea, and Senegal. Basically, what we are trying to do is solar pumping water stations to help the farmers. And those youth actually can quickly learn how they actually use those small pumping water stations because they need kind of technologies. Technology meaning like drip irrigations, for example, which is water efficient technology that we can deploy. So now the African Bank has already committed about 930 million investments across 11 countries, including Ethiopia. And we are happy to, of course, showcase the co-financing that we are also working together, for example, with the Islamic Bank and the UNIDO and the technical partner, and also Badia, BOAD, and then of course Arise IAP together, and then we actually mobilized already another 920 million to co-finance those agro-parks projects. So which means that we already committed investing in those agro-parks with amount of US $1.8 billion. Of course, that's not enough, like you said, for the agro-park program. The Commission has mentioned African Union's vision is much larger. And so here, altogether, collaboration, the government, the financier, private sector, I think we can scale up our investments together. Of course, the policy consistency is important, as Vanessa mentioned, but I think we, as a DFI and the government together, can mobilize more investments and private sector into those agro-parks. And actually, we also announced the alliance last year, Africa Investment Forum, which we organized in Morocco, whereby we have the founding alliance members and they committed actually 3 billion investments in the 5 years. Now, we didn't stop there. We actually invited additional members, alliance members. Now we included the BOAD and EBIT and altogether. So Badia, and actually, you know, just give an example, the Badia, one new member, themselves actually just committed US $300 million just to invest one country, like in Nigeria, together with us, Nigeria SAPZ program phase 2, which will be showcased at the boardroom session in Africa Investment Forum in Morocco. So I think this is just the beginning of the conversation where I'm hoping, of course, we need to end the hunger, but also we should not stop the investments. So like you said, a bankable project, we need to generate, you have a development facility, you know, African Bank, you can finance some of those feasibility studies, and Vanessa, you can catalyze a lot of players on the ground, and the government can provide enabling environment, so work with us together. I think we, as a, you know, kind of a community of those, you know, the stakeholders are committed, you know, to end that hunger, you know, by investing in agriculture infrastructure. So with that, I just want to quickly go into each one of you again, but I know that the organizer alerted me that we are actually a little bit behind on the schedule. So sorry for that, audience. We may not have the Q&A session today, but of course the panels will be available to answer to your questions and later after this the panel. But I just want to go back to the second round of the interactions so that we can actually hear for the panel members a little bit more about more action-oriented conversation, because we now know that you have the rich experience, but what exactly you want to do, and then we want to hear from you a bit of the essence about you know, your initiatives and you know, key actions that you're going to do. So let me start with the Africa Finance Corporation. Maybe you can share a bit of the insight from your previous investments, but what will be your actions you're going to take? Let's say, you know, maybe differently, or how you're going to take your actions to scale up those investments and unlock some more investments in Africa.
Sure, thank you very much. I think, look, at Africa Finance Corporation, what we try to do is just focus on getting things done, all right? And we have adopted several approaches to scale up investments, especially looking at like an ecosystem approach, right? So for example, and we have recently worked with sponsors on an integrated sugar, you know, plantation industrialization plant in Nigeria. And this was another kind of transaction whereby, you know, there's the agricultural side, but there's the industrialization and the beneficiation side. A lot of financiers kind of shy away from coming into these type of projects because of the risk on the agricultural side. But again, innovation needs to come into play. So what did we do? We spent a lot of time actually working with the sponsors in looking at the entire value chain of the infrastructure, right? It was an infrastructure that was on a special economic zone. It had the agricultural side in terms of the sugar plantation, looking at all the infrastructure that is required for that, from the irrigation to the fertilizers, and then looking at what beneficiation can we do on this zone. Because currently in Nigeria, you import all the brown sugar from Brazil. You're spending almost $400 million in importing brown sugar from Brazil. And you're just refining that, packaging that, and selling it. But here you have the 20,000 hectares of land, significant land for sugar plantation. We then worked with the sponsors on effectively investing in a sugarcane milling plant, 2.2 million tons, a 200,000 ton sugar refinery, a 35 megawatts power plant, a 25 milliliter ethanol plant. And this was a sustainable project because all the residue that comes from the sugar cane, the bagasse, is used to fire the power plant. The molasses is used for the ethanol. We came up with an innovative financial structure to be able to actually put that entire ecosystem together with the private sector, ourselves, and also working with the governments. So what we tend to find out is that sometimes these projects are done in isolation, right? And it's important that you're able to actually connect everything in the value chain on the agricultural side, also looking at how do you get products from the farm to market. So we continue to work with the government in effectively developing the roads, the road networks, the rail networks, and these are the type of things that we look to do, and we want to scale up. The most important part is that we can't do this alone. Right. We can't do it alone. These projects are of significant scale. They cost billions of dollars. You need to have risk participation, and you need to have different types of products in terms of, you know, what type of financing products can you put to play, whether it's AFC as a, you know, investment grade, multilateral finance institution, putting its guarantees to play, to crowd in funding, or us being able to actually take risk, invest in equity, invest in sub-debt and senior debt. And I'm proud to say that actually this project won Agricultural Bank of the Year at the Africa Development Bank Awards in 2022. So these are some of the type of things that we look to do, and we're calling on all our partners here on the stage with government, private sector, to come together and help us, you know, achieve what we're trying to achieve. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Now we quickly go into another intervention. I wanted to invite again from the Afrexim Bank and the perspective, because you know, sugarcane in production, of course, there's a requirement of working capital, and you know that you mentioned about the 400 million, you know, the import actually was reduced, which is a significant impact already, and you know, especially the foreign currency perspective, especially the context like in Nigeria. But you know, we know that the Afrexim Bank, of course, also you know support a number of things, and then I just want to hear from you. You know, can you tell us a little bit of you know how the Afrexim Bank also kept support in terms of financing and address those challenges, agriculture and infrastructure space, and what types of financial products perhaps the Afrexim Bank can offer?
Thank you, Kaz. I can see the timekeepers there, so I'm going to be very brief. I just really wanted to start by saying, in the spirit of being provocative, that Vanessa, I thought you were a little bit unkind to Mohammed. When you talked about money being spent in energy and not in agriculture, because ultimately there is a huge link, right? So from a practical perspective, when we were looking just very recently with our strategic partner Arise, looking at mapping African countries where we would like to invest, the things we looked at were, what is, you know, the cost of energy per kilowatt, and is there water and the cost of water? So that's very important, and it feeds into agriculture. And I think as well that you mentioned, Vanessa, cold storage, you know, obviously that links as well into energy. So very, very important. But in terms of what we're doing as a bank, I'll just name just one example in terms of, you know, how we're funding or how we're supporting agribusiness infrastructure. We, as you know, have got a strategic partnership with Arise, the same as you have, Mohammed. And we have a global facility of $1 billion. And that is being deployed across the continent, but in 3 specific countries. So in Benin, where we've helped to fund the Glojigbe Industrial Park, you know that very well, but also in Togo with PIA, and we're also deploying those funds in Malawi, you know, for the industrial park in Malawi. So that is just one example. There's countless others, but I think I just take this opportunity very quickly to say, this is a call to action from Afrexim Bank. We have a program called Export Agriculture for Food Security, where we've actually committed $2 billion, and we're asking for projects that speak to trade, industrialization, export development, and food security on the continent. You'd be surprised that we're not getting enough of those projects coming on stream, but we have the funds, we have the capital to deploy, and we're asking that you come see us with those projects so we can support and help build food security on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause. I can imagine that there'll be a long queue after this panel, waiting for $2 billion to be invested, with the audience here. But I wanted to invite Vanessa, your quick intervention here. So, what are key actions you can think of after the conversation today? Especially thinking about those stakeholders, cooperatives, and the network be engaged in agriculture infrastructure development in Africa.
So first of all, 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion is wonderful, right? But Ethiopia knows that's finished. You spend 3 billion in agro-industrialization in Ethiopia, you don't even leave the room. So that's not going to get us across the continent. You guys have to come up with more money. Right, Ambassador Sako? We need more money. In fact, the gap just for financing women in food and agriculture in the continent, just the women, not even the rest of you guys in here, is $49 billion a year. So where is this money going to come from? Come on, we got to be more creative, Kaz. You know this, right? So I love the billions, but we're not there yet, you guys. We're not there yet, okay? Let's celebrate once we get a little further along. The other thing I want to say, so my thinking here is we've been excited about millions, then we got excited about billions. Now let's grow up and be excited about trillions, okay? That's my strategy. Next, I think we should be pulling aside some carve-outs. Let's design facilities for women entrepreneurs. We are leaving people behind and we know it. We can't do this. We cannot allow this to happen. The youth are telling us we're not listening. The women entrepreneurs are telling us we're not listening. Smallholder farmers are telling us we're not listening. Why aren't we listening? It's messy. It's not pretty. It doesn't look like everything else, but it's very doable. That's why I wanted to give the Shea story. It's happened in cashews. We've seen it now in some sectors in coffee, but we're not there yet. So we have to have carve-outs, and we know that has to happen. Whether it's through government procurement strategies, whether we do food feeding, school feeding programs, which we know will engage various kinds of different entrepreneurs, even in terms of investing $1 billion in just in poultry transformation, 1 billion across each of 5 different countries will transform lives for 10 million smallholder farmers in each of those countries. That's a known. So if you look at the 50 million smallholder farmers that are still under the level of poverty on small commercial farms, they're trying. These aren't people who are in the refugee camps. These are people planting, working hard, and trying to get above that food insecurity and struggling on the continent. So let's do the carve-outs we need to do and get the trillions we need for the investors to come through. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this provocative statement. This is a kind of stimulation, perhaps, across this panel. I want to hear from you, the Minister, Malaka Arabel, because we want to hear from you. Of course, you have a lot of progresses and successes, but we know that we are not perfect. And even from African Bank perspective, whenever we invested, some lessons already happened. And then we are here to also learn from you how we can actually work together, and then what your action plan on the way forward after this discussion. So just one quick lesson, one key action from your perspective.
I think we have seen a lot of opportunities that we have and a lot of gaps that needs more cooperation among private sector and government as well. As you have seen, when we are thinking about development, we have to intervene on infrastructure and connectivity in rural areas. I have seen some of the data from World Bank that it says whenever there is access to road, the farmers or people is living around will have an increased income of 10%, which is very big. So connectivity and transportation is very important, and we have to see how we can do in that regard. When we are thinking that increasing production and productivity, there should be an access for raw material, and there should be market for the final output. And without having infrastructure, connectivity, road, logistic and transport, there will not be a way to improve production and productivity. And when the hunger and the product is thinking we have to have also the means to increase production and productivity through technology supply, that is irrigation. So there should be an investment in infrastructure and connectivity and in the logistic and also in the cold storage, because 30% of the loss is related with the post-harvest loss. So as to minimize the post-harvest loss, there should be infrastructure like storage and transportation, which is more applicable for the rural areas. And second issue, when we're talking about finance, we have to see its affordability, we have to see accessibility, and we have to see the cost. There might be a bigger amount of finance that might be dedicated for the farmers, but if it is not affordable and accessible for the smallholder farmers, there will not be any way just to increase production and productivity. So financiers also should consider the missing link and the affordability, accessibility, and also the cost of this finance. And the other issue is the market issue. Market is very, very crucial, very important. It is an engine. And there are a lot of non-tariff and tariff barriers. So government and all stakeholders also should consider how to make more accessible. Without creating an access for our produce, there will not be any way to out from poverty. So finally, investment is always very crucial. So we have to invest in integrated agro-industry park. We have to also invest on the bottlenecks. The challenge that we have is an opportunity for the entrepreneurs. So government should be there in the middle to connect all these actors, all these players, to make real that our stakeholder, our gathering should make that hunger-free world is possible. So we are here just to show our commitment from the government side to work together with the private sector to make real that there will be the future that hunger will be free. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Your clear commitment, the lessons of connectivity, affordable finance, the market investments, the key drivers for the success. Today we stand at the intersection of opportunity and necessity. Africa's future depends on the infrastructure we build now to support sustainable, inclusive, and resilient agribusiness development. So let us use this platform to foster and collaborative partnership that will bridge the gap between potential and reality, delivering world without hunger together. Thank you for all your participation, the panel members. I would like to invite another round of applause, please, for the distinguished guests. Thank you so much also to the audience staying with us today, and also those people connected online. I also want to thank the entire team and organizers here, and thanks so much for giving us this opportunity and a wonderful conversation, productive discussions. But here, we are here to start our actions. So I can see the clear commitment, financing commitment, collaboration partnership commitment, and policy commitment for the government. And here, of course, African Bank is here to stay and to support Ethiopia across all the countries in Africa. Thanks so much, everyone. Thank you. Have a good afternoon. And enjoy your lunch. Sorry for that, a bit of an extended session.
Another round of applause to the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much. Agribusiness infrastructure for attracting the private sector. We'll now have a group photo to remember the moment and this important occasion when we are deliberating on very important issues. I will not be standing between you and your lunch. I will just briefly introduce our session after lunch. One session we have is how to tackle climate change and food insecurity through the just energy transition, happening here in the Pan-African Hall. And on the side, there is another event or session on operationalizing the FCFTA, addressing food safety needs for market access and competitiveness. So you come back to session. As you know, the time has been really pushed. So we'll give you one more challenge. One challenge is for you to run up the stairs. app, and then you'll be joined by the organizers right at the door as you exit to the main lobby, where you turn right and walk or go down the escalators to meet your lunch downstairs. Thank you so very much. Enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit. We will see you possibly in less than an hour, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. If we would like to leave early today, please be back in time, possibly in less than 1 hour. Thank you all very much. Enjoy lunch. Tasty mic. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic 1, 2, 1, 2. 1. Huh? Oh. Check. Check. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2.
1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 1. 1, 2. 1, 2. Tasty mic. 1, 2, 1, 2. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and a very warm welcome back to the World Without Hunger Conference for the afternoon session of day 1. Would you please now take your seats so as we go ahead to start the session. Those of you who are still out in the lobby area, would you please come and join us for this very important session. Thank you very much.
Once again, welcome back to all of you after lunch. We hope you had a refreshing break. We're now back for our session that is after the lunch period. So we ask you all to please join us inside the hall so that we can begin our proceedings. If you know any of a friend, a colleague who is outside, you can also call them and ask them to join us inside the hall so that we can begin our session right away for the interest of time.
Good afternoon again, honorable ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to day 1 afternoon session on this important issue of how to tackle climate change and ensure food security through a joint energy transition. It's great to have you back here in the session, and we hope you had a refreshing break and enjoyed your lunch. Thank you so very much for rejoining us. It's so wonderful to see everyone once again energized. This session promises impactful insights on how industrializing countries can enhance the productivity, sustainability, and resilience of the agri-food industry through the integration of clean energy solutions along the entire value chain.
Yes, colleague Shimelis. And before we dive into going through how to tackle climate change and food security through a just energy transition, I think we can take a moment to appreciate the interesting discussions that we've had today all along, the very interesting sessions that we've been attending to, the very frank discussions that we had in this very important topic. We've had a lot of business-to-business meetings, so many people making connections, and that is actually one of the aims that we had this conference. So we are very confident that we're fulfilling the aim of our first day of the conference. And Shimelis, it's so great to see that we're fulfilling the objective that we set out to do early during the day. What's your take on that?
Yes, it was a wonderful beginning of day one of this grand 3-day conference, ladies and gentlemen, talking and discussing challenges in the area of tackling hunger. This international conference has brought together over 1,500 participants who have registered for the 3-day session, and it's wonderful to have all the hearts and minds of people who have gathered here to tackle the challenge of hunger across the world. And it's so inspiring to see commitments, policy commitments from government side, participation of private sector, and also engagement of all partners to tackle the problem across the globe.
Yeah, we're also having parallel sessions so that we can be able to tackle more issues more efficiently. Fiona, our colleague who was moderating the Youth for Agribusiness session, tells us that she had a very interesting discussion there. So it's good to see the youth at the forefront when it comes to driving policies, when it comes to making change in the society, because indeed we do create a future for the young generation, for the future generation, and putting them at the front seat really does make a difference in making a change in the society. So now we're going to dive into the issue of just energy transition. So when we discuss about having a just energy, it's not just about an efficient energy, but we also get to benefit our agri-system sectors by using a just energy. Later on, we're going to dive into a session about the green ammonia, and we're going to see how just energy is not just good for the environment, but also good for us as well, that we can make so much more out of it. So it's interesting sessions that we look forward to in this afternoon. So without further ado, let's dive into the issue of tackling climate change and food security using a just energy transition, so that in our endeavors to create food security, we're not harming the planet at the same time, so that we have a just energy system, just to the environment, just to the communities, making sure that every segment of the community of the society is taken into consideration. We mentioned women, we mentioned youth, so it's a very interesting session that we look forward to.
It's very exciting, and we'll be looking forward to the session. To guide us through this important conversations, we're delighted to welcome to the stage Mr. Patrick Tonowi, Head of Policy and Regional Strategy at the Global Association for the Off-Grid Solar Energy Industry, also known as the GOGLA. Would you please warmly welcome him to the stage, ladies and gentlemen?
Mr. Patrick Tonowi is here to guide us through this very interesting session. Welcome, sir.
Welcome, sir. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello.
Wow. I know we've just had lunch, so we should have a bit more energy. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. So, thank you to everybody for joining us this afternoon. My name is Patrick Tonowi, and I'm Head of Policy and Regional Strategy for an organization called GOGLA. And as I look forward to welcoming my panel, I want to maybe set the stage with a couple of statistics. And I know we see a lot of numbers thrown at us, but I think as we have this conversation here at this conference, it's important to keep in mind. The first statistic, plus or minus, is 2.33 billion people in 2023 went through severe or moderate hunger, which means low access to food. 2.33 billion people. And a further 833 million people went without food for more than a day, which is rated as severe hunger. Keep that in mind. And I think it really makes this conversation that we're having this these 3 days here and today supremely important. The second piece of information that I would like to share with you is we've seen this evolution to an understanding that when we talk about food, food security, agriculture, that it's not just a production problem. We're looking at an agri-food value chain. What does that mean? It means when we look at the food we are seeking to produce, and really to produce as much as we can with the land that we are applying it in, we look at what goes into it. It's not just about the seed that you're planting, or it's not about the inputs that you provide into it. It's also around getting things like water into it, making sure that you have the land prepared in time. And to provide that, or to deliver that, or to realize that, it's not just food production, it's the things and the ecosystem around that. Then secondly, after we've done all this work to produce the food, statistics show up to 30 to 40% of the food produced in Africa is lost as waste. And it's no longer a production problem. Instead, it's something else. It's about how do you keep that food that you've produced by either drying, processing, preserving, all of it, which is no longer, again, just a production problem. It's, do you have the energy to dry it? Do you have the energy to process it? Do you have the technology and all that it takes to be able to keep this food that you've done so much work to produce, able to reach into the hands and into the mouth that need it? Again, it's looking at it as a food ecosystem, or agri-food value chain or ecosystem. Then lastly, I want to talk about the last thing that we've seen increasingly, which is that to deliver what we need, not just in agriculture, but in so many other things that we do as human beings, energy and energy access is a key enabler. You cannot produce or pump that water without energy. You cannot dry that food without energy from the sun. You cannot cook that food without, again, whether it's energy from biochar or biogas or charcoal or whatever it is, you cannot cook it without that. Therefore, we need to think about the role of energy, and this is a conversation that we want to have today around really how do we address hunger with a just energy transition, particularly in the context of Africa, where today we know that globally over 785 people have access to no energy. When you look at clean cooking, over 1 billion people do not have a way to cook their food sustainably and rely on firewood or charcoal or other technologies and approaches. And also we need to think about how do we provide an ecosystem that not only is climate sustainable with the climate, but also lifts those that we need to out so that we don't leave anybody behind. And in this regard that I'm really pleased to have a panel discussion today that I'm going to invite them to join me. I'm going to invite Mr. Mutuma Mekasa, who's a special advisor with the Ministry of Water and Energy here in Ethiopia. Mr. Mekasa was a long-time parliamentarian here in Ethiopia. I'm going to invite Mr. Mohammed Benzekri, who is with OCP Africa. We can do better than that. We're so quiet. Thank you. I'm going to invite Ms. Bhavana Pramod Bhagwaldi, who is based out of Mauritius, and she's a co-founder of Deep Carbon Africa. Mr. Yunus Alokore, Program Director at the East Africa Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. And lastly, Ms. Cornelia Chipinge-Shebo, who is a Program Director with the SADC Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Center. So, now, before I invite and present some questions to my panelists, we're going to have a very short opening remarks from Her Excellency Amani Abu Zaid, who is the Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy at the AU Commission. Please roll the video.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, It is a privilege for me to address you today on a topic that is profound and that is of utmost importance. This is how we can harness clean energy solutions to transform the agri-food industry as we confront the dual crisis of climate change and food insecurity. We must reimagine the role of energy in agriculture, one of the most resource-intensive sectors, particularly in regions like ours, like in Africa. It is essential to recognize that the agri-food sector is the cornerstone of many African economies, contributing significantly to livelihoods, food security, and employment. Yet, the vital sector faces substantial challenges for climate change, resource scarcity, inefficiencies along the value chain, and post-harvest losses, all compounded by inadequate energy access. Across our continent, agriculture remains the backbone of our economies, contributing over 23% of our GDP and almost 60% of our workforce. This is, of utmost economic significance as agriculture remains one of the least productive sectors, mainly due to insufficient access to energy and water, reliance on efficient technologies, and the growing impacts of climate change. Climate change exacerbates this dire situation. Erratic rainfalls patterns, prolonged droughts, and increasing water scarcity are threatening food production. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a nexus between energy, water, food, as you know, and agribusiness and climate change. And we do need a continental approach, and that's what we're doing at the African Union. The energy, water, food nexus underscores the interdependence of these critical resources. Policies addressing one area must consider the others, especially in the context of climate change, and especially that agriculture is heavily dependent on all of them. So energy-efficient technologies for agribusiness can dramatically enhance the processing capabilities of agricultural producers, and the introduction of renewable energy, like solar-powered drying systems for crops such as maize, coffee, cocoa, for example, can extend shelf life and reduce spoilage. The African Union Commission has been at the forefront of promoting sustainable energy solutions across various sectors, including addressing the critical energy, water, food nexus through collaborative initiatives with regional economic communities and strategic partnerships, and especially through our Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA, which has the 3 or 4 actually sectors, because we added also technology, i.e. the smart technologies or digitalization. So our Program for Infrastructure Development actually addresses the 4 sectors together and tries to provide comprehensive integrated solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, scaling renewable energy and clean cooking solutions for food, environmental health benefits is critical. Some of you may know that almost 90% of our people, especially in rural areas, do not have access to clean cooking, and this also results in a very high rate of premature deaths. Integrating clean energy solutions such as solar, wind, bioenergy, natural gas into clean cooking can boost not only productivity but also ensure health and reduce the serious mortality rate because of this, and also help avail women and girls time to for education and other activities. Now, for the agri-food sector to thrive, policy frameworks must be aligned with the sector's realities. We need to create regulatory environments that incentivize the adoption of clean energy technologies. We need to rethink the rural areas. We need to rethink agriculture. We need to rethink agribusiness as not areas or sectors that are worthy of help and aid and support, but as the backbone of our economies, as the productive and the business the agribusiness as business, not as area of support, as a serious, important economic business. And this is the only way where we can really rethink and reevaluate the sector and make it the cornerstone of our economy in terms of revenues, in terms of growth, and in terms of massive contribution to our GDP, let alone also to ensure that our economic growth percentages are highly increased. So what to do? So we need to scale the infrastructure for rural areas, but we also need to rethink, as I said, the sector as one of as business, not just as area worthy of support. To ensure to mobilize resources and partnerships in so doing, and to ensure that there's an integration also and of the efforts through stakeholders, inclusive stakeholders approach, bottom up, that can rethink our approach to agriculture, to food, to agribusiness, and mobilize everyone around this agenda. With this, I assure you that we remain committed to working with all of you, all stakeholders, governments, private sector, development partners, civil society, to ensure that Africa's agricultural future is powered by clean, sustainable energy solutions, potable water, high connectivity, clean cooking, and making sure that people come first, and that economic growth and the well-being of people is and remains our priority. So let us seize this opportunity to build climate resilient, sustainable, and food secure future in Africa for Africa. And I thank you.
Thank you, and let's please show our appreciation for that. So, to my panelists, I think we've heard the call from the Commissioner, and I think both the scale of the challenge and the need, particularly in the African context, is self-evident. We don't need to go into it that much. Excellency, I want to maybe start off with you. Over the last decade, we've seen a lot of progress in Ethiopia, both on improving agricultural production and yield. We are seeing, obviously, significant efforts to also address energy and energy access, and I'm aware that Ethiopia has also got some programs that are looking to scale up irrigation too. I would like to maybe just start off, if we can hear from you, how you're trying to integrate both the technologies, but also this challenge between energy, food security, and what programs you're implementing, and what the progress to date so far is in Ethiopia.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And yes, that Ethiopia agriculture is growing for the last 2 decades. And not only actually the agricultural growth, but also the economy of the country is growing fastly. For example, in last year, Ethiopian economy grown by 8.1%. And in the next year, 2025, it is expected to grow by 8.4%. That includes all, not only the agricultural sector. It includes all economic sectors. So in terms of this growth is coming from different initiatives going on in the country. As it was mentioned in this morning, from the initiative of wheat production, we changed it from importing wheat to exporting wheat. That's a breakthrough and a great success for the country. And also other initiatives like Bound of the Basket and Green Legacy Initiative, which is very important for the country. Green Legacy Initiative is not only for one sector, it is for all the sectors. If we have planted a tree, it brings water, conserving soil, and all things are conserved. If our soil is conserved and our water resource is growing, then we can easily go for the farming and securing the food. So everything is interrelated to grow, to bring the necessary growth expected in the country. So in the case of energy and the water supply issue, because I came from Ministry of Water and Energy, and we said that water is life and the energy is the bread line of development. I hope you all say that. This is very important. Otherwise, if we are not taking that water is very important and that it is not life and the energy is not a bread line of any development, then we cannot end this hunger in the world. This is a very important issue. So it is mentioned that electricity access in this country is very low. Actually, it is low. Our electricity access is not more than 54%, and about 46% is not access to electricity. That is low, and we are working on that. In the same way, in the water supply also, our access to water supply, including the rural areas, is about 70%. So we have to work hard. So this all is related to energy. Actually, energy, water, energy, food nexus is very important for any development. Without working on water and energy, without focusing on water and energy, we cannot achieve that ending of hunger in the world. So this is very important. In this area, our government is working. For example, the first one is to create conducive environment for the private sector to involve in the development of the power generation, energy. In that case, we have PPP, this private-public partnership, and others also related are the conducive environment is creating in the government structures. The other thing is on the energy sector. For example, the ministry which I came from is Ministry of Water and Energy. Previously, it was organized in different areas. Now, the government is giving more focus on energy development. We, as I mentioned, our access to electricity is very less, but we have a resource, hydropower resource, solar power, wind, geothermal, and we have abundant resources of power generation. But we didn't work on it, and still we have to work more. As you know, we have very big project that is Grand Ethiopia Renaissance Dam that produces about 5,150 megawatt that is under construction and already started operation somehow partially. So we have to work in that area. So in the energy part, we give focus more in renewable energies also. So in clean cooking areas, we are working on biogases and clean cooking, solar. In fact, we have many projects to be implemented, ready for the private sectors to involve as a PPP. And that is ready, but the resource limited us to address, to develop what we can do. So accordingly, the government is giving more focuses on this area, and we need to come and invest in the energy development sector especially.
Thank you very much. And I think I want to note and highlight what you've said, which is water is life, energy is the bread line of development.
That is our slogan.
And I think this is something we all need to recognize. I want to pivot to Mr. Mohammed, because this is a different approach to this other question, which is recognizing obviously the role of OCP on production and the work that you've been doing for many years. We also recognize that you launched an ambitious green investment program to look at greening the production of fertilizer and other work that you've done, and looking at really how to become climate smart within the production value chain for fertilizers. Could you please share really where you are, the targets, and what you've been able to realize to date, and what are the challenges that you're seeing to with what you've done to date.
Thank you, Patrick. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First, allow me to brief you about OCP Group. OCP plays a crucial role in helping to feed a growing global population by providing essential nutrients for soil health and plant growth. With over 100 years, OCP is the world leader in the plant nutrition solution and phosphate-based fertilizer. Headquarters in Morocco and operating on 5 continents, we have more than 17,000 employees and work closely within over 350 customers worldwide. At OCP, our vision is to contribute to the global food security while actively addressing climate change. We aim to achieve this by empowering farmers and making high-yield agriculture sustainable worldwide. To transform this vision into reality, our commitment to energy transition and decarbonization is embodied in our green investment strategy. An ambitious $13 billion global investment program spanning 2023-2027. This program is designed to create a leading industrial ecosystem with sustainable, climate-positive agricultural solutions and to achieve carbon neutrality across all scopes by 2040. Through this strategy, we aim to raise our fertilizer production from 12 million to 20 million tons by 2027, while ensuring a just transition by increasing local integration to 70%, creating 25,000 new jobs, providing training opportunities, and engaging over 600 Moroccan companies. Renewable energy is central to this investment program. By 2027, all OCP's industrial facilities will be powered by 100 clean electricity from solar, wind, and cogeneration sources. With current operation already sourcing 85% of our energy needs from renewable. Additionally, these renewable sources will support new seawater desalination plant that will supply water to local communities. Aligning with our goal of meeting 100% of our water needs from non-conventional sources by the end of this year. The water produced will also support agriculture in the region where OCP operate. Furthermore, solar and wind projects will facilitate green hydrogen and green ammonia production, essential for decarbonizing our fertilizer product with a target of 1 million tons of ammonia by 2027 and 3 million by 2032. This shift will reduce reliance of fossil fuel-based ammonia, addressing over 1% of global CO2 emissions from conventional ammonia production. As an African company, our commitment to our continent is naturally strong and full of ambitions. OCP Africa was created in 2016 to contribute to the sustainable development of African agriculture. OCP Africa understands that the path of tackling climate change and achieving food security is multifaceted, encompassing not just energy solutions, but also agricultural innovation. The company recognized the dual challenge of feeding a rapidly growing population in a sustainable manner while minimizing the environmental footprint. Africa's unique position with its expanding population and vast Arab land enables it to be a leader in this transition. bridging the yield gap while also addressing the climate resilience. OCP Africa places a strong emphasis on soil health as crucial compound of resilient food systems by implementing initiative aims at enhancing soil vitality. OCP Africa contributes to sustainable agriculture practices that are essential for reducing greenhouse gas emission and promoting productivity. This effort demonstrates that sustainable agriculture is a vital piece of the climate action pillar, working alongside energy and other sectors to create a holistic approach to climate change mitigation. This commitment is supported by key players. First, a customized soil health solution. We are developing nutrient-rich fertilizer tailored to specific soil type to improve crop resilience and yield. We developed 44 specialized soil solutions, and we developed also 50 million hectares as mapped and over 10,000 demo plots installed. Effective supply chain and value chain development also, we are ensuring that fertilizer and soil solutions are accessible across Africa, supporting productivity and at every stage. Knowledge development and sharing also, we are training farmers in sustainable practice and promoting a long-term soil health. Over 3.2 million farmers was supported. And finally, digital innovation is a key, and we are leveraging that way for digital tools to offer precision agriculture solutions, optimizing resources use and minimizing environmental impact. OCP Africa aims to position soil as a green asset by promoting carbon sequestration in African soil. This initiative helps limit cropland expansion, reduce deforestation, and enhance carbon capture, directly aligning with the climate change mitigation goal. And finally, OCP Group is adopting a transformative approach to climate change and food security through sustainable practices, innovative soil health solutions, and significant investment in renewable energy that create value for local communities while contributing to global sustainability goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to switch to Bhavna. And particularly also, we've heard from a national government side, I think we've heard from a really industrial commercial scale. But we also think about Africa's context, and we've got also a rural context, we've got the smallholder farmers, and also a different use case. I'd like to hear from you, particularly in your areas of expertise, which is on organic to waste and biogas, biochar. What's the potential there, picking up also from some of the work that Mohammed has talked about, which they're also working on, Sultan and Hall. But maybe, where do you see the additionality? Where do you see the role? What's the progress to date, and what do we need to be doing to actually enhance that impact and make sure that it's delivering for the people we're trying to reach?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Patrick. Yeah, this is from a billion-dollar company, OCP, to a very small woman-led company domiciled in Mauritius with a couple of $1,000s. So back to reality. So as we all know that soil is just like a gut. So the soil is actually the stomach of the earth. And what good way would it be to then feed the stomach of mankind through the stomach of the earth, which is how, I guess, God created it. And that's why soil for us, as in Deep Carbon Africa, is the main medium that we take. And we are looking at carbon sequestration ways, which are enhanced rock weathering and biochar production. Now, biochar is actually called the black gold, And this is actually done in various methods, but one of the methods is called pyrolysis. And we look at these pyrolysis machine, pyrolysis equipments, which are more like kilns, which are done at grassroots level. So when we approach and do soil samples in most of our client sites, we notice that in a country like Africa, where you mostly have volcanic soils which are acidic, we find soils with high alkalinity. We find like in the Naivasha, Nakuru area, we find pH levels are very high for the soil. So we are looking at biochar as a medium to kind of do a soil amendment. Instead of bringing in chemicals, it would make sense to use the agro waste to treat the soil. And when we treat the soil with biochar, we increase water retention, we increase nutrients, we increase the NPK values of the soil, we increase ion exchange, we decrease the disease resistance, things like wheat husk. If we make biochar out of wheat husk and then we apply it to the soil, more than 60% of arsenic is removed from the soil. If we look at pine trees and we use that as the feedstock for biochar, we are removing carbamazepine, which is a chemical, carbamazepine, which is a chemical found in recycled water, and which is very harmful. So there are natural ways of addressing soil amendment, and then there are also other ways of that. So what we are trying to say is through the method of pyrolysis, through the method of biochar, we are trying to create, because biochar itself, when we are doing it through pyrolysis, the energy that is created, which is the syngas which is created, can also be used for heating and for cooking. And we also have byproducts like bio oil, and we also have wood vinegar, which can then be used as a herbicide by the farmers. So you have a complete system which will address the issues. And coming to actually biogas, which is, I think, like Patrick said when we were discussing, he says that solar energy is like a stepchild to the government. But when I look at biogas, I feel that the child is not even born yet and not even conceived, because most of the programs that we have and the structures that we have in place, biogas is the least looked at. But it's the most useful one, because we are actually converting biomass into energy through smaller biogas plants. Out of the 30 million households in Africa, less than 1% of them have access to biogas. And this is really very sad, and the financing mechanism for these kind of projects is not great. We also have financing mechanisms like direct air capture, which is also one of the methods of carbon sequestration, where the Department of Energy is putting in $1.8 billion. But when it comes to projects like biogas, where we are actually talking about the rural areas of Global South, the South-South Global South, which has no access to energy. We could also look at a hybrid system of solar and biogas. Also with clean cooking stoves. The clean cooking stoves currently we are looking at is using LPG and using electricity, which I think is not actually clean cooking gas. Okay, we were sleeping, we were cutting trees, and then now we are crawling by using a clean cooking stove, but we are still using energy, which is electricity and LPG. But it would make sense then when we connect the clean cooking stoves to either biogas or have solar panel clean cooking stoves. So then we are talking about clean cooking stoves. So yes, from ground up, there are other methods that need, and all this again boils down to standards and policy frameworks. And we as Global South, being the suppliers of carbon credit, do not have our own African standards. And I think some of our people, the REC will agree with me that we need to have our own standards for Africa, by Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. So I want to pivot to Yunus with IACRI. We've had several things, but I don't think we've been very clear yet across the range of what solutions are we actually talking about. But I also want to ask this question because when what's the level of actual adoption and implementation that you see, and what's the work that IACRI is doing, particularly in East Africa, to try and drive this agenda of this agri-food nexus driving energy to actually impact on what's happening in the food value chain? Many questions in one.
Yeah, thank you. Many questions in one, but I think many of these questions are already answered by my fellow panelists, and also from the discussions in the morning. I've heard green hydrogen mentioned and the link to ammonia. I've also heard about using bioslurry and biochar in the farms and all that. But if you look at Africa generally, and let me narrow it down particularly to the East African community, these regions have enormous potential for renewable energy and energy efficiency. And these have the solutions for us to tackle climate change and food security issues through a just energy transition. So there is potential right from the farm up to the end of the supply chain when you're talking about renewable energy and energy efficient solutions. First of all, on the farm, if you're already using organic fertilizer, another option there now is to do your irrigation using solar, pumping water using solar for irrigation. Majority of the African countries have sufficient solar potential to do that. Then after the farm, when you're talking about agro-processing, I heard in the morning some very important value chains like for fish, for beef, for vegetables mentioned there as very important sources of nutrient, but many of these actually go bad after a very short while. Yeah. So there's also the option of green cooling, using renewable energy technologies to cool these different products so that you increase their shelf life. Then on the other side, there is also drying. A lot of our diets depend on grains. Even fruits can be dried. Yeah, I think on the market, if you go, there's a lot of dried fruit. So this comes to the point, ties very well with the point on solar drying. But then if you go to the side of processing, in East Africa, many of the countries are now developing these industrial zones or industrial parks. But there's plenty of roof space, which in many cases is not used. There is potential for captive power by installing solar panels and taking advantage of this plenty of roof space to have the green component in your processing systems. Then when you look at all these solutions, they're out there. But in the morning, there was a very important question of, we have all these resources, but why are we still affected by hunger? There are a couple of barriers which need to be addressed. And the countries have put enormous effort to address some of these barriers. But most times, they are working at national level. If I pick it very well from one of the presenters in the morning, the Commissioner for Agriculture and the Rural Development from African Community, she mentioned that there are very many isolated efforts. But what we are trying to now advocate through IACRI, which is East African Center of Excellence for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, is why can't we do these things at regional level? So that the standards, which my colleague mentioned here, that they should be for Africa and developed by Africans, we can aggregate them first at regional level so that we have single standards at regional level in these regional blocks. And through the regional sustainable energy centers, this is something which is possible. We have done this for lighting in the East African community. All the 8 countries now have one standard. And in that same project, there were also standards developed together with the SADC. And now East Africa and the SADC, they have one standard for lighting. We're in an advanced stage of doing the same for cooling appliances. This can be done for electric cooking appliances because we have done it for those other elements. This can be done for solar systems. This can be done for efficient agro-processing appliances and all these other components. So if there's anything to pick from my submission, I think we as Africa and we as the regions in Africa should move away from working in silos in terms of working at a national level to working at regional level or even at continental level. So that one, our markets are aggregated. With the aggregated markets, this makes our markets bigger and gives us stronger negotiation capacity. 2, we shall have reduced duplication, and this will increase our efficiency. 3, when you work at regional or continental level, there is also a benefit of maximizing the synergies which exist between the countries. I think we should take advantage of these benefits and move away from working in silos to working together at continental or at regional level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's an interesting challenge. I appreciate that. I want to come to my last panelist, and Cornelia, you are as program director of SACRI for the Agri-Food Nexus. Maybe if you can focus for us on your experiences and work to date. And I'd really like to pick up on what Eunice has said. If you can also clarify for us these barriers that you've explained, you've experienced, because I'm noting time. After that, I will come to everybody to really ask a question about what do we need to do to actually deliver on the promise. But Cornelia, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. So in the SADC region, SACRI was established by the SADC ministers responsible for energy, really in making sure that we improve energy security across the region. And this is why we implemented the Water Food Nexus project. So this project ran for 2 years. And what we have done in this project is really making sure that we work with the vulnerable communities, where we went into the rural communities with established communities, installed solar panels for pumping of water, as well as then we also integrated climate smart agriculture in there, and also making sure that we look at other productive uses such as solar kiosks, solar drying systems, as well as solar cookers, which was indicated as quite important. But what we have found out is that we actually, in these communities, one challenge is not just access to energy, but another is also access to water. So getting water for even domestic use, that's one of the challenges that we face in the SADC region, where we have countries like Mauritius almost at 100%, while other countries like Malawi at 14% access to energy. And one of the key barriers that I would like to highlight, there are quite many. Financial is one, which I think was spoken about, as well as policy and regulatory framework is another. But what we also found out is that the different energy sector works in isolation from agriculture as well as water. So that's one of the challenges that we have faced, and really advocating for regional dialogues. That's one way that we have dealt with that. Another is that we find in these communities that there are challenges such as energy inequalities, looking at gender, so looking at youth, looking at entrepreneurship. So those are key barriers that we are also faced with. And of course, the reliance on fossil fuel, and just also making sure that the communities are aware of what renewable energy and energy efficiency technologies are out there. So those are key barriers that we face, apart from all the other barriers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope everybody was listening, right? Because I think you've given quite a comprehensive list of barriers from your experience. One is access to energy, which we spent quite a bit of time, and I think clean energy, access to water, access to finance, policy and regulatory barriers, isolation of the sectors, and this is interesting, across agri from the energy and water, and then around, the gender or the inequalities, both gender and I think you've touched on youth, right? So I want to pivot to what was going to be our last question, which is around calls to action. And before that, maybe if I can just do a quick poll of the room. By show of hands, how many, as Yunus has said, we've talked about this, we're aware, but these issues still persist? How many feel that these issues, we are on track to address these issues? How many feel we are not on track to address these issues? So I'll ask those two questions. So first, by a show of hands, how many feel we are on track to address these issues? 2, all right. Okay, so maybe 10, 15, maybe 20%. How many feel we are not on track? Okay. So I think I would say more feel we are not on track. I'm not sure about those who didn't raise their hands. I hope it's not a sign we've not helped you this afternoon. But I want to pivot to you and just ask, what do you think are the most urgent actions that we need to realize you've got an ambition on here, what OCP is doing and the ambitions, but what prevents us realizing both the impact in your plans, but also in terms of the impact that you can have in this Africa-wide challenge and everybody else? Please, we'll just go down individually. What do you think are the most urgent call to action, and to who?
Thank you again. Actually, nowadays in the world, the climate change is knocking every door, every house, everywhere. But the big challenge is in Africa. The affected ones are Africans, mostly. In the other hand, the hunger is mostly in Africa, and that is affecting us. And everybody in the world is talking about the climate change and the hunger, world without hunger, and other topics too. Everybody is talking. But the challenge is we are not much committed for what we are talking. This is very, very challenging. It is very long time we started talking about climate change and about hunger, especially in Africa and other countries too. But the commitment going down to the ground, to the community, is very less. That is our challenge. So, to be out of these challenges, first of all, let us commit what we are talking about. The financiers, the government, the private sectors, if you do together, and we can, if you integrate it together, we can solve these challenges. Otherwise, it will be difficult still. It is going on. We have seen this morning on one of the presentations that it is not declining, it is not decreasing, it is increasing rather. So where is our commitment? Let us ask each other. So to come to on track on this issue, all the stakeholders, the major stakeholders, that is government, we, the private sectors, the financiers, should play the big role to implement the nexus of water, energy, and the food. So in the government side, in Ethiopia, for example, we are trying to do a lot. There is a big effort going on, but it needs finance. It needs private sector to involve in the development. For example, in the energy sector, what I mentioned before, we have a lot of projects that can be done by the private sector. And that is ready projects which is waiting for the private sector to come and develop the generations. So the solution, as to me, is, first of all, let us commit ourselves for what we are talking, and let our projects, let our talking go to the down to the community level, grassroots level, to change the life of the people, be it access to electricity or access to water supply. Let us do together, come together. So in our case, we have 10 years development plan in this country to make 100% access for electricity and the water supply by 2030. We are committed to that, and we are doing for that. It seems very ambitious plan, but we have to do it, not alone, with our development partners like World Bank, African Development Bank, others too, coming together and doing together. If you do that, we can be out of hunger, and we can make the world without hunger. Otherwise, it will not. It is not easy, by the way. End of hunger is possible. It is not simple as we said. It needs big effort. So we have to do for that. If you do that, we can make it real. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mohammed.
Yes. Let me share some good example and best practice for promoting clean energy solution to improve food, energy, climate. At government level, we can see that incentive and subsidy can provide financial for farmer and business to adopt renewable energy source, such as solar or wind. This could include a tax credit, grant or law. Renewable energy policies, we have to implement in policies that mandate or encourage the use of renewable energy in agricultural practice. For example, we can establish renewable portfolio standard, can set target for percentage of for energy that must come from renewable sources. Research and development funding. The government also can invest in research and development for technologies that integrate clean energy with agricultural practice. Public-private partnership. We can also see the training and education program, providing training for farmers on integrating renewable energy with their operation, helps them to understand the benefit and practical application. At the private sector level, we can see innovation business model. We have to develop a business model that integrates renewable energy into agricultural operations, such as a community solar project that serve multiple farms. We can also see investment in clean technology, private sector investment in clean technology solution for agriculture, such as biogas production from farm waste, and also at the end we can see a clear policy framework support and clean energy and sustainable agriculture. And finally, access to capital diversified funding sources, like green bond, public-private partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you read from some of my script on some of those. Thank you. Yunus?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I really would not want to add anything to what my two colleagues here have mentioned about already access to finance, about regulatory framework. But I want to talk about one major thing which we are just moving around, which we are not talking about. That is the political will to end hunger. And why I'm saying this is have you heard of any case where the ballot papers have failed to reach anyone during an election? I think we should look at hunger as that. We should reflect the political will not only in our narrative, but also in our actions, so that the solutions we're talking about here, the measures we're talking about here, we put the same effort so that they reach to the very last person in the communities. Now that we are talking about what actions or what calls to action, I would like to take this opportunity also maybe to announce something which has happened from our side as regional sustainable energy centers. So globally, there are 10 regional sustainable energy centers. And these centers are tagged to the regional blocks. For example, in Africa, there are 5 of them. One tagged to SADC, another one to East African Community, another one to ECAS, another one to ECOWAS, and another one to the Northern African side, plus others in the Caribbean and Central America. So these centers were established with the support of UNIDO, and all these centers have come together to announce a call to action, which call I would also like to announce here. It's themed Clean Energy Without Borders for a World Without Hunger. All the 10 centers have signed it. I invite any of the delegates here who is interested in this topic, on the topic of regional affairs and addressing hunger from the regional perspective through renewable energy and energy efficiency, to join us in this call. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bhavna?
Yeah, I'll make it short because I know we are running out of time. The main challenges that we face in the private sector is access to finance, but what we also face a problem is the biomass framework country-wise. We don't have proper guidelines on biomass framework because the biomass framework gets in the pecking order. First, you have greening the grid as per the NDC. Then you have energy. Then we also have biomass for livestock. Then we have biomass for, let's say, the aviation. If they want to get into aviation, if aviation fuel wants to join, then we have aviation. Then we have greening of the shipping corridor, if they want to use the biomass for that. And then we have for food security, which is through biochar, and then clean energy through biomass. So if the framework is not right, and then you want to address energy first, you want to address, so this is just a challenge for us. And also the energy mix in the NDCs. If the exact energy mix is not given in the NDCs, then we will not be able to, as private sector, we are last in line. And the other challenge that we face is we want to do carbon sequestration and give back additional revenue streams to the farmer in terms of carbon credits. But the issue that we have is all the standards are from Europe. Whether I don't want to take names, but all the standards that we are following are from Europe. So much so that if we want to have a pyrolysis machine manufactured in Africa, and we don't have in the country the emission levels, we need to take the emission levels in Europe for a machine which is going to be manufactured in Africa. So it doesn't match. So that's why we really need to have a standard in Africa, for Africa, made by Africans. And also green labels need to be produced, and green labels need to be done in Africa for products of Africa to be exported out of Africa.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Cornelia last, and then I think we wrap up.
Okay, thank you. Maybe just to add on, this is also why the regional centers exist and really trying to harmonize policy and also harmonize standards at regional level. But we are also looking forward to getting joint learnings and sharing with the entire region, as well as pulling these resources together to assist the regions. That's just what I wanted to say in closing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think as I wrap up, I want to request if all of you would join us in one thing, which is if we can jointly agree that let whatever communique agreement comes from this conference on World Without Hunger include something around the energy to support, to power that, to deliver that, to, as you know, I'm going back to the beginning, which is making sure that this energy component is included, because as we've heard, we will not solve that energy hunger problem without also solving what powers, what enables that. Otherwise, thank you. Please join me in recognizing and appreciate my panel, and thank you all for joining us this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our high-level speakers who delved into the topic of how to tackle climate change and to ensure food security through a just energy transition. Thank you so much for your meaningful contribution. And now let's take commemorative photos to remember this very important occasion. Congratulations. Thank you all so much for your very meaningful contributions. In your discussions, we were able to see that though just energy is still relatively new, there is so much potential to extract from it, so much benefits to gain from it. Thank you so much, Patrick Tanui, for that excellent facilitation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to proceed to our next session, and that is the impact of sustainability-driven regulations on fair, sustainable, and transparent food trade and supply chains. So we're going to discuss regulation. So on one hand, regulations to create sustainable food systems can be an enabling factor, but at the same time, they can hinder so much progress and pose a challenge to agribusinesses. So now we're going to delve into that discussion, but before
just before we get there, I think I have an idea. We all have been sitting after lunchtime. It's, you know, a low energy kind of level. So can you please join me in standing up from your seats? Rise from your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do some energy and, you know, so that can pull us through the rest of the sessions. Thank you so very much. Now, I'm going to ask you a question, and then you think and answer that. What is the big elephant in the house? Yeah, do I hear what? Hunger is a big elephant in the house. Well, that's why we're all gathered here. Now, I would like you to imagine that hunger has crawled in this hall, and then before you deal with anything about that, how do you feel? You just tell me, how do you feel when you hear about hunger? How do you feel about close to 800,000 people being affected globally? Children, women, elderlies, people of different backgrounds being highly affected by hunger. How does that make you feel? Just say words. Yeah? Sad? Mad?
Bad.
Angry? Bad? Frustration, all that, isn't it? Now assume that the hunger has crawled in, and let's impersonalize that as if it's a big elephant. And how would you do that? How would you express that feeling of madness and anger? So can you do something?
Yeah.
There is hunger around you. So you can do whatever you like.
Absolutely.
Express your feeling. Deal with it. Yeah? Let the feeling come out. Is that how hard you hit it? How hard do you hit it?
I don't see
What
so
would you
much
do?
passion. I don't see so much passion, so I think they're okay with hunger. Is that how you deal with hunger? How would you, how angry would you be at hunger? Let me see that emotion.
If that's how you do it, you're not ready to take on the challenge. So let's see some crazy kicks. Can we? Yeah, we see one here and another one
Oh, I like
over
that
there.
one. I like that
Yeah,
kick.
we need stars anyway, you know, every here and there. Thank you so very much. It's just to break the ice. Thank you.
Thank
well
you.
done. I think
you.
that will pull us through the next
So
session.
today we're literally fighting hunger, not just through our discussions. Okay, we'll progress through these sessions, and we're going to discuss about regulations and how we can make regulations to be an enabling environment for sustainable, fair, and transparent trade and supply chains. Joining us today, we have our very experienced moderator, Miss Mary Porter Peshka, who brings an extensive expertise in sustainable development and finance as a representative of the International Finance Corporation, IFC. Let's warmly welcome Miss Mary Porter Peshka to the stage so that she can facilitate this session. Miss Mary, is your mic working? Yes. Let me. It's on.
Is it working? Yes. Okay, sorry about that. A little bit confusion. So I'm going to introduce the rest of the panel in no particular order. May I first ask Madeline Muga, Strategy and Impact Director at Fair Trade Africa, to come on up here. I'm lonely. And then Escipion Oliveira Gomez, Director of the Division of Enterprise Competitiveness and Institutions at the International Trade Center. And last but not least, Matt Kovac, Chief Executive Officer at Food Industry Asia. Yes, we'll go boy, girl, boy, girl. So good afternoon and welcome. I'm really sorry that we're standing in the way of your coffee break, but at least it's not the wine reception. I think there's always a positive side. I have to say that this panel is near and dear to my heart, having been IFC's Global Director for ESG for 5 years before I arrived on the continent. And while I do consider myself a strong sustainability champion, I am also super familiar with companies struggling to meet environment and social standards in our projects. The impact of new regulatory measures promoting ENS standards in food systems is a timely and critical topic, but it's also a complex one. There's a lot to recommend sustainability-driven regulations. They're designed to protect our environment and advance social equity by reducing deforestation, promoting fair labor practices, and enabling the long-term viability of our food systems. These regulations also foster greater transparency in supply chains, ensuring that our food systems are both fair and sustainable. However, we also need to acknowledge the challenges that come with these measures, particularly for smallholder farmers and small businesses in developing countries. For example, the increased costs of compliance can be prohibitive for the smaller actors involved in the food supply chain. To address challenges, it's going to take a village. We need a collective effort from consumers, from companies, governments, and international organizations. Today's panel is going to unpack the challenges and also offer some potential solutions to address them. I've already introduced my three distinguished guests. So to set the stage for us, I'm going to hand the floor to you, Matt, to provide a brief overview of sustainability-driven regulations in agri-food supply chains before I move into the discussion. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Originally, I was supposed to make the short intervention, but we had someone drop out from the panel, so I've joined the panel as well. So thank you very much for giving me double airtime. I'll read out my speech to make sure I stick to the 5 minutes. So Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's an honor and a pleasure for me to attend this conference here in Addis Ababa. I actually am based in Asia. I'm based in Kuala Lumpur and in Singapore, between the two, and I primarily look after developing markets on behalf of SMEs and some multinational food companies in that part of the world. But there are some significant similarities to parts of Africa. Now, governments across the globe are increasingly recognizing the implications of supply chain interconnectedness and the dependence on global value chains for achieving economic as well as sustainable development objectives. Simultaneously, consumers are increasingly becoming aware of businesses' social and environmental performance, and of course we see cases of calling them out for underperformance, particularly in the global north. This has resulted in the private sector actors experiencing increased pressure to adhere to high standards of accountability and transparency regarding the impact of their business practices on communities, the nature, and of course, the environment. These sustainability-related regulations are intended to encourage businesses to perform better. For instance, by identifying risks, mitigating and responding to them, and holding the private sector accountable. Now, over the last 2 decades, a plethora of sustainability-related regulations have taken center stage, with several regulations being adopted by governments, primarily in the global north, that promote responsible business conduct, transparency in supply chains, respect for human rights, and environmental standards. For examples of those would be the UK's Modern Slavery Act, Switzerland's non-financial due diligence reporting, and the recently delayed implementation of the EU Deforestation-Free Regulation, EUDR. Now, however, many of these regulations have been developed unilaterally without as much collaboration between the private sector and companies, particularly SMEs, and governments of potentially affected countries or other value chain actors. Now, vulnerable actors, and in particularly my region, micro and small and medium-sized enterprises, can find it increasingly challenging to comply due to the lack of understanding of the requirements and the measures they could adopt to comply with each of them. Now, this is of particular relevance related to environmentally driven regulations and policies that impact food supply chains from farmers all the way through to small business operators. Many parts of Asia are particularly susceptible to climate change and that impact, given their dense coastal populations, and of course some weaker infrastructure, and that really does impact livelihoods, food security, and the millions of people's health, particularly women. So some new research that my organization and another organization, AFPA, commissioned with Oxford Economics actually shows that for every 1% increase in average temperature, it raises food producer prices by between 1 to 2% across some key markets like Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines. This analysis also shows that food production costs would rise by anywhere between 30 to 60% in a scenario in which the world achieves net zero emissions by 2050 compared to the current baseline. Now, and that's credible regulations, not crazy policies, that's credible regulations. So if you look at that, that's a double-edged sword. We do need to move towards net zero, but simultaneously by doing so and not having support for SMEs in the agricultural sector, this could be dangerous. The price of inaction, though, would have just as much, or if not greater, regressive consequences. Natural resource-based sectors such as agriculture and fisheries in my part of the world, they are directly conditioned by and impacted by climate. And they account for around 1/3 of total employment, which threatens the livelihoods of much of Asia's poor. Climate change will increase the spread of vector-borne, waterborne diseases and deaths due to cardiovascular stress, and under very high emission scenarios could impose GDP losses of 30% in Southeast Asia, and that's according to the Asian Development Bank, and that's by the year 2100. So the regional food security risk is incredibly real, but its significance stretches actually beyond Southeast Asia due to a significant portion of food imports to Africa, to South Asia, and of course the Middle East. So Southeast Asia's food production matters, not just, especially for the least developed countries, because the import share stands at 23% which is up from around 14% 2 decades ago, and it's increasing. So ASEAN's significance in food production is rising. This positive externality makes a case for global cooperation to support producers in my part of the world to mitigate the impact of physical and transition risks related to the transition to net zero. Now, with climate change exacerbating food price volatility and the energy transition posing significant risks to food production costs, there is a critical imperative for governments to prioritize policies that attract and retain foreign direct investment in the food sector, but also building capacity for SMEs in domestic economies. Meanwhile, developing partners play a pivotal role, as we know, with UNIDO, FAO, and others, in supporting that transition to net zero emissions and future-proofing against regulations. Now, while companies are in the process of understanding and exploring common requirements across these regulations, and they look towards trying to comply, it becomes critical to identify the tools, the platforms, the services, and the standards that can be used to support compliance. Effective due diligence will require companies to systematically improve their supply chain practices, and the comment from the previous panel was that that's incredibly difficult, and why shouldn't there be standards for Africa, and why not? Still, the global dialogue is needed to support all food producers, particularly in Southeast Asia, South Asia, and of course in Africa, in meeting these compliance costs. And remember, the speed of these new regulations and standards must be at the pace that gives all producers in the food supply chain time to adapt, to reduce the risk of excessive strain in the short term, while protecting those who are most vulnerable to food prices increases, and that is our consumers. So thank you, Mary.
Thanks very much, Matt. You've anticipated some of my questions, but I'm still going to ask them. So just to give you all a quick sense of the format, we're going to try to cycle through 3 rounds of questions and then open it up to you all. Emphasis on the word try. I have a lot of questions, and selfishly, I'd like to hear from all the panelists on all the questions, if possible, only because I know you represent very diverse vantage points. So please do jump in. I'll try to make that space for you, even if the question isn't directed at you. So for round 1, we're going to explore what these regulatory measures mean for agribusinesses and smallholder farmers. So I'll start with Madeline and Ethiopian. What do you see as the main challenges and opportunities for smallholder farmers and SMEs in implementing more sustainable production practices in the agri-food supply chain? And Madeline, let's just go ahead and start with you when it comes to the smallholder producers.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for staying around. My name is Madeline Muga, and I'm going to stand on where everybody has been standing today on the existing protocol. I work for Fairtrade Africa. Fairtrade Africa is part of a larger system of fair trade organizations with a particular role. My role as Fairtrade Africa is to support fair trade certified producers to remain certified, to follow the standards, and to be able to sell on fair trade terms. On fair trade terms, it means they have a minimum price and they have a premium for producing on fair trade terms. Now, we support about 1.4 million farmers and workers in Africa. So when we talk about the threat for hunger, we have 1.4 million members in about 670 producer organizations that would be threatened if their livelihoods are also threatened. And we are talking about the voluntary sustainability regulations that are coming our way. For us, as Fairtrade Africa, we are looking at how we shift the focus first. First, we do agree on the principles and the vision of the regulations that are coming our way, the sustainability-driven regulations that are coming our way. This vision, we buy it, we believe in it. The principles behind it, we want to implement these regulations. But the focus is on the potential value when we have not even implemented or complied with these regulations. For you to run, for you to walk, you need to crawl. So we are running and walking before we really even crawl. So if we shift and look at the challenges that we are facing as smallholder farmers, then we will, if the envisaged impact can only remain a dream if we do not address the challenges that farmers face. For us, we recognize the opportunities, but we have been overwhelmed by the compliance measures that are coming our way. And remember, these are new measures. They are sitting on already existing issues that we have to deal on, heavily sitting on farmers who are not getting a good price for their crop, who are struggling with climate, are hit hard on climate, low productivity, low price, all these things, inflation, put all those things and put the new regulations. We have to comply with them. Where do we find the money? EUDR found us really having put down everything to comply by January. And you can imagine for producers, if we don't comply, what do we lose? Ladies and gentlemen, we lose access to markets. We are talking about hunger. Majority of the producers that fair trade works with are for your traditional export products. The coffee, the cocoa, the tea, and we only consume a very small percentage of what we produce. Majority is for export. So if we cannot access our traditional markets, then we cannot even be able to feed ourselves. Somebody here earlier talked about we need to find trillions. We only have hundreds to be able to comply. Financial support, technical support, capacity building is one of the things that we are doing, supporting farmers to be able to comply. So it's not that we do not want to comply, but we do not have the capacity to comply. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline. So maybe same question about challenges and opportunities, Scipion, from an SME perspective.
Hello. Thanks for the invitation. First, I really wanted to thank UNIDO for the opportunity to speak here. ITC, for those that do not know, we are the son or the daughter of the WTO and the United Nations working together to help SMEs succeed in the world in international trade. And we try to place ourselves as an honest broker between the donors, the regulations, and the SMEs. Before we were here, they were talking about hunger. I have never in my life experienced hunger, but I have seen many people experience hunger, and it's heartbreaking. And sometimes when you are sitting in your comfortable desk and doing regulations, it's difficult to see how the SMEs in the field react, and I feel very much of what you say. We must say that in the last 5 years, there have been rules about organic production, carbon border and adjustment mechanism, corporate responsibility due diligence, forced labor, deforestation, tobacco parts in food and seeds. So you must understand that this is like a foreign language to us agriculture. So maybe the first thing that we try to do is to translate all these complex languages into people that in the field can understand, and it's very, very difficult. And I like proverbs, and I like songs. There's a famous song from a Mexican group called Maná, which is, where will my children play? So I want to reassure everybody that people in developing countries, we do love our children, and we want them to swim in clean rivers and swim in clean beaches. But the present day is important. I worked a lot in Haiti. If a Haitian has to cut a tree to cook that night, are you going to tell him, don't eat, don't worry, in 10 years, we will bring to you charcoal. In 10 years, you're dead. So I'm also economist, and like Keynes. Keynes used to say, in the long term, we will all be dead. So we have to put ourselves in the time. What are we trying to do? We have really to train people, translate these regulations into something they can assume. But to do that, you have to work closely with the SMEs. Also with the BSOs, it's impossible for us to come and trade each BSO, each company can try to work through fair trade. We had the privilege of working here with a big congregation of farmers, ORAMI. And for example, one of the things of compliance is that you need to geolocalize, because if you, at the end of the day, everything is on traceability. For all these regulations, you have to ensure where the product comes from. So for example, we have around this union of cooperatives in Ethiopia has 500,000 farmers. We worked for several years and we have been able to geolocalize 42,000. But we're still only 8% after many work. So to be the truth, we need time, we need money. We also need to put, we were talking about, already have a red card. Just to say, we need also to put the appropriate infrastructure. For example, in Pakistan, we are building cold storage in the field for bananas with solar energy. We have accredited through our work 3 labs in Burundi to allow people to have the correct certificates to export. Our global public goods are very well known, so also people need to know information about what are the trends, how can we better capacitate. But at the end of the day, I think is to translate and also understand. If you look at the deforestation regulation, if a country like Gabon that has 86% forest coverage today, you tell them you cannot cut down a tree to do anything, you're telling them you cannot develop. And so you're being penalized for keeping your forest. And then you have other countries, I would say Vanuatu and Togo, which are smaller. Can they go in to put the infrastructure for all the traceability? It will be difficult for them just because of volumes. So we need to save the earth, but the present is very important. You cannot tell somebody, don't worry, you'll eat in 10 years.
Thanks for that. You know, you mentioned Haiti and charcoal, and 30 years ago, or like a few years ago when I began my career, I began it in Haiti, and I remember being struck by flying over Hispaniola and seeing the demarcation between Haiti and the Dominican Republic because the trees had been cut down, which is a perfect segue to you, Matt, because you get the $64,000 question. How can we balance the need for sustainability with maintaining food security, especially in agriculture-dependent regions?
Yeah, that's a delicate balancing act. I think how we look at that, certainly in Southeast Asia, is as I said, there's a big impact from climate change already now, and that will grow and only get worse. But in that transition to net zero, the impact on food production and prices will be quite high as well. So it comes from in that transition, you'll have increase in labor costs, and energy as well, because many of those economies in Southeast Asia are actually reliant on fossil fuels. Indonesia is reliant on 60 to 70% of its economy is reliant on fossil fuels. So that shorter term transition will have a big impact. That's probably not discussed as much as it should be. In fact, even the Asian Development Bank said across the whole of Asia, not just Southeast Asia, that there will be an increase of around 35% in food prices if there aren't mitigation strategies to offset the impact of transitioning to net zero. So this is a really big deal which isn't discussed as much as it should be. And of course, those most vulnerable in society at the bottom of the pyramid and those consumers will be the ones that actually go hungry. And already what we've seen, of course, is rising rates of inflation and slower economic growth, the impact of COVID on debt. So there may not be the financial assistance from governments to help with this transition as well, as much as there was before. So this is incredibly delicate. I think bigger companies, multinationals, play an important role in terms of foreign direct investment, and for economies to loosen perhaps or look at the ability to allow for that, not just that foreign direct investment, but retaining that foreign direct investment through various measures, yeah, in particular in terms of ownership. And allowing those linkages between those big companies to then support those SMEs as well in terms of hands-on experience of how you can improve as well to help you mitigate against the transition to the transition to net zero. Those are going to be fundamentally important in Southeast Asia and Asia and probably in parts of Africa. But I do know as well that there is competitive advantage to certain multinationals adhering to some of these regulations. I'm honest about that. I work with both multinationals and SMEs, and I see that tension. So, for example, one would be the recent delay on the EU deforestation-free regulations, where actually some of the big companies like Nestle and Mondelez and Mars have actually said, no, they want to continue with the regulation immediately because they've already made the investments. Whereas for others in that supply chain, it's a lot more difficult and they need more time. So there's going to be some real tensions in mitigating those increases in food prices.
Thanks. And I wanted to move us to round two, but I can see Madeline wants to jump in, and that's the whole point of this. So go ahead, Madeline. And
Thank you. Allow me to jump in. Yeah. About the structure and what you've mentioned, Matt, about the structure of enforcement. We have the big players, we have the small players, we have middle players, but they're all being painted with one brush. How do we ensure that the burden of compliance is distributed evenly? The big players are able to comply very quickly with the regulations. We want to, but we don't have the resources. Producers are committing time, resources, everything that they have to ensure they comply so that they don't lose markets. On the other hand, for producers, you begin to see how the challenge that lies with the different levels of accountability. For some, it's mandatory. For some, you hear the language such as required to pay attention. So the language seems to get softer and softer as we go up the value chain and as you meet the big boys. But for us, at the start of the value chain, it's mandatory. How do we even out the burden and ensure that everybody across the value chain is held by the same standards, but that we support each other?
Just to add that, in fact, I agree with everything you said. And I think ITC, under the direction of our director, Pamela Cook-Hamilton, we want to transform trade and change lives. But these regulations have been seen by the Global South as an imposition because they were not developed together. And I think that if you really want to make it successful, sit down with people and do it together. So we say, please incorporate the farmers as well. And that's where fair trade comes in. The cooperatives, involve local governments, involve the business support organization, the chambers, the cooperatives, because everybody, we want a better future. And the next, and that where it heads is time and resources to do so. Because you're telling invest in geolocalization where you don't have electricity in your own home. How many farmers in Ethiopia have electricity in their home? And you want them to geolocalize. We went to talk to a company, a coffee company here. Their main issue is trying to buy a transformer to have electricity in the factory. So you're talking about two different realities. And that type of realities have to be discussed. So we do agree and we strongly support protecting the environment, but please help developing countries to help themselves.
Good point. Second round is about exploring the costs and solutions. I think all three of you touched quite a bit on costs, but maybe you might want to add on unintended effects on smallholder farmers and SMEs, but I really don't want us to leave this segment without also talking about solutions, because Madeline, you mentioned a bit when it comes to things that are needed, access to markets, and the fact that the small guys are overwhelmed by compliance measures. I can tell you from an IFC point, we see regional and global players overwhelmed by the measures. So it's very understandable that the smaller players would be as well. But maybe going in reverse order and just kicking it back to you, Matt, on any of those themes. Unintended consequences, costs we haven't touched on or gone deep enough, or solutions. And we can't leave without solutions again because of the opening plenary.
Yeah, so some of those solutions, I think, so in my part of the world, particularly around addressing the full gambit of sustainability, but perhaps more on environment, is some of the programs around capacity building. So there's something very interesting it's based in Thailand called the Sustainable Rice Platform, SRP. It gets funding from the Global Energy Fund. And that's looking at raising the quality and standards of rice growing and mitigating the impacts of methane and methane emissions within rice growing. So there's some real important capacity building programs that are happening to try to get industries, smallholder farmers prepared for some of these quite onerous sustainability-driven regulations, and particularly for ASEAN, where it's exporting something around 38–40% of world's rice, right? It's a major exporter, and they want to increase those exports to Europe. So I think that there are some of those capacity building programs, but of course financing and scaling them is still an issue. And we talk about that a lot, and I still don't have a solution around that except for more funds, more ability to do some of that training and capacity building. I would add one more point though, is just to say that when it comes to multinationals having to adhere to some of the sustainability-driven regulations, it's not always that easy. And certainly from an audit basis, and in my part of the world, that audit and complying with some of those audits is incredibly challenging indeed, yeah, and incredibly costly. And I think a colleague actually mentioned and said to me, it was an example in Switzerland actually, about the cost of those audits. And if you think about the number of audits that big, small, medium-sized companies have to make, the savings that you could make from that could actually be translated into putting it towards capacity building programs to help those micro or SMEs be prepared for some of these sustainability-driven regulations.
Ethiopian?
Yes, thank you very much. I think that the solutions are similar. First, capacity building. ITC is helping a lot in that capacity building. Bringing the voice of the farmers to Europe. I had the opportunity to be in discussions with the European Parliament. When you have the discussions and you can tell legislators what implication they have, because I think we're all in the same boat. We are working with the European Union in what we call accompanying measures, basically going to them to the field to explain and have that discussion and bringing with us companies. For example, Lavazza Coffee from Italy is accompanying us, and they are also facing challenges because it's also helping the international companies to be able to succeed. Because at the end of the day, they do want that the farmer to have a decent living. And I think one of the main things is having things like this, talking to people, have a one United Nations approach. I'm very happy that we're working this with UNIDO. We are working also a business-friendly program where the World Bank, UNIDO, and ITC are working together. And I think that if we can all concentrate together in SDG number 1, which is no poverty, a lot of the things will be solved. I think that also the exchange of best practices between Asia, Pacific, Caribbean, Africa is very important because and that is also where fair trade comes in, because we work with fair trade in that sense. What innovative approach was used by a cooperative to find the solutions? And I would like to say that, I'd like to quote somebody very famous that said once, I have a dream, and my dream is that tomorrow, poverty and agriculture are not synonymous in the developing world.
So Martin Luther King and Mana. These are your quotes. Okay, good. I won't forget you. Madeline.
Thank you. Without repeating what you have said, we have like 100 irons in the fire. We are doing capacity building. We have found a seat at the table to talk about the regulations and the impact it's having on us. And if we can mitigate some of the language, some of the regulations they are bringing to our way, and ensure that it carries the voice and the needs and the aspirations of farmers. So we are doing that as well, advocacy. We are looking at how we can ensure that the products are traceable. So there are many things that are going on. Value addition. Did you drink coffee today? It is produced in Ethiopia. It is packed here, roasted in Ethiopia and packed here with a label telling you that it has sustainably been produced, the farmer has a good price, the environment has been protected. The same with the flowers that you see here. So there are a lot of efforts and initiatives going on. The challenge for us is that when the regulations come and when they interpret them for us, then as Fair Trade Africa, we go to our producers and do what we can with the limited resources that we have. So the efforts are really fragmented. How do we go to scale? Why is this the burden of producers only? And my call and my challenge is to our government. Who can do geolocation better? Is it the government or is it the smallholder producer organization? I don't know why this burden ended up with us. But what is happening, one of the unintended impacts for us is that we go to the producer organizations, for example, we take their geolocation, and then the trader comes and takes their geolocation, and you come and take their geolocation, and the resources we have are really spread thin. How can we go to scale? Who will take us to scale is really the question that I have. We have put our best foot forward, but we are looking for a coordinating body, organization, government that really takes us to scale so that we can comply. For us, market access is very important. And then we want to produce for today and also for tomorrow. So we don't want to, like my mother would say, cook the food and put a hole in the pan or in the pot, and then tomorrow you cannot cook. We want to continue to produce the cocoa, the coffee, the tea, till kingdom come.
So maybe we move into round 3, unless any of you want to react to this. Round 3 is about you asking each other questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Just one point, and it's because none of us have spoken about it, but it's about women empowerment. I was reading, preparing for this, that 70% of agricultural produce in Africa are produced by women, but they can only have access to 20% of the land and only on 10% of the land. So I do believe that there has to be some kind of land reform and change customary law to allow women to have access to land, because you cannot go to a bank. And when we talk about resources, it's always the same thing. Money in developing countries is there, but it's not given to agriculture because it's in too long term, too risky. So guarantee schemes. And this is also where I think the union has to come. How can we convince bankers to look at the long-term return rather than to immediate financial return? And things that is one of the questions that we have to work together, and it was part of the discussions before, but I want to make the link between having schemes that allow farmers to get, and that the managers of funds, I used to work supervising many developing funds, and always they wanted to put the ticket always higher because they earn on that. And really the middle, the missing middle is a challenge. So money, because everything we spoke requires funds. But funds they are not affordable nor long term. Sorry, David.
No, it's great. Yeah, go ahead, Madeline.
Allow me to just take that, what you've said, how do we ensure that women and young people, and on a light note, why not make a regulation about it? Because you've seen what regulations have made us do, commit additional resources, go out and really ensure that we don't lose markets. What if we would lose markets if women, 70% of the women did not retain the value? So on a light note, can we make a regulation that women need to be involved in capturing the value and in retaining some of the value of where their sweat goes to? But that is just on a light note. I think we don't need more regulations. We need to really comply with what we already have to be able to, and to really to be able to scale and to ensure that we produce sustainably.
So help to deliver on the existing regulations and change laws, and not just in the agriculture sector, by the way. Unfortunately, women are disadvantaged across the board, but that's something that our World Bank brother and sister works a lot through women business and the law, including in the ag sector. So something to watch. So as I started to say, you all come from different organizations, working on different parts of the world with different players in this food system. Is there anything you want to ask each other?
Yes, I wanted to ask Matt, because how can you spark more collaboration between Asia, Africa, and the Americas? Because we most of the time we always look north, but I am very much into South-South collaboration. And also, how can we have developing countries fund other developing countries?
Yeah, I was going to ask you that, so you've asked, because that's a difficult question to answer. I would agree with you, yes, in terms of South-South learning, that's the whole reason why I've attended this conference, right, in my first time to Addis Ababa, to explore how how some of the programs, how some of the policies, some of the thinking for parts of South Asia and Southeast Asia could be translated and learned from in Africa, and likewise from some of the previous panels earlier, what Southeast Asia and other parts of Asia can learn from Africa. I don't know about Latin America and Caribbean as well. There has to be some sort of mechanism, and I would probably look to someone like UNIDO to try to facilitate some sort of South-South learning specifically related to agriculture and food business operators, and a conference where we only have that global South in the room to talk about what's good for them and not necessarily what's being dictated to from the global North. And we would start off with that, and I think that opportunity for me of that learning and how you can create those linkages there would be incredibly important. And particularly looking at those private sector companies that are operating more within that sort of global South as well. So one company that springs to mind, which is actually listed in Singapore, is Olam. Olam is an agricultural commodity player, and Sonny Verghese is a great guy who runs that company. And they've also created and started and spun off an ingredients company. And so I think that type of company and having them in the room and others like them to talk with the development partners as well to learn would be a great start. So I'm effectively saying, let's get UNIDO to set up another conference and look at where we would do that and try to facilitate that conversation, because that doesn't happen enough.
A question for you about data. Producers are sharing a lot of data with the markets, with governments, with different players, but they don't own the data. How do we ensure? And data has a financial value today. How do we ensure that they own some of the data that they are sharing, and that some of the agencies are also drawing a financial value to it? I know you have some initiatives around that. Maybe you could enlighten us?
Thank you very much for that question. In fact, that was a discussion yesterday with our company, for our brothers from Oromia, and I'm sorry that I said the first name of the cooperative. Yes, they're producing data, and we were having that discussion. How can that be monetized? Shared with telephone companies, shared with banks and insurance companies, but of course, with the understanding and agreement by the farmers. And how can we reshare it? Because data is very important. And yes, ITC is well known a lot for data, and we're looking into how that can happen. Yeah, but yes, do I have a specific solution? No, but we're really thinking about it. How can that wealth be distributed without really, because if the data stays only at macro level, it will not benefit the farmers. And just to say that, as well, ITC is very much engaged in women empowerment through sheet trades and other ones. And other systems. My boss is really into that, and as well as all of us, of course.
Matt, did you want to ask anyone?
Yes, I did. Sorry, yes. Madeline, I'd love to ask you a question. You said something that was, how would we have a regulatory system or even policies that could benefit no, not benefit. How would it be applied to multinationals, and how can that be applied to SMEs? So for example, if you take certain packaging related regulations in Southeast Asia, there are exclusions for micro and very small businesses. But how would you do that without multinationals screaming, saying it's not a fair and level playing field? The medium-sized companies would have to do that too. How do we do that? Because we don't want to create inherent conflict, but at the same time, I do hear what you're saying.
I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer. I'm not working for a multinational, but I think for me, the question is how do we even out everything? The multinational is able to say no, but the farmer, the smallholder farmer, is not able to say no. Even if we don't have a voice, we can't afford it, we will still end up with the compliance measures that we have to comply with. I can't afford it, but when they make the rules and regulations, when the multinational says the burden is too big for me, it's too expensive, don't pin this on me, they will hear. But for smallholder farmers, we are not even at the table. I don't have an answer.
But one of the things that we really try to use is also public procurement. How can public procurement help the smaller companies? And how, for example, I come from a country that is very well known for tourism, and we have integrated industry in the tourism industry. But in other islands, that doesn't happen. If you go, for example, to some islands in the Caribbean, you might be drinking Scottish whiskey, eating American beef, eating fruits from other countries. So how do you integrate those farmers into the industry that you already have? And that linkages has to be done as well.
I think
it's not exactly what you
no,
asked.
it is, because there's a panel after talking about agro-tourism,
Yes.
which may actually, from a strategic perspective, it's something that Thailand's pursued quite aggressively, although the COVID pandemic set them back. But Thailand's an exceptional example of how they're trying to leverage agro-tourism for their domestic industry to show what they're producing, what they're eating across the whole value chain.
That's a best practice. We went from the Caribbean to visit them because of that.
And considering that, for example, in Eastern Africa, tourism is a big sector, you can see there is no, they're not working together, there's no collaboration. And as you are saying, what can we learn from the other regions and bring it, what is working in the other regions without us having to reinvent the wheel? I think that would be really great if we can see how we bring the two sectors together, agriculture and ecotourism, to ensure that even farmers, value addition for us is really, really critical. How do we ensure that farmers have diversified sources of income? And this could be one opportunity.
And also, if we talk about coffee, because we have a lot of coffee, is how you do multi-cropping. Cocoa and coffee gold were together. Another, we're also promoting with the Flexing Bank that I was talking before, the production of manioc, cassava, and things like that. So yes, looking at all of those and agroforestry, and basically go back to traditions. And in fact, something that I really want to promote is how can we protect the knowledge of our ancestors? Because they lived in the land. They knew how to deal with climate change, maybe not as drastic, but we're losing all that knowledge. So value all traditions, whether intercropping and things like that. So yeah, I think that, yeah, after that goes to zero, they shoot us. So let's stop.
I have to admit, I don't remember when we started. Do we have time for Q&A with the audience? No. That's a negative. So I will wind us up super fast and just thank the audience and thank the panel. I don't think I can do justice for a summary of this conversation because we covered a lot of ground, but what was clear for me is the importance of supporting smaller players, smallholder farmers, small businesses to meet these new and emerging sustainability requirements, the importance of collective action, the importance of learning across geographies, the importance of retaining what we learned from our ancestors. I wish we had another 1 or maybe even 3 hours. I think we could keep going. Before I sign off, I was charged with making 2 public service announcements on behalf of UNIDO. First, tomorrow, UNIDO is hosting a side event to present the UNIDO Solutions Platform, which will showcase a project example where digital tools are helping the coffee industry to benefit from sustainability-driven regulations. And second, to delve deeper into today's topic, UNIDO will be hosting an event on January 30th called Who Pays and Who Should Pay for the Cost of Compliance. And I think there are more details on LinkedIn. So, the end. Thank you all.
Oh, a fun photo. Oh, I like that idea. What an interesting session we had. And thank you so much, Mary Peshka, for that very creative way of moderating this session. Even the picture itself speaks of how interesting your session was. Thank you very much. So that was the session on how we can better utilize regulatory practices to ensure a more enabling environment for agribusinesses. We're going to move on to the last and very important session of the day, and that is promoting agro-tourism for rural development. So agro-tourism, the intersection between agriculture and tourism, is a very important part in ensuring food sustainability, especially considering that we include women and the poorest of the communities when we involve agriculture and tourism together. We have a very distinguished panelists joining us today. But first, to set the scenario and to set the tone and to share some practices of Ethiopia, I would like to welcome to the stage His Excellency Seleshi Girma, the State Minister of the Ministry of Tourism, to set the stage, to tell us what the agro-tourism practice looks like in Ethiopia so that we can dive into our discussions. His Excellency is proceeding to the stage. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he is the last moderator for the day. So as we say, last but not least, last but very important. Welcome, Seleshi.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, all protocols observed. I feel very much privileged to speak in front of you about agro-tourism in Ethiopia. And I'm sure in the past panel, we have heard about the two most important sectors, agriculture and tourism. So agro-tourism is dealing about these two important sectors. You may wonder why I'm speaking about tourism in a session of ending hunger. So looking into the tourism sector alone, it creates about 10% of the global GDP. It creates about 10% of the global employment. And it also contributes a lot for the service export. Most importantly, if you look into the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, you would see SDG 8 is creating about decent jobs, which implies tourism is a service sector and a labor-intensive one. So it creates 10% of the global job opportunity. Besides, the tourism sector contributes a lot for the global and responsible consumption and production of food. Alongside, it contributes a lot for the life underwater, with the fact that there is a niche tourism called marine tourism that deals about the life under ocean, seas, and lakes. So the tourism also contributes a lot on the poverty alleviation and ending hunger, with the fact that it creates an alternative income for farmers living in rural globe or in rural Ethiopia. So the tourism sector in general is creating, not only job opportunity, it creates a sustainable agricultural system by promoting and enhancing the food supply and the productivity of agricultural products in feeding hotels, restaurants, and so on. So tourism is a main cause or a rationale for producing more quantity of food items. Besides, tourism also diversifies the agricultural production with the fact that there is a variety of demand from visitors. So looking into the agro-tourism, I'm sure most of us might be aware of how the value chain in the agriculture sector looks like. People will prepare a soil for a farm and do the plantation, watering, weeding, and also, finally, harvesting, packing, and shipping. So all this process from the farm to the fork is a very long chain that our children should learn. A family visitor would be interested to go to the rural areas. So it would help a lot, of course, for our children to learn how difficult and interesting task is in agriculture, and I'm sure they will stop wasting food. Besides, the agriculture would have, a visiting of animal ranches. Someone would be very much interested in milking a cow or riding a horse, or picking up of strawberry, tasting a wine or tasting a coffee. So all this would be an interesting experience in the farmland, and to learn more about agriculture, and at the same time, to be reconnected with the past, to remember, and also to appreciate the world and to understand the more horizons than what someone is doing regularly. So the agro-tourism is all about creating connectivity and creating a rural transformation, because people who are dependent on agriculture and have a very limited income from the agriculture sector would have an alternative source of income from tourism. In case a farm is being affected by drought or it's rain-fed and rain is not coming, so the tourism would be an optional income, a sustainable income, and a very responsible source of income for people dependent in the tourism sector. Ethiopia is unique in geological and geomorphological features. We have about 9+ ecosystem or agroecological zones from the Afro-Alpine, maybe like Norway, to the desert of Dubai. So along all this ecosystem, we have different species of plants and animals, including species of crops, endemism in plant and animals too. So this creates and gives us an opportunity to have more caves, waterfall, mountains, lakes, including an active volcano. So in Ethiopia, if you see, we have a unique and rich in biodiversity. Looking into the avian alone, we have 890 species of birds, out of which 28 are endemic to Ethiopia. And we have, I would say, the four bigs and the four smalls. So we are very rich in and endowed with the natural resources. Looking into other heritages, we have about 12 tangible World Heritage Sites registered by UNESCO. We have about 5 intangible World Heritage Sites, very beautiful religious and non-religious festivities. We have about 5 biosphere reserves registered by UNESCO. And also we have a lot of inscriptions, again, globally recognized, even by UNESCO again. So the tourism sector in Ethiopia is growing a lot. You see it's contributing for GDP and for employment. It's growing much with the fact that tourism become a homegrown economic reform agenda. Our Prime Minister, His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, was speaking this morning about tourism, and Ethiopia is truly the land of origins, origin of coffee Arabica, origin of humankind, and origin of the longest river in the planet, the Blue Nile, which originates from Ethiopia, 85% plus. And we have our own calendar, our own alphabet. We are the origin of the long distance athletes and a lot beyond that. So tourism become homegrown agenda with the fact that we have a lot of unique things as a nation. Tourism is now in the economic sector. It shifted from the social to economic. And tourism is now a sole standing strong ministry. And tourism is now among the top 5 agendas, like mining, agriculture, industry, and ICT. So the tourism sector, enable us to develop flagship grand tourist destinations with the Dine initiatives. So Dine for Sugar, I'm sure you will be able to see on Thursday afternoon about the public parks which were built in the past few years, a high-end touristic facility, and we have also Dine for the nation, which is out of the capital in the regions, and again, these are also high-end touristic facilities. So we have a lot in the tourism sector. In general, I would say agro-tourism is a niche like ecotourism, sports tourism, and geotourism, which is emerging and growing a lot. In Ethiopia, we have a coffee farm a wine farm, as you can see, and honey beekeeping. We are very famous in having also endemic or indigenous species of crops like teff and others too. We have also agro-village, like a Choke village, which is in the north of the country, is providing, vegetable food, herbal drinks, including an alcohol beverage called Talla. In such agro-villages, people and visitors can experience the agriculture, the rural life, and the farming society, and they can get connected to their past and learn a lot about the indigenous culture, the practice of nature conservation, which is really impressive and successful nature conservation practices. And this is the Choke Mountain, which I was talking about, and the other is Wanchi Dendi Eco Village, which is very close to Addis, and it's a crater lake. So nearby you would see a farming society living in a very responsible way, producing honey, and at the same time, provide you a horse ride and learning a lot about the eco village. So we have also this kind of villages globally recognized by the UN tourism as the best tourism village of the world. So these are the coffee farms that you would find in the village. So in general, I would say agro-tourism would provide us a lot of opportunity in creating jobs, and it's an additional income, like I said, for the local community, and it improves and filling the gap of infrastructure in rural urban. So in rural, most of the tourist destinations are found in rural countries. I'm sure you know that about 50% of the global population are living in rural areas. So the rural area have a gap in infrastructure, and the tourism sector would help them to fill this gap. Rural areas would get airports, roads, and other facilities due to the tourism expansion in those areas. And also, promotional opportunities, farming community, people in the rural would feel, very much, they will feel joy, and they will get pride, and they will feel their dignity is being kept when we are going to visit them. So it also gives a pride for the rural society. Of course, it strengthens the value chain. The way forward, the agro-tourism is one niche tourism component, like the MICE tourism, conference tourism, like you are here today, and like the cultural tourism, the nature-based tourism, the eco-tourism, and the geo-tourism. Agro-tourism is one niche tourism market, which is growing a lot in the past few years, and which has a very promising future, and that we all should collaborate and strengthen the efforts. Besides, we as Ethiopian are closely working with the Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of Agriculture to strengthen the efforts of agro-tourism in the rural Ethiopia. Besides, we want our private sector to invest in agro-tourism and also to get an opportunity from the international finance to establish their business and also strengthen their already existing initiatives. And I thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Sileshi Girma, the State Minister, Your Excellency, sir, for taking us through what agro-tourism looks like in Ethiopia. As you're going to be one of our panelists in this session, please take your seat in the panel, and then we can also proceed to welcome the other panelists. So I would like to welcome Ms. Samrawit Mogas Bayene, the Managing Director and Founder of Travel Ethiopia. Join us in welcoming Ms. Samrawit. Let's give Samrawit a warm round of applause. Samrawit is actually a veteran in the field. She has extensive experience. She's a woman empowerment activist. She's very active in what she does. Welcome, Ms. Samrawit. Next, I welcome to the stage Mr. Zelalem Tefera, the Country Director of Bond Free Foundation. Welcome, Mr. Zelalem. Let's give a warm round of applause as he approaches the stage. Next, I welcome Professor Paul Schultz, the GIZ Climate Sensitive Innovations for Land Management 2, the program manager actually. Welcome, sir. Professor Paul Schultz. Welcome, Professor. And then I also welcome Mr. Futsum Gazahi, the Managing Director of the Paradise Ethiopia Travel. Welcome. Thank you very much to all of you. Now, you're very distinguished individuals in your field and you require no introduction. But so that the audience can connect with you, let's start with you, Professor Paul Schultz. Let's tell us what you do and then we can go from there. So what do you do? What's your area of engagement, your scope, your expertise, experience as well? Let's start with that.
Yeah, good afternoon and thank you for the occasion. My name is Paul Schultz. I'm working with GIZ, the German Development Cooperation. And over the past years, I was working with the Ethiopian Wildlife Conservation Authority, an authority that is under the Ministry of Tourism, not by a coincidence. I think the minister already explained the importance of nature-based tourism for many countries, including Ethiopia. Now, several of the points we've been working on is how to assure that protected areas, national parks, are obviously economically important, but make also sure that they, for communities, local communities, that they are beneficial. Unfortunately, in many, many cases, it's the local communities that bear the costs of having wildlife in the proximity, and local communities not always have the benefit of these protected areas. So that's definitely something we've been working on over the past years, and definitely something we should continue working on it. I'm also visiting professor at ERIFT. It's a postgraduate school based in Kinshasa. And one of the things we're working on is conflict management, and especially human-wildlife conflicts. And it's not a conflict, I'm always telling my students, it's not a conflict between human and wildlife. When one talks about human-wildlife conflict, it's a conflict between humans about wildlife. And maybe afterwards I can tell a little bit more about this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Professor. Let's move on to you, Your Excellency Seleshi Girma. You've already introduced yourself so far, but tell us what's your passion when it comes to tourism. You're a very passionate tourism individual. So what drives your passion when it comes to tourism? What impresses you about tourism?
Okay, thank you, Tabitha. So I grew up as a tourist guide, an official one, in a small village called Lalibela. So I love tourism since then, and I studied tourism in a university and was a professor for about 10 years, and then continue as advisor to the ministry and now become a state minister. So I cannot think of my life without tourism. And I knew that how important it is because tourism is a quick cash, and it's all about promoting your own history, telling about your natural resources, and also, you know, about meeting people and sharing your skills and expertise. So, I mean, it's one of the most important sector, and it's being lucky to work in it.
Thank you, Your Excellency Shileshi. Let me move on to Ms. Samrait Mogas. You've been very long in this field. You also empower many women. You also equip the young generation to also follow your footsteps. Share us about your passion in tourism and also your background, what you've been engaged on so far, and what really gives you hope when it comes to inclusive tourism, making sure that all segments benefit from tourism.
Thank you very much. My company was established in 1994, and that's the first company that hired permanent female guides.
So how many years back is that?
That is 30 years back.
30 years back, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. One thing about the company is that we sustain our employees. We still have employees within us since the 1994. Well, tourism is a corridor that attracts all forms of investments, name it agriculture, trade, anything. So tourism is a very vital sector for any country. Particularly, Ethiopia owns a very diversified attraction that really makes us very different from the neighboring country, I can say from most African countries. In addition to tourism, I'm also involved in agriculture, where we have a farm 20 kilometers from Addis, that is 30 hectares of land, and we grew a unique flower status that stays for a year, and Astromeria, the base life is 3 weeks. Within these two companies where we grow vegetables and flour, we have 720 employees, and 90% are women. During the previous panelists were mentioning about the empowerment of women. One of the things that we need to take into consideration, women need to give a special window. We are a mother, we are business people, we are everything. And we don't have happy hour. You know, while our male colleagues or friends are having happy hour, every woman will run to her home, you know, to take care of the house. So I believe it was mentioned that a regulation needs to be given to enhance, you know, the life, the improvement of women's life. And I think it is a very vital that it's not only a verbal talk, but we need to come to some kind of tangible regulation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Amarit. Let me come to you, sir, next. Tell us your area of engagement, your scope, your expertise, and what really inspires you when it comes to tourism and the benefit that it can create for the local communities who need really to benefit from their touristic resources.
Well, as it was already mentioned, my name is Dalal Taparra. For the last 25 plus years, I've been working in conservation of biodiversity and protected area management. As time goes by, I came across a community somewhere in the central highlands of Ethiopia where I was studying the ecology and behavior of the Ethiopian wolf, one of the rarest canid in the world. I'm sure you've seen the picture. It's the most beautiful animal in the world. Probably I may be biased. And when I was working with these people, trying to save this species, I found that there is no way that you can do it by following the regular conservation, you know, proclamations, whatever and whatever. You have to work with the community. The community has to appreciate. When the community appreciate and benefit from the conservation initiative, that makes great, great difference. And that's what happened in the Gwasa Community Conservation Area, which is the first community-based conservation area in the country. And you know what happened? After we did, you know, the study, published, get a PhD, and all those type of things, we got to go back and do something for the conservation of the species and the environment. As you know, and it's been mentioned by the State Minister, Ethiopia has got a big biodiversity, you know, unique in terms of, you know, many places in Ethiopia, in Africa. Like, for example, lots of species here actually residing in the highlands, in the Afro-Alpine areas, are endemic. You can mention, you know, the mountain nyala, the walia, and the one I mentioned, and lots of other species which you are interested, you can refer. And this calls up for working with community. Then we started the community-based tourism initiative. And that worked very well. And that also further went to work with farmers residing around the wolf habitat as well as with the protected areas. So we learned a lot how farmers can engage in the conservation of biodiversity as well as create income. So that's how most of my life passed in the last 20
Thank you,
years.
Mr. Zalalan, because indeed, as we've been hearing, being repeated again and again, is that we have to put farmers at the center of tourism activities. Let me come to you, Mr. Fitzum. Tell us what you do in a minute. Just go briefly through your area of engagement and what really gives you hope when it comes to the tourism sector.
Thank you very much. My name is Fitzum Gazahany. I'm the Managing Director of Paradise Ethiopia Travel, and currently I serve as the President of Ethiopian Tour Operators Association also. I studied agriculture, I studied tourism, I also studied political science, international relations, so multiple fields. And that's how I came to the tourism industry and the tourism business. I've been in the tour operation business since 1997, so 27 years. My passion is tourism because it takes you to the communities, it takes you to the people, and tour operators are bridges that bring urban travelers to the rural communities. So, tour operation in Ethiopia has a very vital and important role because they can reach the local communities, the farmers, and every villages and every household, and that brings additional income, and also it helps them to appreciate their culture, what they have, their resources. So that gives me a lot of happiness, and I enjoy it. And tourism is really, it's a passionable industry. In the future, I see Ethiopia to be, very much beneficial from tourism, because Ethiopia has very vast tourism potential, and the products and the potential that the country has is very immersed and very diverse. And agro-tourism could be one of the important products for Ethiopia. So the future is very bright for me.
Thank you very much, Fitsum. We'll go back to other questions. Let me come to you, Mr. Seleshi Girma. You said that you have your own tour guide. You said that? To what village is that? Lalibela. Amazing, amazing. So what would you recommend to tourists, and how do you see the future of agro-tourism in Ethiopia? Because one of Ethiopia's very important cultural assets is the culture. And to go to the culture, you have to go to the communities. So how do you see agro-tourism growing in Ethiopia? And any recommendations you would have for tourists when it comes to like visiting, when it comes to maybe investing? What do you have to say?
Yeah, so I say, I can see a very bright and promising future in Ethiopian tourism in general, because it's a focus area by the government, and we have energetic private sector investing a lot. So there is a bright future in the tourism sector. And agro-tourism, Ethiopia is quite big. It's the size of Spain and France combined, or fivefold of the UK. So we have enough rural areas where we can establish the agro-tourism, and I know that people would now like to disconnect for a while and explore farm areas, rural areas, mountains, and so on. So I'm sure the agro-tourism will grow much. So my recommendation would be, in the rural Ethiopia, we still need more accommodation for visitors. So we need more eco-lodges, more farmhouses, more homestay, and other facilities, including roads and other infrastructure. So we have to invest on that, and we as the government should do it, and private sector also, and development partners assist alongside. Thank you.
Okay, let me come to you, Ms. Samright. All along we've been hearing about inclusivity. We've been hearing about including women in the tourism industry, because mostly in the tourism sector, at the top you find very few women. Women are at the bottom when it comes to tourism. So how do we make sure that more women are beneficiaries of the tourism industry? What needs to be put in place? You've been doing it for close to more than 20 years. Yeah, so how can we make sure that women are more beneficiaries in tourism? Let's just go through that.
Well, tourism is inclusive.
Let me ask you to hold the mic closely.
Tourism is inclusive of communities. And one of the advantage for women in their involvement, particularly with agro-tourism, they do benefit in many, many ways. However, to grow the participation of women with the tourism industry, first and foremost, we have very limited guides, female guides within the country. For example, if you see Lalibela, while there are more than 100 guides, male guides, there are only maybe 1 or 2. So we need to educate, and of course, need also to break the barrier that female guides can serve as a proper guide. Most of the time, of course, we do have few in Addis. Most clients would like to have female guides, because it is a woman who will be able to explain about the communities, the life of women, marriage, the family. So the involvement of women in this sector is extremely vital. We need to educate. I believe one of the most important things in order, to grow tourism is it needs to be given as a curriculum. Tourism needs to be inclusive of curriculum within high schools or elementary schools so that women will be able to flourish and know as well their country and have a passion about tourism. So it is already said that without women, it's like you cannot clap with one hand. You need to have two hands. The inclusivity of women is very vital, but I repeat that due to the various constraints any female is facing, a special consideration needs to be given in education or prioritizing so that they will take part within the tourism.
Thank you very much, Ms. Samarit. Let me come to you, Professor Paul Schultz. Let's talk about conditions that need to be put in place so that we can better tap into agro-tourism. The conditions are there. We're rich in cultural resources, we're rich in natural resources and all those treasures, but what conditions do we have to create to better tap into the already existing conditions?
Yeah. May I first, I think last week there was the Convention of Biological Diversity convened, and you may have read the various reports that were quite alarming worldwide about wildlife. Now, on the African continent, that's not different, and in Ethiopia, unfortunately, it's not different neither. So this is a worldwide problem, but obviously also Ethiopia is confronted with declining wildlife, even inside protected areas. Now, one of the reasons is that we as a world community are not able to have enough funding for protection, for wildlife conservation. So that's one pillar and one condition that needs to change. More money needs to go and flow into the management of protected areas. There are various ways to do it. And I think we are working, UCA is working together with the ministry to attract private investors, amongst others having delegated management for protected areas. Not to confund, the governance will always remain with the government. The government will remain responsible for protected areas, but the day-to-day management can be outsourced, and in this way also additional funding may be attracted. But the second pillar is then very much how to make sure that once these protected areas are more engines of growth, how to make sure that local communities benefit from it. Now, there are experiences in other countries, and a country like Rwanda is quite famous for the revenue sharing mechanisms. You may know the gorilla tourism in the mountains in Rwanda, which is a real pillar. A pillar also for development, local development. And I think that's a nice example, and I think also Ethiopia may have possibilities going into that direction. Maybe another remark to be made is also the importance of domestic tourism. Once what we talk about wildlife and nature-based tourism, we often think about foreigners. The very specificity of Ethiopia, it's a big country, 130 million people. There's a growing middle class of people who are interested to visit protected areas. A very nice example, Nechisar, which is in South Ethiopia, that attracts now 60,000 tourists. They're all domestic tourists. And it's important to know what this domestic tourism can contribute, what are their expectations, especially also related with nature-based tourism. So I think there are several elements where you're talking about what are the conditions to assure that protected areas are more beneficial for communities. The protected areas need to function better. Second, the mechanisms need to be there in place. But there needs to also to be a national domestic constituency that people realize how important wildlife is, obviously because of conservation purposes, but also out of economic reasons.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. So let me come to you, Mr. Zelalem. These days, sustainability trends are going. People want to use more sustainable ways of travel. Even the items that we use, we make sure that they're sustainable when we purchase them, especially the young generation. How can we better tap into that and make it contribute to the agro-tourism sector? Because when people want to use sustainable things, they may say handmade, locally produced. So how can that contribute to agro-tourism and making sure that the local communities also benefit from this? Because we do not have to only include we, the urbans. They also have to be beneficiaries. How can we achieve that using sustainable agricultural trends these days?
Yeah, sustainable. This is a very key word, it's in the fashion as well, isn't it? Yeah, everybody likes to talk about sustainability, but we don't know really how to hammer and make and get, something working. And, in my case, for example, from the first Rio summit, in the school or everybody, they would tell us, sustainability. But for the last 30 years, how far did we come from sustainability? And you mentioned, most of these sustainable words are usually coined by, grand UN meetings and all things. In actual fact, sustainability rests down at the community level. That's what I really like to say. Because, they don't engage into something which is not sustainable because they can't afford it. One of the things when we talk about tourism, agri-tourism, how many of us really think about, the food that we eat is transported from a distant place? The coffee, I'm sure most of you here, or probably all of you by now, know that the origin of coffee is Ethiopia. So, if you just drive 100 kilometers every direction, you go to the best coffee places, I guarantee you, it's no joke. And for your surprise, I think, if you walk around Addis and then check, supermarkets, you will see big packs of Nescafe. And I wonder, when I'm talking about economic sustainability, environmental sustainability, why do we need Nescafe here? I'm sorry, probably, if I'm offending anybody here. But for me, it stands that, if I need coffee, I know what coffee I need and how it should be done and all the other things involved with it. And when it comes to sustainability of tourism in relation to coffee, you've seen, probably, I'm not sure, since most of you are here for a short period, but for most of us here, coffee is our social media. I don't know how to explain it, properly, but it's our social media, like a Facebook.
Social media, therapy. Let me also add therapy because people, when we come together, we talk. So it's a lot.
The way it goes is when my neighbor, because we have a culture that, we call each other during coffee ceremonies in the morning or 3 times a day. So if I'm making coffee in my house, my neighbors, usually they expect if I'm the one who is making in the morning. So when I roast the coffee, the smell goes, and when I pound it in the house, they hear the mortar and the pestle. So now they are getting contact, what do you call it, coming into the network. So they expect me to send a kid or somebody to call them to come for coffee. If I don't do that once, the network is not working. So during the coffee ceremony, people sit and discuss. Not only, there are also various types of discussion, but usually they discuss about their life, their economic, social, environmental, political, situation. And that makes, this small scale production sustainable. So in my experience, for example, the panelists were highly talking about Lalibela. I'm sure, most of you have read already, when you are coming to Ethiopia, the first thing you read is Lalibela, the Rock-One churches, the World Heritage Site. Amazing, amazing. Of course, it's amazing. I've been there. I had a project there, you know, actually working on a community-based tourism. And I was working for a big German conservation NGO, so we built a lodge in the mountains, which is actually the third mountain in Ethiopia. And we are expecting, you know, tourists coming to Lalibela because that is the biggest tourist hub in Ethiopia. We expected at least, if you could manage to pull 20% of the tourists coming to Lalibela to go to the mountain in terms of, you know, I mean, if they want to trek and all the other things, then we are successful and we built a lodge, a basic lodge with clean toilet, clean bed sheet, that's it. And we always advise them to come with their food or buy the food from the community. What happened was, after 6 months, our lodge is totally empty. Tourists are going to the mountains, but our lodges are empty. Where do the tourists go? They started the homestay tourism by themselves. They'd rather stay in a farmer's house, you know, which the farmers has built, you know, a small tukul in their homestead. And that's where the tourists stay, eat together with the farmer, make coffee and all the other things. And then that made us understand we are following things that has been accepted or done somewhere in the globe and trying to copy and making it work in our locality. It does work. You know, the communities are not always, you know, I mean, the way we think, you know, that we knew for them, but they knew for themselves. So that made, you know, this sustainable. And of course, on top of that, you know, the young generation, you have said how the young generation makes sustainable. Because it is a media of communication. Tourism is a media of communication and job creation. And, you know, as Dr. Samrat said, you know, a lot of them, a lot of their tourists and stuff, they work on educating and then making, you know, sure that they are getting, you know, better life. And the tourism by itself, you know, without the interference of us, has worked in many places in Ethiopia where our community-based tourism is working. Like, for example, I like to mention the community conservation area that we've been working. Now, the community has made hundreds of thousands of dollars from tourism. It's a very close area, you know, it's 150 kilometers. So people really like to go there on Friday and come back on Monday morning. I mean, I don't know whether it is very, very true, which I've heard it many times though. Ethiopia is the fourth political, diplomatic capital in the world. How many of you believe this? I don't know, you can check. But I was told. So what happened is that, you know, I mean, the expat community here, those working in the African Union, working in the ECA, and we have now the CDC, and all these big, big international employees, they really like to go out of the city, you know, out of the, what do you call it? Excuse me?
Out of
yeah.
town?
Huh?
Out of town, maybe?
Oh, yeah, out of town, you know, because the routine of, you know, the noise and everything, they need a good place. They go to Gwasa. When they go to Gwasa, they stay in the community lodge, they pay for the community. They would really love to see the unique endemic animals, which they don't see anywhere else. And there are young boy guides there trying to show them. And the community there rent their mules and horses. And then at the end of the day, they will truck back to the village.
Especially, I believe cultural tourism has a very big potential in Ethiopia, being that we are very culturally rich. So this is something that we can really put investment into, put more capital into, and see it grow. Because people want that experience with the farmers. So thank you very much for sharing that. Let me come to you, Mr. Fitzum. So if you could summarize the history of tour operators and their role in shaping agro-tourism. I know tour operators have a very big role in Ethiopia. They take tourists to even the remotest places. They help them to connect with the rural communities. Tell us your experience in that and how that can contribute to agro-tourism. Give us a picture of that.
Thank you. Tour operation started in Ethiopia in the late 20th century. When the country opened up and the famous Haile Selassie Tafese, who we call the father of tourism, started to promote tourism in Ethiopia, actually in discussion with the Emperor Haile Selassie. After that, it grew up slowly and slowly. When tourism started, it started as a cultural tourism and historical, you know, because that time, Ethiopia was promoting the UNESCO World Heritage sites like, the historical and cultural sites like Lalibela, Aksum, and Gondar. But later, gradually, tourism was transforming and changing from cultural experiences to actual daily experiences and life experiences like agro-tourism. As the majority of the people in Ethiopia, they live out of agriculture, and they are one way or the other related to agriculture. Tourism couldn't be alone, it's somehow related to agriculture. So tour operators started to plan itineraries and design different kinds of routings and include agricultural experiences like coffee safaris, for example, honey production, or all kinds of crops. We visit markets, we visit farms, we experience, we plan travelers to experience, different kinds of agricultural experiences at households and villages. So that brings up agro-tourism into picture, and it's, of course, it's a recent phenomenon worldwide, but in Ethiopia, it's gradually grew up from cultural tourism to agro-tourism. It directly helps the communities, so for tour operators, it's now a main kind of tourism product. It mainly, agro-tourism mainly is experienced in Ethiopia as an immersion kind of activity. Travelers, they immerse. For example, if we take the coffee safari or the coffee tours, we start from the small-scale coffee farms, from villages. They see how they do the agricultural activities, how they grow coffee, how they pick, how they clean, how they dry, how they wash, everything, and they do practice with the farmers. And also they participate in coffee ceremonies, in every ethnic group in Ethiopia. We have over 80 ethnic groups. Every ethnic group in Ethiopia, they have their own ways of coffee making, their own ways of snacks before coffee, what we call bunna course. They have their own ways of incense burning or whatever. So everything is different from one ethnic to the other. And that's somehow an experience. When they come to Addis or in some areas, they also visit, how the coffee is processed. So they see how they do the cleaning, the roasting, grinding, packing, and to the tasting level. So they see all this. Same is true with honey and other products as well. So this kind of immersion activities is very encouraging for the travelers and very unique for Ethiopia, of course. Well, I know it's experienced in other countries also, but in the Ethiopian context, it's somehow different. Okay. So for urban travelers, most of the travelers are coming from Northern Europe and Europe and North America. The majority of them, most of them have urban lives, and they miss this connection, and tour operators are bridging this gap. So for the future, this is going to grow, and we are also designing new tours like, including agro-processing industries, also like you said, the clothing and garment industries as well. And we promote sustainable tourism activities and eco-tourism activities. So for the future, tourism and agriculture, they stay together, and I'm sure they are the hope for Ethiopia.
Okay, before we dive into our final topic, that is how agro-tourism can contribute to a world without hunger, I want to give you the opportunity to ask anyone in the audience any question that you wish, because today we're very lucky to have a very experienced, a very distinguished panelist. So I wonder if you may have something that you would like to ask them. We have from a government perspective, we have someone who has been in the industry for more than 30 years. So reflect to them that question, then we can go to the final round of questioning. To Zelalem?
To Zelalem.
Okay. Zelalem, the floor is to you. Okay, yeah. So you're going to tell us how you see agro-tourism contributing to creating a food-secure world. Yes, let's dive into that. And then you could also tell us a few parting words, any take-home message that you would like us to take home with us today.
Okay, I mean, this is for the panelists. You know, we've been talking a lot about, you know, agri-tourism is wonderful. Communities benefit, you know, they improve their, you know, household income, livelihood improvement. But how? You know, can you just give us a way how they can improve? Because those of you guys who are working with the tourism company, you are directly connected to tourists and communities together. So you may just have seen how it works and observed the best way that this can be, you know, I mean, it's generally about how benefits, you know, I mean, shared. So if I really hear that how it works, you know, that would be great.
Over to you. Yes, His Excellency would like to answer first.
Okay. Yes, I just want to raise three mechanisms how tourism contributes to end hunger. One would be, you know, tourism contributes for the sustainable agricultural production. So this comes a consistent agricultural production with the fact that tourism creates a market. And then people keep producing and supplying to hotels and restaurants. So with the fact a farming community will have confidence in expanding their productivity. So that's one. And the second would be tourism brings diversified demand of agricultural products. So a diversified agricultural products again would create a world with safe, sufficient, and nutritious food production. That's exactly the idea of ending hunger or zero hunger. That's the second one. And the third one would be tourism is all about creating an additional source of income beyond farming. So people who might fall in short of food production or want to buy some food supplies, spices, oil, and so on, would have access to buy from markets with the cash obtained from the tourism sector. So it has a lots of strong linkage, and tourism and agriculture has interconnections, and mutually as an agro-tourism contribute a lot for the economic growth of a nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Let's move on to Professor Paul, and then we will conclude with remarks from Samrawit.
Yeah, maybe I add a far more indirect impact of tourism. I mean, we were talking about tourism, international tourism, residency tourism, people, for example, from various international organizations here in Addis, but also the domestic tourism. I think one of the indirect impacts of tourism is a bigger understanding, realizing how life in rural areas is. And I think that's something let's say we who are urban-based increasingly forget. And I think when one really wants to reach a world without hunger, one must also, each of us must also realize how life in rural areas is. Obviously the difficulties, but also the richness that we've seen with the cultures. That also holds obviously for the importance of biodiversity, the parks, etc. So for me, tourism is obviously the direct impact, but very much this understanding, the respect, the mutual respect, be it international, be it national. And I think that's at least for me personally, a very, very important element that tourism can contribute to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Paul. And now over to Ms. Samrawit, who will summarize our discussion today and give us take-home messages that we will carry in our hearts wherever we go.
There are 2 points that I would like to mention. That is, the agro-tourism is a sustainable agriculture practice. By educating visitors on sustainable farming method, agro-tourism promotes environmental farming. You know, we do have farming that is completely different from the other part of the world, and such farming definitely attracts tourism, and that will allow also the visitors to know the kind of farming that we are practicing. This also connects the farmers and the tourists in many ways, including the issue of women. And at the same time, community empowerment. Agro-tourism promotes sense of ownership and empowerment within rural communities as locals become entrepreneurs and take charge of tourism initiative. One thing that's common for agro-tourism is that definitely it enhances the tourism part, and Ethiopia being a very diversified attraction in agriculture, this is one way of promoting tourism. Last but not least, what I would like to say especially for the visitor is that don't leave Addis Ababa without visiting the new attraction, but don't leave without visiting the museum, your origin, Lucy. So this is what I would like to pass for the visitors. There are visitors who say that this is their first time and visit Addis by night as well, and you see the difference within the capital city. We say that Addis Ababa is the hub of Africa, and by visiting the sites within the day and the night, we prove indeed we are a diplomatic city. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Samrait. And thank you very much, our distinguished panelists, for a very interesting conversation about tourism, its intersection with agriculture, and how we can utilize those two to create a more food-secure world, not just for the ones in the urban societies, but also for the ones in the rural areas, also for women, also for the youth. Thank you all so much. As we conclude our panel, the photographers are ready, so let's take a commemorative photo to remember the important discussion that we had, and let us say goodbye to our audience and then call it a day. So let's take commemorative photos. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes day one of the World Without Hunger Conference. We look forward tomorrow to the Investment Forum, to the Global Leaders Debate. So tomorrow is a highly anticipated day. So now we wish you a very good evening, and we look forward to see you tomorrow morning at 9, bright and early. So have a pleasant evening, and thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you so much for your very meaningful contribution. Have a nice evening.